What's up, fools? Today is 4/3/2023. It is 10:05 p.m. Eastern Time. We had a bunch of new subs. Froggy Style, Joey Lord, Tidro, Visual Connection, Michael Jones. There's a bunch more, but I can't. Craft Dinner, Brendan Edwards, Doom Villain. Appreciate the subs, guys. At least those are the public subs. Yeah, let's jump right into the news. I got into it with a bunch of people. There's not even a bunch of people. On my Twitter, I posted about how dumb I think Kidology sounded in her interview. Seems like most everybody agrees with me. Seems like most people agree that just Kidology just came off really poorly and just sounded really dumb. There's one schizo in the comments that is continuously schizo in the comments. That is just like, like they're not even replying to things that I'm saying. They're just saying stuff like, "Are you stupid? You really think that? Wow, oh man, wow, you really think? Oh, what? Wow, you really? Do you really?" Crap like that. So I like, this is the person right here. We've talked about them before. Deva Lapar. They like the schizo post in my comments, which I appreciate a lot of comments. I do, but if they don't leave any sort of timestamps or anything, it's hard for me to know what it is they're schizo posting, right? Like, it's cool when people come back later and they're not in the live chat, but they're able to like comment as they go through. I love that. That's great. And I like it when people do that. I enjoy going back through and reading, their thought process as they go through. But if they don't leave timestamps, I have no idea what they're talking about. They're just saying random stuff throughout the entire thing. And this person consistently does this, and I've asked them to jump into Discord a couple of times now, and they don't. But last time this person left 14 comments. This time they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, 14 again. Wow. Wow. Okay. At least they're consistent. You really think that? Oh man. Wow. Now you've gone and done it. Really? Geez, gosh, really? Man. Yep. Thank you, Arizama. Thank you. You convinced me. I'm not gonna lie. I think I see the light now. I think I see where I screwed up. Thank you for that. I disagree with what you said last week, Tom. No, I will not elaborate. Yes. So yeah, Davo Lapar, if you are watching this one, okay, I hope you are watching this. All right. We are going to go ahead and ban you. Not because you comment too much. I'm fine with commenting. But I've told you over and over, if you're going to leave all these schizo posts and not tell me what you disagree with, but then I comment back and reply and you don't respond, but then go back to schizo posting again, and you refuse to jump in the Discord, you refuse to have these conversations with me, we're just gonna have to go ahead and let you go. It's not you, it's me. Blah, blah, blah. All of the above. We'll go through some of these just so you guys understand. Okay, so this is the very first one. I got all of these in order here. Sarah Lancaster said, "I think because you're good at rhetoric, you think everyone else is like you. Kidology, I think, is a smart person, but she has trouble conveying her ideas in a way most people would understand. She uses very monotonous language and fails at clearly stating what I think she's attempting to communicate. but if you try, you can tell what she's trying to say. This person said, really, I find her points extremely easy to follow. She doesn't use loaded language like some other streamers do, nor does she twist every said sentence. This person said, really, there are thousands of people who disagree with you. She was very easy to understand. The fact that nobody understands Max is proof that he operates with a completely different worldview. They all understood. Yes, she is monotonous, but she is very smart and speaks very succinctly. What? Monotonous, dull, tedious, repetitive, lacking variety and interest. Oh, that is kidology. I fall asleep every time she starts talking. Okay. Sarah Lancaster said, it's not about her using loaded language. Tom repeated exactly what she was saying and was interpreting it correctly. But if he had paid a bit more attention to the context, I could have inferred a bit more. I said, if you think her points are easy to follow, do you think she's dumb? Why would she ask him why he would warn her against destiny? Sarah, so that was one of the things I was like most frustrated about is kidology saying over and over, like, I don't know why you said that. Why would you warn me against destiny? It doesn't make sense to me. Blah blah. It's like, what, really? Like, he thinks he's like a horribly abusive person. You really don't understand? Like, you really don't get it. Somehow, like, after 100,000 words, you still don't understand what he thinks about destiny? Really? Like, that, come on. You said you read the report. Like, there's no freaking way you don't understand what he thinks about destiny. That's insane. Sarah is saying she didn't mean what she said, but instead meant she believes his destiny report is wrong. But when you say they are easy to follow, it sounds like you're saying she really doesn't know why Max would say the things he said. Oh, this is from 6 minutes ago. Sarah, are you watching? Sarah said, no one here is arguing that Max is easy to understand. Then you must think she's dumb if you think she really doesn't understand why Max doesn't like Destiny. I was being charitable by saying she doesn't mean what she's actually saying. I don't think she's as dumb as you do. Boom. So this is like, no, it's not always your interpretation. There is a world outside your mind. We can know things like that. So what? So what? That doesn't mean it. Like, that the word abuse is subjective. It just is. Again, even a clinical psychologist with all the degrees in the world would still say that abuse is, like, they would say, in my professional opinion, right? They wouldn't say, oh, this is factually abuse. They would say, in my professional opinion, I believe this is abuse, right? No, there is not a factual thing called abuse. So yes, yes, there are factual things, just not abuse. That is not one of those things. We have processes to arrive at truths. The process is independent of your mind. Jesus Christ, did you go to school? I didn't say what. Except you believe everything is in the mind. I don't like this person. They keep calling me like a Max simp as well. So again, like, they just show how much brain rot they have when they do this. Anytime you doing call-ins, yeah, we're gonna do call-ins. I'm gonna read through some of this while people join the waiting room. The link to the Discord is in the description if you'd like to call in. Go ahead. We'll give everybody a minute to jump in. I'm going to talk to Matthew first, and then I'll pull in anybody else who wants to talk. If you disagree with my takes on kidology, if you want to talk about Mr. Girl, you want to talk about Destiny, whatever you want to talk about, you want to tell me what you ate for lunch today, get my opinion on it, let's go. Wasn't she really asking why he took it upon himself to try to dissuade her from making her own decisions with absolutely no evidence and thinking that that was okay? So again, this is part of what's frustrating me right now, okay? People keep saying with absolutely no evidence. He has 100,000 word essay of evidence. Like, it is a lot of freaking evidence. It's just not conclusive evidence. It's not enough evidence, right? So when I say he didn't when he warned her, yes, you are correct. You are correct. But when she's asking the question, she already has that information, right? So you might be talking about a different part. That might be a completely different part, right? But but the question about why he would what was it? Why he would warn her against him. Like, she knows that now. She knows that answer. She said she read the essay, right? So when she asked the question, she knows the answer to that question. And so if you're saying, well, what she really meant was like this, okay, then that still stands to my point that like she's just not good at communicating what it is that she's thinking. But she asked why he did that. I think that tangled into the present that came almost right after, from my point of view. Okay, maybe. I mean, again, like I feel like it's possible that there is a reason for why she was saying what she was saying, and it just wasn't what she was saying. Like, I think it's possible that she meant something different than what it was that she was saying. And so yeah, but it would still stand to my point that she's just not communicating very well. So 07's in chat. Let's get some Steven Crowder cheers. We're gonna send Davo Lapar to the abyss.
Goodbye, take care.
Bye. So yeah, they can join the Discord, have a conversation with me. We will unban them immediately. Even if we disagree in the end, that's perfectly fine. It's just they're not making any sense in my comments. They're not making sense, and they are strawmanning the hell out of me. Everything that they argue against are things that I don't believe. They'll say things like, "Oh, you're just a Mr. Girl simp. You think Destiny's so abusive, don't you?" No, I didn't. Like, I didn't say these things. "Oh, you just agree with everything Mr. Girl said." That entire video is me like disagreeing with Mr. Girl almost the entire time. Just in between disagreements with Mr. Girl, I'm also disagreeing with Kidology. Like, it's not one or the other. And I know for everybody else, it is one or the other. For everybody else, it's one or the other, and this is frustrating for me. It is very frustrating for me because I don't care about the teams. I'm not on one team or the other. And I know once you're on a team, it's very easy to just see everything that the other person does as malicious and bad and evil, and that's just not me. I'm not going to do that. I don't feel like it. It's not fun. Surprised with Kidology in her scripted videos, she actually says something interesting, but live, she didn't say anything useful. Got to take the Kidology smartest in the chat back. Okay. All right. Let's get to the first call in. Von Bonvo.
Howdy, brother. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I feel like I hear some fucking mess somehow. Gosh dang it.
You feel like you what?
Never mind. Sorry. Oh!
You don't even sound that drunk yet, dude.
I know, I'm not. I had my Bluetooth headphones in, so I was listening to the stream
Oh,
phones, but not in my yeah, desktop headphones. Anyway, okay.
all right. So are there like so just to catch everybody up. So we had a couple messages. I
hmm
posted on Twitter saying that I didn't like Kidology's interview. I thought she
Questions,
did poorly,
interview.
and I
Yeah.
thought that she asked really stupid questions. He sent me a DM saying he doesn't understand all of the hate towards Kidology, and so I told him he could call in and we could have a conversation about it. So, do you have like specific things? Did you watch my review of it?
Yes, I watched a good portion of it.
Okay. So are there like specific things that I disagreed with her on that you disagree with me on?
Now, no, there are not.
Okay. So
Um,
when you say you don't understand the hate on Kidology, what does that mean then?
so to me, it seems interesting that you would consider her positions to be just absolutely like just dumb. Like I understand that she's not great at her own locution. She might not be the best interlocutor.
Mhm.
And to me that's like that's literally everybody. Um I just don't understand what makes her like difficulty with communicating just in a regular like interview type environment. I just don't understand why hers to you was like way worse than everyone else's. That's actually what was annoying or seemed strange to me.
Okay. Um, well, so I was just talking about it on stream, and I assume you heard like the very first thing that she asked him over and over was, "I don't understand why you warned me against
Right.
Destiny," right?
Yes.
And
And
he
and
explained to her like 5 different times, like, you know why I would warn you against him. You already know what I think about Destiny, so like, I don't know why you're asking me that question. But she didn't back off the question. She held to that question for some reason and just like continued saying like, oh no, I really don't know, I don't understand, I don't get it, why would you ask that question, I don't understand. And so I felt like after the first time he explained it, I felt like it was enough for her to like reword her question or something, and she chose not to do that, which means to me that either she didn't understand what he was saying, because eventually he gave like the goblin um
mhm.
scenario where
Oh,
he's
this
fighting
goblin,
off
don't
a
go
god.
over there.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. So if it felt like she understood then, but the fact that it took that long and that many attempts to get her to understand, yes, I'll say this, okay, just maybe
Mhm.
I gave her too much credit in the beginning, and now I feel let down, and so that spectrum of where I thought she was and where she's ended up here is me. I'm overreacting to that and being hyperbolic.
When
Um,
do you look? Can I ask you?
yeah.
When do you think you first had that thought? Are you saying like, oh, right now you're realizing this conversation you think that, or you thought that before the video that I wanted to call in about, or when did that happen?
So for me, it happened, and I mentioned this while I'm reviewing the video as well. Is for me, it happened she when she first spoke to Destiny. That's when it kind of started, was when she was saying that she was an incel, but she's like describing a volcel but keeps calling herself an incel. And
Okay.
and then again when she talked to Irrelevant about the same thing, but like for 2 hours of him explaining it like 100 times over and over, and she's not telling him why he's wrong, but she is just repeating her statement over and over instead. And it's, yeah, it's just like she's not able to engage, she's not able to understand his point and like take it in and then respond to it or critique it or anything like that. And then her conversation with FD Signifier, where I felt like he looked horrible, but he was going to look horrible to me no matter what, just because I disagree with his ethics, I disagree with his politics, I think he's a crazy person. I, but Kidology, I felt like she ended up getting exposed through that process with FD Signifier. I felt like she ended up looking really, really bad, and she's lost. She says she's lost a ton of subscribers and a ton of followers, and I think everybody else is just starting to see the cracks.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. And so this is what has led you to the conclusion that even before the conversation between Kidology and Max started, that you were just not really expecting that much out of Kidology, is what you're saying.
Um, oof. I didn't really have expectations going into it. Like knowing that she was going to do the interview, I didn't have expectations from it. I thought that they were just going to have like a cordial conversation initially. Right before I started the
Wait, what? Hold
review
on,
of it. Yeah, go ahead.
hold on. I'm sorry. That you thought who was gonna have a cordial conversation?
Well, Kidology and Mr. Girl had talked before, and
Hold
they
on.
had
I'm
a
sorry. I'm
cordial
sorry. You know what?
conversation the first time,
I'm
and
sorry. I'm
so
so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You thought who was gonna have a cordial conversation?
Did you see her conversation with Mr. Girl the first time?
Yes, yes, I did. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
was it a
That was
cordial conversation?
yes, it was cordial.
Okay. I
Yes, I was
I
just.
enjoy the meme though.
I thought that
I
was kind of
like it.
funny. I'm
That
sorry.
was good.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
so
so
sorry.
good, dude.
Dude,
Um,
it works for him. It
it,
didn't work for me as well.
it's good. It's good. Um, but yeah, and like I just thought that they were gonna have a cordial conversation. But then right before I started the review, a bunch of people were DMing me like, "Bro, she did so poorly. Like this is really bad." And so I started thinking like, maybe she did really well, and I'm about to just like shred all of these people who think she did so badly. Like I'm about to tear into all of them when I watch this, and they're all gonna feel stupid or something. Like that's kind of
Mhm.
what I was thinking. It's like I want to see this. I want to see what it is. And then yeah, like right off the rip, she was just doing really poorly. She wasn't making a whole lot of sense. Her questions were really bad, and people kept comparing her to Wick, but I think Wick was able to actually like
Wait, were
think
people
on his
comparing her
feet.
to Wick, or was he comparing her to Wick?
He compared her to Wick. Other people who DM'd me said this is just another Wick conversation. I saw people on Twitter comparing her to Wick. And I think that Wick did much better than she did. I think that Wick was actually able to like, I thought he had bad questions initially, but once Mr. Girl engaged with it, he was able to like see the flaw and move past it normally. And, um, and yeah, she wasn't. It would take like another 15, 20 minutes for her to finally move past it. So, yeah.
Okay, so there's a few different questions that I have. One that I don't think we should probably even worry about, but I do kind of want to ask you is you still didn't ask why you thought that Mr. Girl and Kidology were going to have a cordial conversation. But if we want to go all the way back to the bottom, this was another Wick
Well, it was
conversation.
the same thing, just that their first conversation was really cordial. That was why. It's because yeah, a lot of people have trouble having cordial conversations with him, but she didn't in the past. So I felt like yeah, I had faith that she just wouldn't have trouble with him again.
After the first conversation they had,
Right.
the one other conversation, you thought
Yes.
that okay.
Yeah, but how many people have cordial conversations with him in general? Like just like
Yeah.
Destiny. That's it.
Well,
And
but here's but you know, and the only reason why, or not the only reason, but one thing that I think is interesting that is that if we're going to compare, not actually we don't have to compare it, but if we're talking about Wick's conversation versus her conversation, she asked a couple of questions like verbatim, almost verbatim the same way, and
she
he
did.
responded amicably to
She
her
did. Correct.
questions versus his, probably because he liked her, and that's what
Yep.
you were saying is that yes, yeah,
Yep.
that they had like some sort of rapport
Yep.
prior to that.
And he even said,
Um,
like, in the conversation that he, like, respected her before this and he really liked her and he wanted to be friends with her. And yeah.
well, yeah. Well, I mean, he's had a similar thing to a lot of the people that he interviewed, right? He said the same thing to Wick that he didn't know anything about him, but his his perception of them was dwindling quickly. I mean, he basically every single conversation he's had, he's told people, "Oh, well, I had this one opinion of you, but now it's dwindling."
Yeah, actually, somebody on Twitter today was what, I don't know if you read through the replies, but one of the people was like, "Dude, like you're not winning any people over by defending Max. Like, you need to just pick a side and just stop like critiquing them and
But you're
just
not really
critique the
defending
other
Max,
side."
are you? I
Well,
don't.
so people see it as defending Max when I say the other person that he's talking to did something wrong. They see
Oh,
that as me defending Max, right?
that's fucking.
Um,
It's not
or
smart.
or if I steel man his arguments, right? So somebody comes in and they say like Max hasn't provided any evidence for abuse. I'm like, dude, he's got 100,000 freaking essay on the abuse. What do you mean no evidence? Like we can say we don't like the evidence or it's not enough evidence or it's unsubstantiated evidence, but it is evidence nonetheless. It's a lot of freaking evidence. It's just not good evidence. But people saying, yes, he hasn't provided any evidence. And so even in my interview with Max, people felt like I was too cordial with him. I was too easy on him. I feel like I argued with him from the beginning. I felt like I was doing nothing but pushing back the entire conversation. Um but
Yeah.
I I am frustrated with him and the way that that went, and I feel like he was a dick to me, and I do. They said that he threw me under the bus, and that's how I feel. I feel like he
Yeah.
threw me under the
Yeah.
bus. I
Threw
feel like
everybody
he
on the
dicked me
bus.
pretty hard. um so yeah, like he had a chance, a good chance at having a cordial conversation with Wick. He had a good chance at having one with me. He had a good chance at having
Well,
one with
and
President Sunday.
it's actually kind of frustrating to me because I do think I remember the conversation you had with him, and I thought that that was one of the more interesting conversations. And
Mhm.
the fact that like nobody talked like even the fact that Max like didn't feel one way or the other, that seemed kind of annoying because like I mean it was a good conversation. It wasn't like a you know puff piece, but it
Yeah,
was an
well, but even
interesting
everything.
critical conversation, and he just didn't include you, and he's getting mad at other people for
Yes.
doing the things that you both criticize. It's strange.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's why I feel thrown under the bus, is because I feel like I was on his side with why those other interviews were bad, and I
Yeah,
didn't do those things. And I know I didn't do those things. And
right.
so when he keeps talking about all of these interviews suck, either he's including mine or he's saying like I'm just too small for him to even like think with, I'm too small for him to even consider as one of the interviews. I don't know which one it is,
I
but
mean, I'm surprised he didn't try to work with you more behind the scenes since you've been making a documentary about the guy for a while. But
well, I
that's
mean, he is one of
neither
the
here nor there.
interviews. He did one before, and then he's gonna. What the plan is for him to do another one in the future as well.
No, I'm just surprised that he didn't like reach out to you to try and coordinate with you because
Yeah,
you
no, he
already know
didn't.
so much about everything that he probably wrote about.
Yeah, he didn't at all.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I will say that I think is interesting is that I do think that some of these interviews after he comes out with his article, and one of the things that I appreciate that he does in general is that he does kind of expose that like people don't speak directly very often, especially online, especially in online spaces. And that sometimes like people just aren't really as honest as they
Mhm.
could be or should be or would even be more interesting if they were. Um and there's weird games that get played and now like we're now like all the way from the top where the basically we have like award shows for streamers that are basically the Oscars now, all the way down to like things that nobody else really cares about. Like, still feels like there's some sort of like interconnectivity and some weird thing where people can't really say like what they think because they might offend X, Y, and Z group, if that
Yep.
makes sense.
Yeah, well, especially with like the pop streamer type people, the Mizkif groups, like those. Yeah, they're all. They're all playing characters. Like they are just playing characters, and they are like a different person on stream than they are in real life. And yeah, it just is. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that he had a point with that, but I also think that the way that he interacted with people made it impossible for them to actually be more honest with him. So when he says, you know, I don't like it when you say this. I don't like it how you ask that question. I don't like how you did X, Y, and Z. Like when he does that, he makes it so that they can't actually tell him what they're thinking because he's going to overcomplicate it and make a big deal out of it and call it, turn it into a problem. And so yeah, the way that he interacts with people makes it so that people can't be more honest in the
Yeah,
way that they
I
interact.
honestly, I always thought it would be funny if somebody were able to get a conversation with him where they just kind of like constructed a narrative in some way that like would have some bearing or some like elastic band that he could like grab onto or not, but just construct the whole thing and then see what he says about it, knowing beforehand that none of what you're saying you think is true, and just see what he does in a public space engaging with that. But also that's weird and it's dishonest. And so you want to be an honest actor towards everyone. But that also seems like that's a difficult proposition if you're dealing with folks uh like Mr. Girl Online.
Mhm.
That seems like a difficult realm to sort of be in.
Yep. Yeah. I I I don't. Yeah, I think already people have trouble understanding Mr. Girl as well. In the way that he talks and the way that he maneuvers, and Destiny always had to like play his translator, and um, I think that I feel like even he moved away from that idea of like everybody should be more honest and blah blah blah, because he stopped saying it. I didn't hear him say stuff like that anymore, and I think that he realized either he
Who,
was
Mr. Girl
incapable.
or
Yeah,
Destiny?
Mr. Girl.
Oh yeah, Mr. Girl. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he realized he was incapable of doing it, or he realized that other people were incapable of doing it around him. And so yeah, I think he completely abandoned that idea.
I don't know if he completely abandoned it, because I think he still uses it within his stories to say like, well, like we. I don't think he's completely abandoned it even within his own article, I would say.
Maybe. I don't remember much of that in the article, but maybe. I
Yeah,
don't know.
who gives a fuck? Anyway, I'm done. Peace out.
All
We
right,
good?
appreciate it, man.
It's been fun, man.
Yeah, appreciate you coming to chat.
All right, take it easy.
Later, dude. Yeah, if anybody wants to call in, we'll do call-ins and then we'll go to the Brittany Simon stuff. Join the Discord, links in the description. You'll have to accept the rules first. Then once you accept the rules, you can join the waiting room and I will pull you in. Um, so yeah, we got next up Soprano State.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Wow, you're on a phone and I dragged you in? What?
I'm always on my phone.
What? Normally you can't drag people in on a phone. Are you on the browser or on the app?
I'm on the app.
Wow. Oh, that's strange, dude. Okay. What's up?
Hold on. Something wrong with my volume. Let me turn it up.
Something's wrong with your mom.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Um, I wanted to talk about the love Mr. Girl situation.
Okay.
So, like, I think that obviously well, not obviously to your audience, but I'm a Destiny fan,
Mhm.
DGG or whatever you want to call it. So obviously there's a bias there.
Okay.
So I try as hard as I can, having said that, to try to look at situations objectively. And with Mr. Girl, it's very obvious to me that um the whole thing is a hit piece and a nothing burger. And we
Yeah.
know this because we went. I'm sure you covered the conversation he had with Andrew Wilson, in which Andrew was very charitable. He asked him, very reasonable questions, and He was just deflecting and no commenting and threatening to leave. It's like, where are the bodies, bro? Like, what is the evidence? Where are the victims?
Yep.
There are none. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
I
it's
mean,
just
I
very
I think
frustrating
that
to watch.
I think if Mr. Girl was smart, he would have said, "I'm the victim. Like, I'm here. I'm the victim. Talk to me, and I will tell you about my story," or something like that, right? Like, if Andrew needed a body bag, Mr. Girl just could have said, "Well, I've claimed to be a victim as well. I'm an abuse victim, so just talk to me. Here's your body bag." But he didn't do that. I don't know why, but he didn't do that. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like and the love thing is crazy too, because if you go back and you watch her conversations with Destiny, or even Stardust or Zonia, and all three of them were in a call relatively recently, she just lies about everything all the time, and evidently she admitted to Zonia that she's a pathological liar and a blurter and just making things up, and she gets caught in these lies in 4K in real time, and just pivot, deflect. And the fact that this is the person that Mr. Girl thinks is a good idea to team up with to do this hit piece on Destiny that she always denies that she's participating in, even though she clearly did, is like absurd. Like I don't know,
I
man.
mean,
I
they're
feel like
blood,
all
bro.
these people that are screwing Destiny over have one thing in common, and that is they're bad faith actors. And like, obviously, again, I'm biased. I just wanted to know what your opinion was on that, because I know you're not biased.
Well, so first off, Lav and Mr. Girl are blood. Okay, they are related. That is her father. Of course, he's not going to throw her under the bus. He's gonna take his daughter's word for it, you know. But so I think, okay, when it comes to Mr. Girl, I feel like Destiny kept saying that he didn't think that he was being vindictive. Completely disagree with him. I completely disagree with Destiny on this. I think that Mr. Girl, from the very beginning, where he got upset about the subreddit, right after like the whole Nick Fuentes thing, Mr. Girl's going off about Nick Fuentes in the subreddit and like building an army against Destiny and turning everybody on him and talking about how he was right, he wins, and blah blah blah, right? So after that, Destiny or the Mr. Girl gets banned from the subreddit. And then he starts calling that abuse and starts saying that this is abusive to him, and that Destiny is abusing his position of power within their relationship, right? Then after that, Mr. Girl takes a massive L. Everybody's ripping on him all over the internet. Even his own audience felt like that was too far. And he decides, you know what? I'm just going to stop talking to Destiny online and we'll just be friends behind the scene. But behind the scenes, he was just pouting. He was just sitting there upset. He wasn't happy that he took an L, and he was trying to find a way to get his W. That's all he wanted. He just wanted his W. And so he turned around and turned it into the same exact story about being abusive, abusing his position of power, abusing his platform, all of that. Same exact thing, just applied it to everybody else, to where now it's no longer about him. It's no longer him trying to win for himself. Now it's this very righteous goal where he's the savior, he's the hero, and he's here to save all of the other orbiters from Destiny's abuse. And as long as he can prove that, like, yes, this is abusive, that now he wins on the first one as well, right? And that's all he wanted. I think that's all he was trying to do, is he just wanted to win on that first one with Nick Fuentes. But his hope was, if he includes all the orbiters in this, all the orbiters will come behind him. They'll stand by his side. They'll have his back because he's there fighting for them. And so, yeah, I think he thought if him and all the orbiters together gang up on Destiny, they can actually beat him. And he thought that he could, yeah, manipulate all of them into turning on Destiny and taking his side. And that obviously didn't happen. So, but I think all of this is still about just the banning from subreddit. I think that it's literally the same exact thing. I think it's all just vindictive. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely my sense of it, because on one hand he's acting like a butthurt child, and like it seems so petty, And but on the other hand, he's so filled with like self-righteousness
Mhm.
that sometimes it makes you wonder, like, does he actually think that Destiny did something wrong? Is like
Mhm.
another so and I'm torn between those two things. Is he just butthurt about being banned from the subreddit and the fact that Nick that Destiny was in his view palling around with Nick, which he shouldn't have been doing, or does he really believe in the righteous cause? Like, does he really believe that Destiny is evil or whatever? Because I don't know. I mean, I guess you're basically saying it's the first one, right? That
I
he's
don't think it's one or the other. I think that he actually believes in it. I think that he's capable of convincing himself of things that he wants to be true.
oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, because the one thing I noticed about him even before all this, and to be fair, I never liked Mr. Girl. From the start, I never liked him. Agreed with Dan. Dan had said months and months ago that this was going to happen, not to trust love and not to trust Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
Destiny didn't listen, and I always thought he was a fucking weirdo and not trustworthy. And Lav gave me the creeps from the start because
Yeah.
we already went through this with Bad Bunny. We already went through this with well, I don't know how many other people you want me to name on your stream, but I won't name any more names. But you know who I'm talking about,
Yes, I do.
and we've seen this behavior before. So now, to be fair, the Lav thing is worse in my opinion because she lies way more than all of the other anti
I
Destiny
love you,
people.
Tom.
Like, I don't know exactly what's wrong with her, but she lies as freely as she breathes. And even the other anti Destiny people don't lie as much as her. I don't
Mhm.
really know why, but like that lethal combination of the pathological liar mixed with the crazy self-righteousness of Mr. Girl is like the perfect combination for like the anti-Destiny dynamic duo of sorts.
Yep.
And it's just like really crazy and frustrating to watch. I'm just grateful that there's people like you and people like Zonia and people like Stardust who are willing to call it out and expose it for exactly what it is. Because if it wasn't for the good work of people like you and Zonia, then we wouldn't have people that are like sifting through the nonsense.
Mhm.
So I'm very grateful towards people like you and Zonia who are willing to put in the hard work and actually call this stuff out. I think that people like you and Zonia are extremely important in this space for that reason, and also because you're good faith actors.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, um I think I agree with you. I think that like Destiny's talked about a bunch where it always tells his audience not to go after people when he's in a fight with them. Don't harass them, don't get into big like Twitter fights with them, blah blah blah. But then he started to realize that that was like really unbeneficial towards him because other communities were able to paint narratives about him that his community wasn't able to fight back against anymore. So then he just started saying like, if you see something, say something. um, but like even then, he's not having conversations with Lav. He's not having conversations with Mr. Girl. He's not having conversations with all of these crazy people. And so the rest of us are doing that work instead. And I'm not doing it to clear Destiny's name or anything like that. I would rather figure out, what they actually think and what's actually going on. And I would like everybody else to have that information as well. Like that's when I was getting ready to do my interview with Mr. Girl, I messaged a ton of people and just said, "Hey, I'm going to talk to Mr. Girl. Is there anything you would like to know?" And I even DM'd people like Destiny and Chud and all of these people. I got a ton of people just kind of like giving me what they thought I should ask. And then from there, and then I looked at like a bunch of Twitter posts and Reddit posts and kind of looked at what everybody was confused about or what people's critiques of the article were. And then said, okay, like this is what people want to know. This is what people want to know. This is what they're confused about. This is what I'm going to talk to them about. And I decided that like literally like 10 minutes before the call started, like, or before stream started. So um, I didn't have it all put together, but the idea was, yeah, like this is what people want to know. This is what they want to understand. This is what they don't get about the article, and so that's what I want. Like, I want to get people that information, and I think that yeah, Zoni has been doing a lot of that as well. And I don't think Lav told her that she lies or anything, but we have a clip of Lav on TikTok where she says, like, sometimes I be talking and a lie just blah, and she starts talking about like how she just randomly lies about things. And I've talked about how I used to do that when I was younger, when I was like a con man. Like, I just started lying all the time about all sorts of crazy stuff, and it eventually was just very natural for me to lie at random without even realizing I was doing it. So I understand where she's coming from and what, how that feels. Um, but yeah. Also, real quick, I wanted to say I love you too, Dr. Badby. Thank you for the subscription. And yes, I am wearing a baby Grogu hat. So yes.
I yeah, and the reason why I think it's why I think that you're a uniquely important person is because, like, I have my own biases, and when I see situations with people that I like and that I'm a fan of, Destiny's obviously the best example. Sometimes I wonder if my bias towards him is like poisoning the well in my
Mhm.
own mind, because I try
Yeah.
to be objective about it, right? But I'm not saying I always succeed in that objectivity. But when somebody like you, who's not a DGGer and who has nothing to gain or lose one way or the other, just a total neutral party, is doing analysis and looking at the situation and saying kind of the same things as where I'm at, then that makes me feel better. Like I'm not just in a cult, because that was one of the things that Mr. Girl talks about all the time. DGG is a cult. DGG is a cult. Everybody just agrees with Destiny all the
You
time.
have to admit that though that does exist. Those elements do exist, and that's one of the things that a lot of people in DGG refuse to admit. But you can go to like the comments that I'm going over, where everybody's like calling me a Max simp, or like any little thing that I say about kidology means that I agree with Max now, or that I'm on his side and I think it's all abuse, or like whatever. Like the smallest little thing where I'm falling out of line on the narrative means that I'm completely against Destiny and I hate him now, right? It like this does exist. It exists in multiple communities. It's not just Destiny's, and I don't think it's a cult, but I do think there is cultish behavior, or he is a cult-like figure, and a lot of the things that Mr. Girl is critiquing the community for, it does exist, just not it's not the entire community.
Sure, like I'll cede ground on that. I don't disagree with anything that you just said. I have my own story that kind of helps prove your point. It's short, I promise. Um, so one of my friends is a very far right guy who I actually debated a few times on PP, and he and I just wound up becoming friends. And
Nice.
like he made a joke to me at one point that I was like, quote, the only reasonable DGG or something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh really? I was like, I was really surprised to hear that. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, are you kidding me? Like half the shit that I say, I get fucking dogpiled by DGG on Twitter and shit. And I was like, oh no, I didn't know that. I'm glad you're telling me though, because like I always fancied DGG to be above that kind of shit. And he's like, no, not at all, dude. Like you're literally the only one that doesn't treat me like I'm a piece of shit just because I'm on the far right. And I was like really surprised and taken back by that, because it demonstrates kind of your point, right? That there is
Mhm.
cult like behavior, groupthink within the community that I didn't see. But like, yeah, I was disappointed because I just that's not good no matter who it is, right? I mean, because I disagree with Destiny on plenty. I mean, I'm very like I don't want to say anti-establishment, but skeptical of the establishment, let's say, right?
Uh-huh.
Whereas like Destiny is like total like fan of the mainstream media. CNN and MSNBC are always right, and the institutions are beautiful, and
Mhm.
don't nothing to see here type of thing. I very much disagree with him on that. There's a few other things I do agree with you that some of the Anna stuff was weird that he shouldn't have done. So I'm not like, oh yeah, Destiny's always right, I'm just going to defend him no matter what. That's not. So, but the fact that there are people like that in the community, I think is a problem, because I always like to think that that was true about Nick's people or the Bears or something like that. So seeing that in DGGs is frustrating, but you're 100% right. That does exist, and I call it out because it's bullshit.
Yeah, I'll say it's nice to have. I don't have that. I don't have those people. I don't really engage on Twitter. And so I don't really have like Twitter simps. I don't have people who come to bat for me. I don't have like main event and maybe even Sarah. I might even say Sarah. These are two people who are critical of me, but also if people are posting really dumb stuff in my comments, those two start going at them. Like they'll immediately start responding to them in my comments, telling them that they're idiots and that they're wrong and start arguing with them. But it's nice to have that defense where it's not just me defending myself all the time, that there's other people who can also come and be like, yo, this is what he actually said, this is what's actually going on, like your facts are wrong or blah blah blah. It's nice to have that, and I'm sure Destiny enjoys having people who are capable of going out in there and defending him and helping like spread a narrative that isn't always against him, right? Like so it is beneficial to have, and it's nice that people do that. I think I might add that to, because I think I don't know, there's a bunch that's gone on today with Destiny, so I don't even know if I'm talking to him tomorrow, but we'll see. But I will add that to my list of questions
Well,
for him.
you know what's funny about it, Tom, is like I was literally the whole reason that was brought up with my friend is because I was complaining about other people's communities dogpiling me on Twitter, and I wasn't even talking shit. I was giving like actual just good faith criticisms to people, and like their fans were like coming after me and like attacking me and calling me a misogynist with for no reason, and just people completely coming out of the woodwork. And this was a good faith criticism, and I was complaining to my friend about that. I was like, "Oh my god!" And again, I'm not going to name any names on your show, so don't worry. But I was like, "This person did this, and all I did was say this, and I was super nice." And like, her fans came and fucking dogpiled me, and he's like, "Dude, that happens to me with TGG all the time." And that was like how the whole situation started. But yeah, no, I think that yeah, you're like such a reasonable guy. I think because I've been watching you for like a while, and I think that you are one of the few people in the space that can actually take a step back and look at things in an objective lens, because you don't seem to have a political bias in terms of right or left. Really, you seem to be kind of more of a center kind of guy, and you seem to be removed enough from like the drama itself that you can evaluate it from an objective lens, which in my opinion is an extremely important thing. So your input, I think, is much more valuable than the average Twitch streamer or YouTube streamer, or whatever, politics streamer, because you have a unique ability to be objective, I think. And that's like very, very important in my opinion.
Yeah, I think early on I had like political aspirations and things that I wanted to push, but eventually I felt more and more like everybody has that. And as like somebody who's going to be a commentator and talk about things, I think it's beneficial for people to be able to watch somebody who doesn't actually care about the topics that they're talking about. And I know that sounds super cringe, but it's not that I don't want to say I don't care about them, but I don't have like a political narrative that I'm trying to push. I don't have like a policy that I'm trying to get through. I'm not trying to convince people of anything. I think I'd rather just be able to argue the points that I think are true and just do that. And that's why I've stopped using like labels for myself and stopped like calling myself a right winger or a left winger or a progressive or, a conservative or any of these things, because yeah, I think it's better for me to just allow my arguments to just stand on their own, allow my positions to stand on their own, and just argue that in and of itself. And I end up debating people all over the spectrum because of that. Whereas before, I think I ended up debating a lot more people on the left just because I identified as a right winger. So yeah, I think that there's like a lot of benefit to kind of being able to take a step back and not, I wouldn't call myself a centrist, but yeah, I would say that I'm just kind of somewhat removed from the way that we would identify with politics these days.
Well, and you're definitely like very patient too, which helps your situation. Like the last time I called into your show, granted this was months ago, you'll probably remember I said this was I think a few days after you debated a self-described
You're covering your mic just a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I was just saying that the last time I called into your show, which was months ago, but I'm sure you'll remember, it was a few days after you dated a self-described map who was making like crazy arguments, which would have
Mhm.
made most people infuriated. And
He
you
said I
just
debated a map, not that I dated a map.
yeah,
Everybody just
debated,
okay.
debated. Yeah,
Yes.
no. I'm sorry. Debated.
Yes.
And you completely, calmly, patiently destroyed her arguments in a calm, rational way. Now, the reason that's a big deal is most people wouldn't have been able to do that. Most people would have lost their shit because
Mhm.
people get very worked up. And I
And
think
that was my criticism of Wick on that panel was that yeah, they were getting very worked up, and even when I called him out on pearl clutching, he's like, "Of course I'm gonna pearl clutch. They're pedophiles." I'm like, okay.
yeah, no, and you deserve credit. And I talked to Zonia about something similar just yesterday. She was doing one of her open VCs, and I said, listen, obviously I'm biased towards you, DGG Orbiter, super nice lady, love you, but I trying to be objective here. And the fact that you were willing to have debate after debate, conversation after conversation with Lav, when she's lying about shit and
Mhm.
saying insane things, and you not losing your temper, you have the patience of a saint. I don't know how you do it because I couldn't do that. And I
Yep.
obviously I'm biased because I'm a Destiny fan, but even if I wasn't a Destiny fan, I don't think I could do a 2 hour conversation with Lav. I think I would lose my temper after the first 10 minutes and start screaming at her. And then that would obviously make me look bad because now I'm the misogynist, sexist, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? But having the patience to do the type of stuff that you and Zonia do is, I don't think I have that kind of patience. I really don't. Because you guys have to deal with so much bullshit, like, and sifting through all of the bullshit is not like the easiest thing in the world to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not always insanely patient. Lots of times I'll start screaming and yelling at people, and it's not always patient, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
How have you been on, like, just personally? How have you been? You are one of the only people in this space who talk sometimes about like your personal life.
Mhm.
And some of the stuff that you've said about your personal life is so I find so interesting and fascinating. And it made me look at you in a different light, and I mean that in a positive way. Because, when you think of streamers, you think of like just what they say on stream. But when you started talking about your personal life and some of your personal struggles, it made me look at you as like much more human, which
Mhm.
is like a good thing. And it made me respect you even more than I already did. So I'm just wondering, like, how you doing? How you feeling? Like all that good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm doing well. Kind of uh, in between jobs and figuring stuff out right now for long-term things, but I'm I was talking about this last night that yeah, like people seem to enjoy it when I tell like stories about my past and talk more about my personal life, and so we're probably gonna get more into that, especially with a lot of new people who don't know most of the stuff, most of the lore, and most of the crap from back when I was a hoodlum. So we'll probably be getting into a lot of those stories again here shortly.
Well, it's an interesting break from the Twitch lore. One of the reasons I have some sympathy for some of the streamers that I like, Star Zonia, is because they're people that I kind of like agree with. We have like a similar ideology. But the reason why I sympathize is because I feel like you have to sometimes cover stuff that you don't necessarily want to because everybody else is, right? Which is just, drama. I mean, to use a good example, like Jaden. I follow him. I watch his show. When he's covering AF and Ralph and all that stuff, he's got viewers in the hundreds, 2, 3, 400, sometimes more. But when he's just playing games, doing the thing that he really wants to do, he's only got
Mhm.
like 50 viewers.
Right.
So, and that, it's just one example. It's true about a lot of people. So I sympathize with streamers because sometimes they put in a position where they have to talk about stuff that's maybe they don't even want to. But the fact that you're willing to even talk about your personal life in such an intimate way, the fact you're even willing to do that at all is in and of itself something that I think separates you from other people. But I think that that's a good thing, and it makes you much more relatable, especially for people in your audience who maybe have their own struggles, right?
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, I think that there's a lot of utility in it. It makes me happy to hear that that's something that you're gonna do like more of on your stream, something you feel comfortable doing. I think that's really cool, and I think that your audience could definitely like learn stuff from it, and I think that would also be really good content. So I'm very excited to hear that that's something that you're game for doing.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Um,
that's all I had. I think that's all I had for you tonight.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming on, man. And I appreciate all the compliments. Normally, most of the time I'm talking to people, it's because they hate me. So it's nice to
Well,
it's nice to hear some compliments once in a while. Thank you.
yeah, no, no. If I just one more thing is you just reminded me of something. I'm a very easygoing guy, and ironically, that's what I think the reason why Brittany doesn't have me on her show anymore. It's
Sure.
because I'm just too fucking like she said that to me numerous times
Yeah.
because she doesn't want that. She wants blood, but like I don't know, man. Like I think that there's like some really good people. I mean, here I'll close with the following thing. I said this to Zonia, and I mean this sincerely. The streamers that I like, I think are very genuine. I think that Pixie, I think that Destiny, I think that Stardust, I think that you're all very genuine, sincere people who mean what you say and you say what you mean. The
Mhm.
people in this space that I can't stand, none of which I think I'll name on your show, they all have one thing in common. They're the opposite of that. They're liars, they're hypocrites, they're phonies, they're grifters, they're not telling the truth. Like all they care about is clicks and views. Like I don't know, man. I have a real problem with people who are insincere. And like that's the
Yeah.
thing I think I've noticed about all the streamers I don't watch. They're all
Yep.
insincere. So I appreciate the fact that you're one of the good guys and that you're genuine. You're just you, and that's super cool.
Cool, man. Well, I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
All right, take care, Tom.
Later, bud. Z King. Yo, yo, yo.
Hello, Governor.
How's it going, man?
It's going tonight. You know, funny thing is, genuinely, I don't have much to say about this whole Lav Max Destiny situation because I am not that well versed in this lore because I just don't care about it that much. Honestly, I really don't. There is one thing that I did want to talk about. It's a little off
Yeah.
topic.
Okay.
That's okay. But I do want to make a quick comment before I jump into that. Only thing I can say is I liked two engagements that Mr. Girl had. One being with Brittany Simon because I thought it was funny. He had like, I think it was like a 2-hour conversation with her about random shit, and then another one with Richard Spencer. That one was interesting. Those are the only
Okay.
two Mr. Girl engagements that I liked.
Yeah, I wanted to watch the one with Richard Spencer, but I never saw it.
Yeah, it was interesting. But what I want to talk about because I've just been like pondering this.
Mhm.
Like I wonder where where the red pill movement is going to be in the future. I know it's like a weird question to ask, but it's just something that I've thought about because I feel like everyone is so burnt out on men and women are different, hearing that a billion times every day.
Yeah.
Now it's like now everybody's talking about passport bros and God, what's the other thing they talk about now? I feel like I keep hearing something else, but I can't remember exactly what it is. You see how fast this goes by? Like I wonder what's
Yeah.
gonna happen to the red pill.
Um,
That's
I,
beheaded.
yeah, I mean, really, this is going to sound super reductive, but they have like two options. They're either going to get more extreme or they're going to get more progressive. Like they're going to move one of two directions because they have to change but like just Pearly things showed how monotonous their entire like their entire community is like it's just the same things over and over and over and over, and every time she goes into a conversation with somebody it's obvious she doesn't know what she's talking about. She just knows the talking points, that's it. She knows what she's supposed to say, and then she doesn't know how to explain it. She doesn't know why she's supposed to say that. She doesn't know how she got to that position. She doesn't know what the stats are or any of it. She just knows that that's what she's supposed to say, and that a lot of people will give her a lot of subs and a lot of money if she says it. And so she just says all the things. But I think everybody's catching on to it. I think everybody's kind of getting annoyed by that. And so I think it has to evolve from here. I think it has to move on somewhere else pretty quickly. Otherwise, it's just going to die off. And hopefully, people who are in this space who are talking more and more about dating and about men's issues and things like that, hopefully, we will be picking those people up.
Yeah, Pearl is she's literally an unironic caricature of that ideology. Like, that's actually her. You could
Yep.
say she's grifting, but I mean, even
Yeah, I
when you
don't
try to
care
like
about.
actually dig deep, that's like how she is. It's
Yep.
it's pretty funny. But one thing I do like, I don't think we see enough of it. At least I don't. But I like obviously, in my opinion, seeing all the red pill conversation when it comes to progressives, I feel like Destiny's carrying the movement on his freaking back,
Yep.
going to all the different red pillars, fighting against their stuff, convincing people in their groupthink of red pill, and
Yep.
actually like changing their mind and opening their mind to stuff. Like, he's carrying the freaking movement. I gotta give him props for that.
Well,
And
in Destiny sees it like we were just talking about with the red pill, where they have to evolve past this. Like all the talking points, everything's gotten boring. Destiny
yeah,
always sees this ahead of time and starts moving in another direction and starts engaging with a new community. And that was like he was the first one to start engaging with all the red pill people when nobody else would. And I think that it's really benefited him a lot.
yeah. My point with bringing up Destiny is like he's like the only person I can think of. There's one more person that's been making the rounds recently, but like he's one of the only person I'm sorry, one of the only people I can think of that's like actually talking to the red pillars, getting in the circles, combating them, challenging them, making like pointing out the flaws in their thinking. And it's really annoying to me because it's like, why aren't more people doing this? Like, I hate it because like red pillars, there'll be like 10 red pillars who want to debate you, and there's like one progressive for that. It's like that's what I just hate. It's just like,
Yep.
why can't more people like actually stand up and then combat this? The only other person that I've seen starting to debate red pillars more, specifically Fresh and Fit, is Pixie.
Hmm.
I don't agree with everything she says, but I like that she's getting in the arenas
Yep.
and that she's actually like challenging them. And some of her arguments are really good. So it's
Yep.
like not like a total like it's not like she's a left-wing Pearl, right? She's way smarter than that.
Yep.
But I'm glad we're starting to see other like pretty popular people combating and challenging the red pill. And it's not really necessarily, I know I keep saying combating. I don't even totally hate the red pill. I think there are some good things for the red pill. Like what do they say? Exercise, be healthy, take care of yourself, hold yourself accountable. Like those are good values to have. I'm glad
Yep.
that red pill pushes that because I do feel like a lot of people on the progressive side tend to focus so hard on the systemic processes and results of things that they totally neglect personal agency, and that plays a big factor into the system as well.
Kind of, because like a year ago, there were some people who were talking about like giving men advice and talking about men's issues and crap like that. But every time their advice was like work out more and try to dress better. And that was it. Like that was as good as it got. Go to the gym. Like,
Oh no, yeah, no,
try to
it's
eat better. It was so reductive and it was so stupid and it was so obnoxious. And it was just like, if that's all you have, if that's as good as it gets, like you should not be talking about this subject.
yeah, no, I'm just the reason why I'm saying I'm glad they're saying that is because no one else is saying it. Like those are good values. I'm glad somebody's saying it, but I do agree it's very minimal, right? There's no more substance to that. I agree. And I think that's where they lack. But I'm glad that, somebody's saying it. Those are good values.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I just hope like more progressive people are like, hey, Destiny's debating, Pixie's debating. Like, why don't I try to get in this thing? Like that's just how I feel. I feel like, but like you said, like the culture is like shifting at the same time. People are tired of hearing men and women are different for the billionth time. I mean, it's getting to a point where it's like something's got to freaking happen.
Hmm.
Um, I personally think like with Andrew Tate, now that he's back, um, I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a surge just because he's back for a little bit, and then it's going to wane off because it's going to be the same stuff unless Andrew Tate like changes his his subjects or his rhetoric. I don't think I don't know.
I
I just
saw a
don't
new
see much
clip from
happening.
him the other day, and it was Candace Owens reviewing it. And I don't know if it's a new clip or if it's old, but he's
Oh my
standing out in
god.
the street and he's talking about you could have a trans woman that's a 10. Or you could have
I think that's
a,
old.
a biological woman that's a 1. He's like, I know all of you are immediately thinking, oh, I'll take the biological woman that's a 1, because the trans woman that's a 10, that's freaking gay. He's like, you got to think deeper than that, man. The trans woman that's a 10, she looks like what is it, like Halle Berry or something like
I
that.
just
He's
thought
like,
you said
and
maybe
the biological woman that's a 1 looks like Hulk Hogan. You want to have sex with Hulk Hogan, not Halle Berry? That's gay. That's what's actually gay. I was like, oh
I
my
remember
goodness, like
that,
this,
yeah.
this
Yeah,
is
I see
actually a
that.
base take, dude.
That was funny, yeah. I did see that. I think that's old. You know one thing that annoys me so much? His fans will repost old stuff and publish it as new content. Like,
Yeah.
I remember whenever the investigation broke out at, like, the end of December last year, like, people were posting like, I think it was not the end of December, I'm sorry. It was, like, probably a month or 2 later after he was already, like, in prison for a little bit. I'm sorry, jail. And they were, like, posting him being released, but it was just old footage from the investigation, like, months prior of him just, like, walking and talking to people.
Yep.
I just hate that they do that. It's so annoying because it confuses, like, the official news of the
Yep.
situation. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen to the red pill. Again, I don't think red pill is totally bad. I think some of it's good. But it's like I guess the reason why I care about this is because I wanna know where the conversation for men's issues is going to shift. That's what I'm concerned about. Because
Yep.
it's important that we brought like this whole red pill thing, us talking about this, it came up for a reason. We have problems. Men face problems that don't get enough attention. Now that we're starting to talk about those things, are we gonna keep that same energy and keep going? Or is it just
Well,
gonna be like a trendy thing because red pill bad and we associate all men's issues with pretty much everything in the red pill, and that's not even the whole picture. That's
something
kind of
that
where my head
feminists
is.
did pretty early on that I think actually worked really well, and I've talked about this a couple of times, that men should be more complimentary of one another and talk about, you're awesome, you killed it, bro. Like, this is something that kind of exists within gym culture, but not really much outside of that. It exists in like
True.
sports and crap like
I
that, but
agree.
not really outside of that. But the whole like you go girl movement and like the girl power and all of that sort of stuff, I think that like, yeah, men like, being more complimentary of one another, being like still being proud of being men and being capable of exercising their masculinity. I think that these are good things, and I think we see a lot more and more of like, for the boys. That's an awesome trend that I see, that I freaking love it. It's mostly young guys who will say like, for the boys, and then all of the guys just flood the comments of like, you're awesome, dude, you freaking rock, like, and then yeah, you just say for the boys, and everybody knows what to do. They know what they're supposed to do from there, and I think that's awesome. I think that's sick, and so I think that is a really good um it's a really good building block for making friends. And this is something that I've talked about a lot, where like young men, one of the biggest problems that they have, especially for incels, is that they don't know how to socialize. They don't know how to talk to other men, and they don't if they don't know how to talk to other people very well, they're obviously not going to know how to get a girlfriend. But if they have friends, they know how to socialize, they know how to talk to people, they're going to be good at getting girls as well. And they're going to know people, they're going to meet people, they're going to be able to make connections with other people. And so I think things like that build camaraderie, it's going to be good for young men if if they're starting to socialize more and talk to other people and have that camaraderie. And I think that that'll be really good to help get men out of this loneliness issue that they have right now. Like, I think that that's probably a good direction for people to move in, is instead of just talking about how to get women all the time, let's talk about how to make friends. Let's talk about how to be a friend. Let's talk about how to pump each other up and gas each other up, and like, that I think that is a really important aspect that I hope everybody starts moving towards, because I see it as a trend, and I think that it's a good possibility that that's where everybody moves instead.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And that's why this is why I think the repetitive workout message is good, because it's a motivating thing. It challenges you. You can make friends. It's competitive. We like to be competitive. I mean, I think it's really repetitive, obviously, but I think it's a good message. And I'm glad it's being pushed, even though it's baseline, right? You obviously want more than just work out because you could be doing things wrong, all kinds of stuff. But I still think just instilling that motivation, or rather instilling that idea, and then having them build motivation off of that is a good thing.
Mhm.
I think that's good.
Yep. True.
Yeah. Yeah, again, not that much to say. That's just what was on my mind. I feel like there was something funny I wanted to tell you, but I kind of lost my thought on that. I'll
Oh,
probably
you
remember
suck.
when it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know. I suck. I totally suck.
You suck. This
When are you
is
gonna do
we're
some
this is us getting into the camaraderie. This is how we do it.
no, this is the
You
camaraderie.
suck.
This is
The
the camaraderie.
camaraderie. Let's
Yes.
go. We need more
No, we're doing
camaraderie.
wait.
Hells yeah, let's do
We're
it.
doing the camaraderie. We're doing the Destiny thing where they just take his name and they just like turn it into a word.
I like we used to do this with Foolery all the time, where everything we add like Uri at the end. But yeah, that's I like the Tom. I like having conversations or camaraderie. Yeah, this is good stuff.
Conversation.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, conversations.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. We like that. Conversations, everybody. 07's in the chat for conversation. We're gonna have those.
Hells yeah. Let's do it.
um, that was it.
All right. Cool, man. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, cool combo. Bye.
Yeah. Later, buddy. All right. Yeah, looks like that's all we got. What's Yeah, with talking about how patient I am, Sasa is correct. I am not all that patient with her. She is not one who is easy to be patient with, but she is patient with me, so makes up for it. Somebody said in the comments the other day, they're like, I love how patient Sass is with Tom. And somebody else replied and said, I never thought somebody would word it as Sass being patient with Tom. That's interesting. So yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, so I posted this about Kidology. So I don't know if you guys know ATLian from Earth. This is also main event. This is somebody I know in real life. This is not just a random hating on me all the time, but this is one of my buddies. He does a lot of my thumbnails as well. Helps with the channel. He always knows when, like, he has access to my studio, so he knows when somebody comments, and he'll go and start arguing with them in the comments pretty quickly. But yeah, so I posted, if you guys weren't here earlier, I said on Twitter, I'm sorry, but Kidology asked Mr. Girl dumb questions. Pretending she doesn't know why Max doesn't like Destiny, or acting like content creators aren't responsible for how they interact with their audience is insane. She could have just told him she thinks he's wrong off the rip. So, ATLian from Earth said, you're not wrong, but it's not beneficial for you to keep being critical of both sides. Fans of both sides keep hating on you, and Mr. Girl threw you under the bus. Pick a side and stay quiet about your criticisms of them. I said, I think he did too, meaning I do think that Max threw me under the bus. Acting like I'm playing defense for Destiny or saying all the interviews were the same is nuts. The weirdest part is he gave me props like a week earlier for being the only person to push back on Destiny, yet he acted like I can't push back on Steven, lol. Like, Lav came on with Zonia. We all had a conversation. And then Lav left when Destiny jumped on. And so then when Destiny was sitting there, he was saying stuff about, like, you know, Max's girlfriend doesn't have a phone, and he, like, all sorts of, like, he doesn't let her leave the house, crap like that. And so yeah, I was like, what, how do you know this? Like, where's this coming from? Crap like that. And Mr. Girl sent me a message later and was like, hey, thanks for being, like, the only one to push back. Everybody else is just sitting there nodding their heads, like, blah, blah, blah. So then in the conversation, when all of a sudden he's acting like I can't push back against Destiny, or I can't have, like, contrarian opinions, you know, versus DGG, like, that was really frustrating, because I'm thinking, you already know that that's not the case. Like, I know that you know this. So why are you doing this out of nowhere in the middle of this interview? So yeah, I think I was saying that, yeah, I think he threw me under the bus because I know he doesn't think that in actuality. But I said, but I'm not going to pick a side. I'm not going to build my channel by being a pick-me. I've got my own opinions, and I work hard at separating myself from everyone else. If it hurts me, then it is what it is. He said, well, I wouldn't be too harsh on Kid. Every content creator knew what an interview with Max would be after seeing how he treated you. Max is too paranoid. I said, he's not too paranoid. Anyone would be paranoid in his shoes. He's just jumping the gun on people doing the things he thinks they're or jumping the gun on people doing the things he thinks they are doing. Meaning, like, it makes sense that he's paranoid. But then when he starts accusing Wick of playing defense for Destiny, when he's not, when he's obviously not, right? He's jumping the gun. Like, it makes sense that he's paranoid, but then the evidence of the paranoia, the evidence that backs up his paranoia isn't actually there. Yet he thinks it's there, so he just starts arguing against it. And yeah, it's not there in reality. So Max would never betray anyone. Yeah, true. That is a good point. And then I also wanted to show this. So this is an odd one. All right, get ready.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot and it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why it went fine and how to address it, because it was in a book I read and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I am alone with my son, by myself, a woman, and a male approached me in a parking lot. He's
She has a son? I thought she was hot for a minute there, but
excuse me, miss, and I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, excuse me, ma'am. And I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, do not approach me. And he like immediately started going in the other direction. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, do not approach me. Do not approach me. And he, of course, like got like...
She's a freaking nutcase, dude. She's a freaking nut. What the hell? What the hell?
What the F did it? Like, he started cussing and yelling, like, what's your problem? And I looked at him and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car. He didn't come anywhere near me. He crossed a couple cars down from my car and was like, continuing to cuss and say, what's your problem? And I said, you do not approach women in a parking lot. I just kept saying, do not approach me. Yeah. You do not approach women in a parking lot.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows you don't approach a woman in a parking lot. Who would do such a thing? Who would do such a thing?
Yelling it. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. Ever. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot.
Never, ever. Don't do it, guys. That, like, everybody knows you should not do that. Of course. A parking lot. It's a parking lot, guys. Think before you act. Come on.
And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
Yeah, don't be polite. There's no reason to be polite to somebody who would approach you in a parking lot.
I'm literally shaking right now.
I'm literally shaking. I said this is just blatant bigotry, okay? So, here we go. I'm going to walk you down the line of logic, and I've had this conversation in this fight with numerous people. Now, Pixie was the last person, but I've done this with numerous people, okay? You might look at this, okay? You might look at this and say, okay, look. Men are actually bigger than women. And women do get beat up and they do get abducted and this happens, okay? But it happens such a small percentage of the time that it doesn't make sense to all of a sudden start applying this to all men that you see in a parking lot, okay? It is not common enough for you to start acting like this is what every man is going to do, right? Secondly, if you think it's still justified, the reason I call this bigotry is because, and I don't like using that word generally, but the reason I call this bigotry is because I don't know if you know this, but actually, black men, on average, are bigger than white men. They also build muscle more easily. They have higher testosterone rates. They also have lower body fat percentages. Also, black men are more successful within sports that are about running faster and jumping higher. So, like, all of the things that women would be afraid of versus men, white men would be afraid of with black men. Does it make sense now? For any time a black man's walking behind me on the sidewalk, I go over to the other side of the road because I think he's going to attack me? No, no, of course not. That's ridiculous. This is something that I call what is it? The predator syndrome? Is that what it is? I don't remember. I want to say it's the predator syndrome, where like men actually start to feel like they're dangerous and start having to walk on eggshells around women because they feel dangerous. Women make them feel like they're dangerous. Women make them think like, oh, I'm walking behind somebody on the sidewalk. Now I should be the one to go somewhere else because I'm the dangerous one. So I got to go do something else now. I got to walk. I got to back up. I got to get away from her. I got to go cross the road. I'm the dangerous person, so I got to go somewhere else. That is bull crap. Okay, that is bull crap. Just because some men out there are dangerous does not mean that other men are dangerous. And this is not the not all men argument. This is the you're a bigot argument, because yeah, black men actually do commit crimes at a higher rate. It's actually true. For reals. They really do. It's like 6% of America commit like 50% of violent crimes. Does that mean that we can all just be scared of black men now? No. We would all call that bigoted. And it's not bigoted because it's bad for black people. It's not bigoted because it has negative outcomes. It's bigoted because the line of logic is actually fallacious. You can't say, well, this group of people does this more often, therefore I can assume each individual is going to do that. That's not how logic works. That's not how that works. That's not how statistics work. It is fallacious to think that just because something happens more often with a group, therefore each individual is more likely to do that. That's not how that works. So yes, these people who are pushing this sort of bullcrap, they are bigoted, they are crazy, they are nutcases, and this should not be okay. It's not something that people should be like, oh, it's okay. It's just scary little women. No big a deal. Sandloot said this has to be satire, right? And what do you know? Femoid Lav quote tweeted this. Said the men in the replies somehow live in a dream world which women, especially small women, are not targeted by sex traffickers, and 194,673 females under 21 are reported missing. Or simply, armed robbery rates don't exist in the world. It doesn't make you a good guy to be so unaware of why men would want to hurt women or how often they do. It makes you a dumbass, self-centered, and unaware of women's reality. What do you know? Look who it is. This is dumb. Yeah, this is stupid. This is dumb. And I would love to ask her about this. I would love to ask her about this and bring up the black comparison and say, would it make sense if we all just start doing this to black people too? Is that cool? You think that's good? Think that's a good idea? Is it bigoted then? What about then? It's crazy she posts this and has a son. Yeah, you would think. Or sorry, it's called not the predator syndrome. It's called the predator complex. That's what I made this phrase up, okay? But it's called the predator complex, where I talk about people treating men as though they are dangerous, so then men actually start acting like they are dangerous. They start treating themselves like they are dangerous when they're not. It's ridiculous. She was extreme in her reaction, but also all women have a story of being approached by a creepy man. Middle ground of be aware of your surroundings, but don't be weird. Sure, but not every woman has a story about being abducted in a freaking parking lot or being attacked on the streets. Most women do not have those stories. And the ones that do, they were attacked by people that they knew. They weren't attacked by some random person. They weren't attacked by some stranger coming up to them to ask them for directions. They were approached by somebody that they knew. They were beaten by somebody they knew. They were abducted by somebody that they knew, not a stranger. So we're like, once we add that into the mix, now we're lowering the statistics even more for some stranger to do this to you. It makes it even less likely now once we talk about the fact that it's more likely to happen with somebody that you know. I think she would agree. The way she talks about black people is weird. Damn. She is terrified, dude. She has bigger issues than being bigoted. I I had like I understand she's terrified, but there's lots of people who are actually terrified of black people, like unironically scared crapless. They somebody gets attacked by a black guy one time, and then all of a sudden they're just terrified of black people and shaking every time they see a black person, and now they're freaking out and screaming every time they see a black person walking up to them. Like, no, I don't care. I don't care. Like, I understand that you have issues, you have PTSD, you're scared. Like, this is possible, and that's perfectly fine, but that doesn't make it acceptable. That doesn't mean that it's okay now. It can be understandable without being acceptable. You can say all you want, but if she would have been approached by Ted Bundy, she would have survived. Sure. And and if I scream at literally every person who ever approaches me ever, then I might have a better chance of surviving as well. Uh, but that's ridiculous and autistic, and uh, and I think everybody else has a right to be upset about it. But okay, that's it for our Miss Sandry today. All right, Sass, our producer, got the link ready for me. Let's see. Did you want me to show the clip first and then watch the VOD? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Okay.
Okay, we are going.
So one of my more popular videos, my more popular streams recently was my coverage of the Brittany Destiny breakup, the bridge burning. We covered it literally hours after it happened. Tons of people who were in the comments today found this channel because of that coverage. So glad to have you guys back. We are on round 2. Brittany has finally responded to the fallout. Finally, she's put out a ton of videos. I think she even had a live stream since then, and she's not said a word on Twitter in her videos. Nowhere. She hasn't responded at all. She is finally getting to it right here, right now. Yes, Alex C, the Brittany white blood cell should be here soon enough. We will, everybody, get your helmets on for when Alex shows up, okay? There's Alex C right there. There they are. They're going off in the Discord already about it. It's all right.
Going to do a monologue. I wrote out some notes, and I think that they're within reason. I made 3 bullet points with a lot of bullet points. So we'll go over them, and then I want to answer your questions. You guys know, my core audience knows a lot about me and how I think and how my brain operates. But even those in my core audience always have questions, which is good. And I think that the internet probably has a lot more questions about how my brain works. So I think it would be really lovely to spend this live.
This is going to be the framing, okay? This is all going to be the framing. It's, oh, it's about my bubble. Oh, it's about how I think about it. Oh, well, I just happen to think about this differently. We went over this at the time. She got the facts wrong. She was wrong on the facts. She was wrong on what was actually said. She was wrong on what was actually done. She was wrong on everything. She was wrong on the facts, not on the subjective parts, not on the opinions. She was wrong on the facts. Okay, this is the frustration with her, is every time she's wrong, she just starts to make stuff up about like, oh, it's the bubbles. Oh, it's just about the bubbles. You know, that's what it is. You're talking about that bubble. I'm talking about this bubble. That's the confusion, is we're just talking about different bubbles. But no, they're not talking about different bubbles. Destiny is normally talking about a generality. He's talking about people generally. And then she responds to him to say that he's wrong. Well, if you're responding to say that he's wrong, you're responding to the generality as well. You're responding to what people are talking about in general as well. But then later, when you realize how dumb you sound, then you start to say, oh, it's just the bubbles. Oh, I was talking, you weren't talking about bubbles? Oh, I was talking about bubbles. That's so funny. No, she was not talking about bubbles. She's not talking about bubbles. She's just getting the facts wrong. One of the things that she said was that Destiny cheated on Melina, and then he refuses to admit it, and he refuses to apologize for it. If you don't know, that is true. Destiny did cheat on Melina. Melina has also cheated on Destiny. This is a thing that's happened. They've talked about it a while ago, where he said that she's done it more to him than he has to her. But he did apologize for it. He talked about it on his stream. He said he shouldn't have done it. He screwed up. He said he lied about it. Like, he's talked all about this, and he talked about it in detail before she ever brought it up. He had already talked about this. And even when she was saying all of this stuff about him, her entire chat was blowing her up, saying, no, you're wrong. He's already talked about this. He's already admitted to it, blah, blah, blah. And she kept saying, well, I just want him to admit to it. That's it. That's all I want. But he had already admitted to it. He had already talked about it. I don't know how she knew that it happened if he hadn't admitted to it. Like, I don't know where that came from. But Tom, when did you do that? What? When did I do what? For real, guys, you got to speak in full sentences, okay? I'm like saying like 10 things a second, and then all of a sudden you respond to one of those things, and I don't know which one you're responding to, but you just say like, no, Tom, I don't agree with that one thing. Like, what one thing? I don't know what we're talking about. Oops, when did Destiny do that? I don't remember seeing that at all. Okay, we covered this in the last one. You'll have to go back and watch the last one, but we covered this in the last one. Destiny covered it in the last one. Brittany's chat was telling her in the last one that she was wrong. They were blowing her up. She was responding to it, saying, "Oh, I was wrong. Oh, well, maybe he did admit to it. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, my bad." So, yeah, this all happened.
Live show basically explaining to you guys how my brain works and why I do the things that I do, and that if you can find fault in it, let's talk about whether it's fault within your value system or mine, and let's talk about if there's really anything that I should feel like I did wrong, right? I'm open to being wrong, absolutely. I definitely think the way I speak can confuse people, but like any other YouTuber, I think we all have that relationship with the internet, is that we don't always speak universally, which makes sense according to my work, right?
I always speak universally. Always.
Okay, so when I'm done monologuing, I will look at the chat. When I'm monologuing, I'm going to try not to, because y'all are so sweet, you distract me. But I'm going to look at my chat after I monologue, and I will answer as many questions as I can today.
What does that mean? It means I'm not speaking in bubbles, Patrick. It means I'm not speaking in bubbles. It means that I am saying things in a way that a broad audience could understand. It means I'm saying things in a way that most people will be able to interpret the way that I am trying to communicate. That's what that means. It means it's universal. It means everybody from every bubble will be able to get it. Whoa. Yeah, I know. I know. It's a gift.
chats will be prioritized, and Discord server call-ins will be prioritized. So to join Discord, you have to join the Patreon, sign up for $10 a month. That helps support the channel. And
I think what really made Destiny mad was the Sneeko comparison. I feel he went too hard up for that. Yeah, I agree. I think that, yeah, him getting as upset as he did about the Sneeko comparison was a little odd. Yeah.
you get access to me on the Discord because I'm doing it all. Basically, today I'm going to be transparent and cover the drama or miscommunication that Destiny and I have been having. I'm not here to go point by point. Things we disagreed on. I'm okay disagreeing with people. Instead, I just want to talk about, from my perspective, why things seemed amiss. Oh my god.
What was the Sneeko comparison? She had said that she was more willing to, I forget. I want to say she said she was more willing, or sorry, she said that Sneeko was more open than Destiny. She said that Sneeko was more open than Destiny, and her evidence for that was that Sneeko took her advice and Destiny didn't. But Destiny got really upset about that because he took it as like a very broad judgment of him and said, like, what? I'm so open about my life. I tell everybody about my life. I tell everybody all about my personal life, and everybody knows all of this stuff. It's really weird that she would say I'm not open, and then she would compare me, a grown adult, to a kid who's still figuring things out. Like, that was the whole thing. Yeah.
And why I think things happened the way they happened, even though I'm as confused about them as I think the internet is. Okay, does that make sense? Yes? Is everybody happy with that? Okay. So, we all want to hear your thoughts about the Destiny attack on you. Let's reframe that and say that Destiny has an opinion about me more than he attacked me. I can't say the same for some of his viewers, but let's just say Destiny just has an opinion about me. Does it get us a sub too? I don't know what that means. What's a sub? Like on YouTube sub, or is that different? I don't know all the internet terminologies. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna go off. And then if you guys have comments and questions, you can. It's hard to know where to start, but I think I'm gonna follow my notes pretty religiously. I guess as a disclaimer, I will say, okay. As a disclaimer, I'm having a really hard time breathing today. I'm sorry. I've been moving a lot of stuff, so my body's out of whack. But as a disclaimer, I will say, because Steven, Destiny, has blocked me and doesn't want to talk to me, it would be inappropriate for me to reach out to him. So this is not me reaching out to him. This is me as a content creator on my own platform, doing my own thing, explaining myself to my audience and the people who are curious about the situation from my perspective. I will not contact Destiny. I will not use his wife to contact him. I will not use his friends to contact him. The core belief that I hold the most, the foundation for all my values, is consent. And so even though consent can't be perfect, because on a spectrum, what is consent, right? If I'm gay and it hurts my mom's feelings, is that consent? It's like, in this situation, Destiny made it clear he doesn't want to talk to me, so I'm not going to talk to him. I can understand if he changes his mind. I'm open to discussing as content creators.
I'm so glad she clarified that. I'm so glad she clarified that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm so glad. I was so confused for a second because I was thinking, wait, you think consent's important, but do you think that it's okay for your parents to hate you for being gay? Oh no, okay, good. That's what I was thinking. When you said consent, that's what I was thinking about. But glad we clarified that. Thank you.
Our disagreements on the internet in a healthy way. But if he would like to negotiate our friendship, I think that's less appropriate to do it on the internet. Now, I'll explain all these things in detail now. But with that said, please respect Destiny's consent. Obviously, I don't have to tell my audience not to go bother him. They never do that to people. But, just disclaimer, if you're new to my audience, we don't really go on other people's channels to talk about them. Okay. So, first and foremost, what I think happened. A huge misunderstanding or a miscommunication that led to a misunderstanding, whether it was on my part or on his or just within our different language bubbles. It could just be a simple misunderstanding.
It was the language bubbles. That's what it was. Tom, you disappeared. Yeah, I needed to pick my nose for a minute.
I think on the internet, people assume what content creators are doing here. And I think that Steven also assumes what I'm doing here. And I'm consistently befuddled at what people think I'm doing on the internet. I am a content creator who loves to make content. And I love to talk to people. And I have theories and ideas about the world, but I don't really want to be taken too seriously. I don't want to be a thought leader, and I don't want to be somebody who says she has the answers for 8 billion people or even the general public. So my work is predicated on working with the individual. I am not working with groups of people.
Oh, it's the individual. Guys, it's the individual. Of course. Of course, it's the individual. Glad she clarified that. She's not talking to a group of people. She's talking to a group of individuals. Individuals. Yes. They're all individuals. Yes. Okay. Glad we got that out of the way. It's individuals. All right, cool.
I am working with individuals who get to tell me their stories, and we get to decide, me being the whiteboard and them being the decider of their life, how to move forward in a more optimistic manner, if that's what they're calling me for or coming to my channel for. I'm also a YouTuber in the sense that people just watch me for fun. They don't take me seriously. They don't believe in the levels. They don't care about my work. And I'm just a normal content creator.
I want people to watch me for fun. I would also like it if people took me seriously. If everybody just thinks everything I say is just a meme or I'm just like a lol cow or something like that, yeah, I don't think I would be happy with that. That is not a presence on the internet that I would like to have. So I would like it if people took me seriously. Maybe I'm the weird one here, but I don't know.
I like that too. I think when you have an overlap with the audience, your friends who watch you and then know you in real life, and then the friends you make online, there's just like a lot of lines that get blurred. So from my perspective, Steven is a considerate person, relatively speaking. He's good at boundaries when it comes to not overstepping them with most people, or at least with me. I'll say it with me. So
thank you,
in
Ross.
relation to Steven and myself, Steven has always been a consistent person, consistently available and unavailable in different ways.
Okay, let me go ahead and say this. I'm sorry for the people who are watching later. You're all pissed off that I keep pausing. You're all going to leave a bunch of comments. I can't watch this crap. He pauses too much. Go ahead. I love it. I enjoy it. Believe the comments. Thank you. Okay. The bubbles is bullcrap. It's just pure cope. Okay? It is pure cope. It's just a way to say, oh, sorry, I was talking about this, not that. If that's what you were talking about, you should have said that in the moment. If you don't say that in the moment, I don't believe that this is a mistake that you just forgot to mention. I don't believe you. And I literally mean this. I do not believe you. I think that you're lying. I think that this is cope. I think this is a way for you to find a way out after you've realized how wrong you were. After everybody else has come after you and told you how dumb you are, I think that now you realize, okay, I fudged that one. And even more importantly, there's really easy steps that you can take to move your mouse across the screen to the thumbs upsies button, guys. Okay, it's a thumbs up button. It's right there. We got 45 people watching. There's only 19 likes. I don't understand how this happens. Why do you guys hate me so much? What is happening that this is how you guys treat me? See, Michael liked. See? Michael liked. You can hit the thumbs down button too. That helps. It's helpful either way. But okay. See, already more people are coming in now that you guys hit the thumbs up button. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, the bubbles thing is just a way to cope. It's the same for individuals, right? This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday with Kidology, where she keeps taking everything and saying, oh no, I care about the individual. right? Oh, Destiny's audience? Oh, I don't know about Destiny's audience. I know about the individuals in Destiny's audience. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's just go through one by one and just talk about each individual one at a time. This is stupid. We can talk about groups of people as groups. We have statistics about groups of people as groups. We can look at trends. We can look at patterns. We can do these things to understand groups of people better. We have categorizations for a reason so that we can separate everybody out. But sometimes there are things that just apply to everybody. No matter what bubble you're in, it still applies. And so when you're giving general advice for humans, then you're not talking about bubbles then. You're just talking about general advice. So when you say things like women can do things to make it less likely to get raped, okay? You're not talking about some little bubble that can do these things. You're talking about women. Now, maybe women is a categorization of human, and maybe that's a bubble of it. I don't know. But you're talking about women, all right? To make it about bubbles afterwards, oh, I was just talking about the women who have PTSD, who can't make those decisions because they have trauma. No, you weren't. You were talking about women. We all sat there. We all heard the conversation. You weren't talking about bubbles. You weren't talking about PTSD. You were just talking about women. So it's cope. It's all cope.
He's expressed to me throughout our time together that he has very specific ways of doing friendships, as do I. And we are keeping a very, in my opinion, superficial relationship happening. But I think in his opinion, it might have been or felt a little deeper. There is a huge miscommunication happening here.
This happens every time Destiny burns a bridge with somebody or they burn the bridge with him. Destiny afterwards will say, we were friends. I'm kind of upset about this. And they'll say, we weren't friends. We just knew each other on the internet. I don't know if it's the fact that Destiny has come up on the internet and he's been on the internet for so long that maybe he looks at his relationships a little bit differently, since most of his relationships are on the internet. Maybe everybody else's aren't. But this happened with Vosh. This happened with Hassan. This happened with Brittany. This happened with Max. All of them afterwards said, wait, we weren't friends. We just kind of knew each other. We were acquaintances. We weren't friends. So I don't know if they actually believe this. Like Zonia, I know Zonia from the internet. That's my friend. I know Sassafras from the internet. That's my friend. If afterwards, because I plan on burning the bridges with all of these people eventually. I'm going to get big enough and then I'm going to start really raking in the drama. We're really going to start blowing these people up. I've been gathering dirt this entire time I've been small. We are going to make these people's lives miserable, guys. Don't you touch that dial. We are going to wreck them. All right. Just wait. Just you wait. All right. I have been planning this stuff for the longest time. Manifesto is small. That's small stuff. There's little crumbs compared to what I'm planning, okay? Don't even freaking twitlongers and manifestos. No. Oh no. We got way more than that. Okay. But I like when I do this, once I do this and they all come out, they're like, what, Tom? We weren't even friends. We just knew each other on the internet. They're all lying. Okay? I am friends with these people. And so I feel like this is Cope. I feel like this is Cope as well. I feel like she's just not telling the truth. She said numerous times that they were friends, that they've met in person, that they had a personal connection, that they talk about personal things in the background. I don't believe her. I don't believe that she didn't consider him a friend. I feel like we could probably go find clips of her calling him a friend even. So I don't know, but I don't believe her.
And I think that that's what I mostly want to tackle here is the miscommunication. So to me, he's been a very nice person, completely appropriate in DMs. appropriate when we've been on stream together. Some people have even told me like, oh, I don't like the way he like yells at you or is upset when you're around or expresses himself that way. And I've just explained that is just how Destiny is. It's not personal. Steven does not have to change the way he talks when I'm on stream with him. Just like I don't want to change the way I talk when I'm on stream with him, right? I do kind of. His audience tends to get a little sensitive and triggered around the word bubble. So I've tried to make a conscious effort not to use it around them because it seems to upset them. But at the same time, it's really difficult when I'm in my own bubble and I'm hopping to his bubble. So I understand that Destiny does not want to speak differently to me, nor am I asking him to. So I've really appreciated his like work in that regard. I think Steven is a good person who does toxic things, but that's okay because that's his life. Lots of us do toxic things. I've been in toxic relationships before. I'd like to think I'm toxic clean, but I have friends that are toxic. It's just everyone's on their own journey, right? So I'm not saying Steven is abusive. Steven has never been abusive to me, right? But Steven and I aren't close enough for him to abuse me. One of my strongest beliefs is that the kind of abuse that can happen between friends only happens in particular ways. So Steven has not abused me or our friendship. Steven, on his last stream where I was streaming at the same time, surprisingly to me, a shock to me, was hurt, stressed, and under pressure and blew up on me in a way that was incredibly inappropriate. But I understand with the Mr. Redacted article coming out why he might feel on edge. But I am not a Mr. Redacted, nor am I other characters on the internet. I am a Brittany. And Brittany is very specific. I am transparent and I am clear about what I'm doing here. I am here to work with individuals and to just enjoy making content. I am a content creator, right? So one of the misunderstandings that I think was occurring that really did bother me is that I very transparently and very honestly and without shame admitted that I was triggered via PTSD, my first initial call with Destiny about the rape stuff, right?
Her call, again, and this is just my personal opinion, but I thought she did a really good job in her first call. I thought she did fantastically. I didn't agree with what it was she was saying, but I thought she did an awesome job. She sounded calm, cool, collected. She was able to get her points across very effectively, and I thought she was fine. She sounded fine, and she even says like, "Oh, you can tell how triggered I was." No, I couldn't. I could not tell. But in her follow-up video, she was manic. She sounded manic. Her eyes looked different. She was talking at a super speed. She was not making sense. Her thoughts were incoherent. But every time she talks about this, she goes back to that first call and is like, yeah, you know how triggered I was. And oh man, it was my PTSD. I was just so triggered. But she sounded fine. She sounded perfectly fine to me. I'm not saying that she wasn't. I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know that she sounded fine. But in the follow-up video that she did, where she immediately started talking crap about Destiny and Melina and their relationship and all that other crap, she sounded manic. She sounded like she was off her meds.
I admitted that. I'm not ashamed to say I'm having a heart attack, nor am I ashamed to say that I'm medically triggered. My PTSD was out of whack that day, and I apologized and I made it clear. The dilemma is that Steven and his audience and the people around me decided to ignore my transparency and decide I was instead borderline triggered, that I was splitting, that I was miscalculating things, that it's my borderline that's causing me to be out of the norm. I already said it was my PTSD. I know myself well enough to know the differences between my triggers. I've been in remission or recovery for 3+ years on borderline.
I haven't seen anybody say that in that phone call she was triggered or that it was her borderline in that phone call. I haven't seen anybody say this. I haven't. I have not seen this anywhere. Again, the follow-up video, yes, I am one of the people who was saying in the follow-up video that it was her BPD. I am one of those people, and I still currently believe that. If she has more information or denies that at some point, that would be interesting. I would like to hear that. But the first phone call, I have not heard anybody talking about how triggered she was. We went through it here, and we all talked about how calm she sounded and how she sounded like it. Everybody agreed that she sounded fine.
I'm considered high functioning, and my therapist was very impressed with the fact that I could hold down jobs, that most of my friends never knew I was sick, that my family members, even though they saw me being sick, saw me also hustling in life and thought there's no way she has a mental illness.
It wasn't BPD, it was meth. Oh, true. True.
But when I got diagnosed, everything became clear and I got better. So I'm 3 years into not being manic, not having suicidal ideations, not actually wanting to die. I've been 3 years clean of splitting and misunderstanding people, but I am human, so I might normal misunderstand people, right? So if I'm a person and I'm upset and I'm misunderstanding someone, because I've now come out with my borderline, everyone's always going to blame Brittany's borderline for the misunderstanding. But I think there's a misunderstanding happening here. So how can I feel safe in a space where my close friend and his audience have decided my borderline is upset and not the PTSD associated with my rape that I...
Whoa! Whoa! Brittany! Whoa! Whoa! How can you feel comfortable talking to Destiny, who is an individual? Why are you blaming an individual for his audience's actions? And they are all individuals as well. How could you do this? What are you doing? Each individual in the community did not do that. What is happening? It wasn't his whole bubble.
I clearly stated in the original video or the original call, right? Okay, so that's what's confusing there.
For those of you who are wondering why the hell I'm saying that word so weird, we're making fun of kidology. She, you know, the I'm only worried about the individuals. That's how she says it. So that's how I say it now. Individual.
It's confusing to have to interact with the internet or people and have them literally ignore you. So, okay. So there's that. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to interact with that group, and I'm not sure what's appropriate moving forward, but I think it is inappropriate
True,
to say
Samsonov.
that this is related to my borderline or that I'm splitting or that I want people to think the way I think. I don't want people to think the way I think. My work is predicated on proving that we do not share the same reality,
True,
that we
Abaddon.
are thinking differently, that no one thinks the same. My work is predicated on the individual, that regardless of statistics and generalizations, individuals can surpass those expectations, and therefore I want to work with those individuals, right?
If this was true, she wouldn't do streaming. She wouldn't stream at all. She would only do her one-on-one sessions with people. But because, like, when you talk, yes, you can be helping individuals as well. But when you talk, you are giving broader, more general advice when you talk to an audience, because you are hoping that it's going to affect more people, right? It is not just individuals. It is bubbles, I guess.
So I haven't seen much of Steven's streams after. I did unsubscribe because now it feels really creepy to watch him as a content creator. When I'm
Because he didn't consent to you subscribing.
not, seemingly like welcome in that space. So that seems kind of strange. The content's not quite, it doesn't make sense for me to watch it right now. But what I did see of him, what I did see of Melina and Kyla and stuff trying to explain it to him, is I saw a complete misunderstanding of what's happening, of not only my work, but the way I think about life and friendship. So as an example, I don't consider us close friends, but I know Destiny considered me one. And I think that's a really lovely gesture, but incredibly inappropriate. As in private, we've only talked less than 6 hours of time, right? I don't have much information about him personally. I only know what he's told me. Most of the time when Steven and I talked personally, it was a chance for him to explore ideas about himself.
So this is bullcrap, and this is something that other people on the internet have done to me as well, where they'll be like, oh, we're not friends. We just spent a lot of time on stream together. Like, yeah, like hundreds of hours together. Like, we've sat talking about things for hundreds of hours. Like, we've shared intimate information with one another for hundreds of hours. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, but that was all on the internet. Like, we didn't really like hang out outside of stream. Like, are you a different person? Is it a different person that I would be interacting with off stream? Is that somebody completely different, or is it all the same? Because I'm the same person either way. The interactions are going to be the same. So I don't know why that would make such a difference to you, because it doesn't make a difference to me.
It didn't really feel like a full exchange yet. It felt like we were still at the baby steps of being friends. So for me, I thought we were still on a journey of becoming friends, but it kind of feels like to him we were already close friends. But to me, that didn't make any sense. If you know me, I have a hierarchy of friendship: inner circle, inner outer circle, everyone else. So inner outer circle is where Destiny could have landed. He was never an option to be a very close friend to me because I don't have room in my inner circle. I already have everyone in my life that I need to take care of, and I already negotiate with all my friends. I've made it clear online, I can't be your close friend. But you can be someone who tells me things if that's what you would like to do, but it's not the same thing as being a close, mutual, symbiotic friendship, right? So I think there's just like a really big misunderstanding here, which I'm not putting blame on anyone for, but I am saying is a problem. Because according to how I saw our friendship, it doesn't match how Destiny saw it. That's why I was always so confused when he would say, like, I'd give you my bank number. And I'm like, why? You don't even have my phone number. Like, Destiny doesn't have my phone number. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's like a real misunderstanding that we are closer than we are. For me, friendship is earned. For me, friendship is over a long time or a short time with an understanding of how close that can be. For me, it's like, I can imagine where he's coming from, but I can't quite relate to it. I have too many friends, right? So in my inner outer circle, I have like hundreds of friends. I've been a YouTuber for 12 years. I have so many contacts, so many YouTubers who know me, so many people. I have the Walmart clerk thinks she's my friend. My accountant thinks she's my friend. Like, everyone thinks they're my friend. And they tell me things about their life, and I sit there and I listen. And so I understand why that feels like there's a symbiotic relationship happening, but I'm pretty private and I don't share a lot.
So what I hear here is that you don't connect with people easily. Other people feel a connection more easily than you do, and that you don't understand friendship the same way other people understand friendship. So if you're saying this is a common thing and lots of people think that they're your friend when you don't think that they're your friend, that this sounds like this is a common problem or a you problem where, yes, you're misunderstanding what a friend is, or you're not capable of like opening up very easily.
I share what I can, right? So I'm open to any questions in regarding anything that I've spoken about privately. So I'm not attacking Steven, but I think there's an incredibly inappropriate.
That's why I said this, is because she's calling it inappropriate. And so I'm saying, I don't think it's inappropriate when you're even admitting that this is an issue that other people have as well. It sounds inappropriate for you to say we're not friends when obviously this is a common thing.
Attachment thing he has to people who have come into his life and now they're like close friends. And so I just want to say, for the record, from my perspective, Mackenzie, he's a man that I've known for a year, that I've streamed with multiple times, but in our private lives, we've spoken less than 6 hours, and we do not have a close relationship, but I'm glad he feels safe, or did feel safe with me. I think his original judgment of me was right, that I am based, and I am reasonable, and I do know myself. But the problem is that I am also a content creator who makes work, and him and I became friends, but he's also content, right?
The second time they ever talked, she showed him a bunch of naked pictures of herself. So they were both on stream, and she said, hey, I'm going to DM you some pictures. You tell me what you think of them. And then she sent it to him, and he was like, whoa. Did you send me the right ones? She's like, yeah. These are for my OnlyFans, and I want you to tell me what you think. I'm thinking, this is freaking sexual harassment. Like, for any other person besides Destiny, they would be like a bit freaked out by this. They would all be like, what the hell did you just do? What the hell? Did you seriously just send me a bunch of naked pictures of yourself without asking first? Or, but she's all about consent, guys. She's all about consent. So it's not like a, gay daughter, all that stuff.
Right. So there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about how streamers make content about each other.
She showed it.
And so I want to get into that as well. But that kind of coincides to how I think about like Sneeko and everything else. I've talked to Sneeko about the same amount, right? I've talked to him a few times in private, not a lot. Enough though to understand some version of him that is different maybe than the
Did she? She just said him and I became friends.
who makes work, and him and I became friends.
Oh no! Oh no! She did it! Oh no! She said it! Oh, she slipped. Oh, she didn't know. She didn't know. This is what I'm talking about. Like, it becomes obvious when people do this that they're just being a bit vindictive. They just want to be like, what? Friends? Oh, I never considered you a friend. What are you talking about?
But he's also content, right? So there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about how streamers make content about each other. And so I want to get into that as well.
I don't think there is a misunderstanding because, like I said, when I'm on stream, I'm normally the same person, right? When I interact with somebody a lot, I am interacting with them the same way I would off stream. I'm talking to them the same way I would off stream. This is who I am. And I'm not like, you guys might think like, yeah, Tom, but you push people a bit more, like you argue with them a bit more. You try to like, back them in the corners and like, do all this rhetorical stuff and blah, blah, blah. Like I'm new here, guys. Can someone tell me where the negative bias towards Sneeko and Brittany comes from? I that's yeah. But yeah, I'm not. We're all big Brittany fans and Sneeko fans here, so I don't know. We're all big fans. I don't know where you got that from, but the Fools are huge on Sneeko. For sure. Anyways, but yeah, I'm the same person either way, okay? Same person on and off stream. And I like when I talk to my friends, yes, RIP Joe Rogan, true. What happened to Joe Rogan? What happened? Oh my goodness. Did Joe Rogan? Oh my goodness. That's so sad. How did I not hear about this? This is upsetting. I watched Joe Rogan for a long time. But anyways, yeah. I argue with my family, I argue with my friends. Sass and I will sit in like Discord calls and I'll just freaking talk to her exactly the same way that I talk to, Quibbles or Zonia or anybody else. This is just how I am. This is who I am. This is the way I am all the time. Even when I'm at work, I am debate broing literally everybody all the time. So this is just who I am. It is what it is.
But that kind of coincides to how I think about like Sneeko and everything else. I've talked to Sneeko about the same amount, right? I've talked to him a few times in private, not a lot. Enough though to understand some version of him that is different maybe than the online world sees. Same with Steven. There's a version of him that I've seen in private that I really like that is not quite on the internet, and then some parts of him I've seen that I'm like not excited about, but that's okay. No big deal. So I'm a little confused on how Steven could have miscalculated our friendship so severely. I'm so confused on how he could misunderstand my content so severely, except he did admit to me in stream that he doesn't watch my content. So I've been criticizing Steven's relationship and his work for about a year now because he's a public figure and what is on the internet is what I've criticized, right? So I am a person who advocates for open relationships, polyamorous relationships. I really believe all relationships work for somebody. So I'm a big proponent of monogamy. I'm a big fan of open relationships, and I think there's a healthy way to do them. I don't think him and Melina have ever exhibited a healthy version of an open relationship, and I think they're doing it incorrectly for a healthy version. but you are allowed to be dysfunctional. And dysfunctional for me, for Brittany, my opinion, means constant and consistent miscommunication, belittling of partners, right? They both insult each other, cheating, active cheating, and no remorse.
Wait, they both insult each other funnily, like as a game. It's a joke. I do this with my girlfriends as well. Like I call them fat, I call them stupid. I'll tell them if you ever get pregnant, I'm gonna leave you because I don't want to be with a fat ugly slob. Like I say all sorts of stuff like this. It's not a it's fun, playful stuff. It's not like I don't know why I don't know what her deal is here.
So there are a lot of components here in these relationships that are public that to me are obviously dysfunctional, but you are allowed to consent to a dysfunctional relationship. I've done it in the past. You think you're going to save them, you think they'll get better, you think they'll grow out of it, whatever your reasons, I think that's fair. So if he doesn't want his relationship to be criticized online, he's got to stop putting it out there, because that is the content creation catch-22 of us being content creators. Now, if he told me personally, do not talk about my relationships, that would have been one thing. But I have a live stream that Destiny and I were on where I do remember him telling me, as long as it's on the internet, I can talk about it. So I genuinely didn't think I was doing a bad thing when I was talking about it.
It's not, again, this is all reframing. This is not like her calling them heathens, her saying that like even right now where she's saying like they have a toxic relationship, they're doing it wrong. Like this is not criticism. This is like you saying that they're doing something bad. You could say, well, it's just not for me. That's not how I like to do things. I don't think that that's the best way to do things. But instead, you make it sound like they're doing something bad. They're doing something wrong. This is very different from just saying like, oh yeah, it's not how I was taught, or that's not how I think of things. But she makes it sound like this is who she is. Oh, I'm the one who's very open-minded. Everything's cool, everything's fine. But then if you say like, oh, you're doing this wrong, but hey, like, well, you know, wrong things are cool for everybody too sometimes, right? Like, no, it's ridiculous. Cheating is wrong, Tom. Sure, cheating is wrong. In an open relationship, cheating is very different. It's not the same. It's still wrong, but it's not the same. It is a different type of cheating, right? So cheating in an open relationship is you said like you lied or you didn't give enough information about something, right? So in Melina's and Destiny's open relationship, that's what cheating is. It's like you can go sleep with whoever you want and do whatever you want. You just like, you know, let me know that it's happening and that's it. And then they do it and they don't let them know that it happened, right? The problem is not that they slept with somebody else. The problem is that they didn't let them know that it happened. That is, now you're just saying, oh, you omitted information from me. Whereas somebody in a monogamous relationship, you sleeping with somebody else is a much bigger betrayal than not letting them know you did something, than just omitting information. That is a very different type of betrayal in a monogamous relationship. So when you just say cheating, it's you're kind of losing a lot of the nuance there of what it is in an open relationship.
Chaso
Later,
Mitchell
Z
tipped
King.
$2. Did you know you can donate and tell Tom how wrong he is? Also, Brittany is stupid, Mr. Girl.
Brittany is stupid, Mr. Girl. I think Brittany and Kidology are very similar. I think Brittany and Kidology would get along so well because they are just so similar, dude. They are so similar where they break everything down and talk about individuals and then think that that's super nuanced, that now they understand that like different people are different and oh my gosh, and like, you know, morals are so subjective that like it's only wrong if you think it's wrong, and you know, just dumb stuff like that. No shot, Tom? No shot? What? Wait, no shot on what?
And I think if you went back and watched that stream a couple of times, you would really see that I wasn't trying to really attack him. I was trying to give my opinion about a public relationship that has public discourse, right? Which is my content.
Again, she's reframing this to make it sound like he's just mad that she talked about his relationship. That is not what happened. He was not mad that she talked about his relationship. That is not the thing. That is not it at all.
So again, I don't mind. I don't have to cover Steven again. I really believe they're good people, Melina and Steven. I really like Melina. When I was in Miami, I had the greatest time because Melina spent one-on-one time with me, which was amazing. Abba spent one-on-one time with me, which was amazing. I asked Steven, do you want to spend one-on-one time with me?
Your pigeonholing Kidology sounds like you haven't seen any of her non-Mr. Girl vids. No, we've covered maybe like 6 or 7 of her videos here. I think that she's capable of getting away with a lot of bullcrap if there's nobody actually there, like, able to break down what it is she's saying and doing. But she is contradictory in her own videos. She's contradictory in her conversations. She'll say things that make absolutely no sense. She says things that are like it is a consistent thing. It is just insanely consistent over and over and over and over. She just says ridiculous things that for a while I watched a couple of her videos and I liked her and I thought she was super cool. But then I watched like 5, 6, 7, 8 more and all of them were just dog crap. We need timestamps for Destiny admitting they both cheat if they exist. Oh, well, this feels like prying though. I don't even remember where all this was said. I would assume somebody's gotten like timestamps and posted them on Reddit or something though.
And he said, only if you want to. And I said, oh, well, no, thank you. Because I'm not looking for close friends. And I don't need to waste his time by spending one-on-one time with him unless he wanted to become even slightly close.
This is the last straw. I can't believe you compared Kidology to Brittany. This is insane. I can't believe that you like Brittany and not Kidology. That I cannot, like, that blows my mind that anybody would like one of them and not the other. I can understand as far as like personalities, but as far as what they say and like the way that they engage with topics, they are very similar.
Closer. Now, again, inner circle and close friends are different to me. You can have a very close friend and not have them be inner circle, right? Like have all your secrets, know who you are, spend every holiday with you. Okay. So I think there's a little confusion happening in regards to that, right? Now, from my perspective, obviously Steven was upset that day because
I will agree. Yes, John, you are correct. Brittany is much more unlikable. Kidology is a much like cooler, chill type of person. You are. I will take that back. You are correct. She is a much more likable personality for sure.
he took my comments about being able to take him in a fight very seriously, which is obviously a joke. So one of the consistent jokes I've said my whole life is like, I could take you in a fight. I tell my dad all the time, I bet I could take you in a fight. But my dad is obviously going to kill me with his pinky. He's so strong. So when Steven was getting upset at the idea that I could like Sneeko or like I'm talking about his gamer boy arms, that's all a joke. And I've been saying those jokes for years. I said them to him multiple times. That's how I know he was upset during that stream because he took it very seriously. I'm a 5'1" girl who's 125 pounds. I'm not going to take anyone in a fight. It's a joke. Okay? It's a joke. So that's okay. No problem. We've all been triggered on the internet before. I just am the only one admitting it because I have a mental illness diagnosis where I think everyone else just gets to pretend that they're just like logic and facts. And so they get to freak out on the internet. Okay. Now,
someday, once we get past all of this drama, okay, you guys join my Discord. You can recommend videos to me and I watch them on stream. We will, if you haven't seen my other coverage of Kidology videos, I'm pretty sure you could probably just search Tomfoolery Kidology. Tomfoolery Show. Make sure you guys include the show anytime you're searching me. You have to type Tomfoolery Show because if you don't put show, it will not pop up with me. It'll pop up with like Tom and Jerry cartoons. Kidology screws up Mr. Girl interview on Destiny Report. Watching Kidology on Wick. Why does this say Simon responds to Destiny? Did I get rid of Brittany? What the hell? What happened here? That's weird. Okay, I'm glad I saw that. That was odd. Finster versus Polly and Kidology versus FD Signifier. This was like when I started being more and more critical of her. Reviewing Kidology talk on incels. This was really bad for her. This one was really rough. Watching Not So Erudite, President Sunday accusations. Is there a Kidology video in here? No, I don't know why this one popped up. But anyways, yes, talked about Kidology many times. So if you would like to see breakdowns of her videos and kind of talking about how she uses very weaselly language to find her way out of having an opinion or how out of having a stance, she'll give contradictory stances. She'll say, stuff about like the individual just to like get rid of nuance and get rid of like broader statements. Like it's just, yeah, it's very, this is what she does. This is nothing new. I have covered her for a while.
There are a lot of things.
And I really liked her at first too. Okay, so I've talked about this a bunch as well. I really liked her at first. So I'm not like some hater who just wanted to rip on her all over the place. I really liked her.
There were a lot of things about me lying or backstabbing him, and this is where I'm the most confused. 1, I never lied about anything I said. 2, if you're upset that my opinion that Sneeko is more open-minded than Steven is upsetting, I don't know what to do about that. Okay, that's an opinion. And I can explain that pretty clearly. And 3, backstabbing him. Like, I don't even know how I would backstab him, except by telling his secrets, which I've never done. So obviously, I knew about the cheating before it became public. Okay? And I never told anyone about it, and I never mentioned it, right? I never mentioned...
Wait, what? Wait, no, this is a lie. Okay, hold on. So she might be correct. She might be correct factually. But when she came out saying that Destiny is a cheater and that she doesn't like him because he cheated, she would never take his advice because he cheated. She didn't say she didn't like him because he cheated, but she said, I would never take his advice because he cheated. I don't know why anybody would ever listen to her, listen to him because he cheated. She was saying all of this stuff on stream, and then chat started saying, she's like, and he's never talked about this. He's never even admitted that it happened. And chat started blowing up saying, no, he's already admitted to this. Like, this already happened. We all know about this. And she was like, oh, really? Wait, okay. Chat's saying that he's already admitted that this happened. They told her? No, they didn't. We went and checked this last time. That's what Alex said last time. And then we went back and checked, and they didn't tell her. She was just on a rant. Tom Molina said it on stream. I understand. You're saying on her stream? Or on Molina's stream? Because I understand that Molina and Destiny both talked about this. Okay, no. So again, like they talked about it, but she was saying that she didn't know that it was public until she talked about it on stream.
Mentioned it on the internet at all, of course, because it's not my business. Of course I know who it was with and what happened, but it's none of your...
Yes, in private, okay. Oh my goodness. All right, let me start from the beginning so you guys understand, okay? She just said, I never came out with this until it was already public. That is true. That is true. She is correct. But she did not know that it was public when she came out with it. She did not know that. Okay?
Your business. And I don't think it's important for the internet to know. I do think that the people involved know who they've hurt and they know that there's pain involved. Obviously, there are victims in the situation, Melina being one of them. And if the women, humans, people that Steven has cheated with feel okay being the other woman or, continuing this hurt, that's their business, right? So I think that's really important to understand.
You're right, Alex.
That I have not said anything in public that, you know what I mean? It's kind of strange. Now, Sneeko and Destiny being open-minded is just simply this. Sneeko has already said he's not in his final form. He's always learning and he's a student. Steven has said, I know everything. I've arrived. Everyone younger is stupid than me. My wife's even dumber than me.
I doubt Destiny ever said any of these things, but I think what she's saying is that this is Destiny's general vibe. That, like, yes, he feels like he already knows what he's talking about. He's giving people advice. The thing is that Sneeko also gives people advice. He tells people what he believes is true. He tells people what they should think. He makes fun of people if they don't agree with him. He rips on them. He bullies them. He talks about them being woke idiots and all this other crap, right? Sneeko is not this open-minded, guru who's cool with everything. That is not the case. Sneeko is just like Destiny and will go and argue with Destiny about things and tell Destiny that he's wrong as well. Sneeko thinks he's got a lot of it figured out, but he's willing to say, yes, I'm open-minded. I'm willing to change my mind. Destiny says that too. He says that as well. He's literally said to her numerous times that his worst fear is that one day he will get old and realize he was wrong about so much, and that he was just sitting around preaching the incorrect things, and that he's always growing and changing his mind and learning new things because that is his worst fear. So I don't like her point is just a moot point. It's incorrect factually. It doesn't make sense. And the way that she's framing it, I'm trying to be as charitable to her and say that this is probably what she means, because what she's literally saying is just factually incorrect. But yeah, Sneeko literally says he's learning and wants to find the truth, which leads him to different people. Now his mentor is Ryan Dawson. He's in Japan. Yes, I'm not disagreeing that Sneeko says that. I'm saying that Destiny also says that. So what she's explaining here is factually untrue.
Right? He's already said he's already figured it out. Closed-minded, open-minded. Sneeko, because
that should be everybody's worst fear. It is my worst fear. Like, when he says this, I completely empathize with that thought. It is my worst fear to be wrong and find out way later that I was so staunch in a belief and talked about it and argued it and tried to convince people of it and ended up being incorrect, which is why, anybody who's been here for the last year knows I have changed fairly dramatically. If they were here the year before, they know I changed fairly dramatically. If they were here the year before, they know I changed very dramatically. So yes, I make dramatic changes over time, and now I'm in my final form. I've got it all figured out now. So all of you who are getting here now, you're just in time. I am perfect now.
because he's still a student and still knows he has so much to learn, is, by Brittany's definition, open-minded.
It is the vax, yes.
Right? Steven saying he's arrived and he knows the answers is Steven saying, you know what I'm saying? So that's fine. I'm about all of that. That makes so much sense to me. I don't think it's quite offensive to say he's not open-minded, right? Like, I don't.
Yeah, I would say it's obviously offensive, yes. I think that anybody would be offended by that, especially Destiny, who talks about this regularly, that he's open to changing his mind, and he does change his mind fairly regularly and changes his opinions and his stances on things. Like, yes, again, this is what I'm talking about. This right here, okay? This is not her giving her opinion. This is her being wrong on the facts. Again, this is like the third time I've had to stop and point this out. She is wrong on the facts. She will make it all sound like, oh, it's just a big misunderstanding. Oh, it's just different bubbles. Oh, we just had a miscommunication. Oh, it's just difference of opinion. That's all it. No, she is wrong on the facts.
I don't think that it's that offensive. Now, I don't like where Sneeko's landed. I don't like where he is right now, but I don't think this is his final form, so it doesn't matter. But if Steven tells me, take me seriously, this is my final form, then I will, right? But I don't take anything Sneeko says seriously right now because I think he's on a journey. So I'm just looking at him as a young man trying to figure it out, right? So I don't think Steven can really be upset with me, or that the internet.
Tom is a truly self-actualized and enlightened linguist. I am the kernel of linguists. It took Destiny 5 years in getting banned to change his mind about deplatforming. Not that open-minded. Well, I've been banned on many platforms, and I still haven't changed my mind about deplatforming. So, suck it.
I can, because I think I'm saying things that are totally within reason from my understanding of how these things work, right? Damn, I think that's all my notes. Is that all I said?
Wow.
Oh, okay. I'm going to start. Okay, so now, okay. Okay, so now I'm going to take your questions. I don't know what else the real issues are. Like, I have no idea why people are upset. So I need you guys to now ask the questions and I will answer them. Super chats get priority. Do not ask anything that is already not in the public sphere. So do not ask me like, who did Destiny sleep with? Do not ask me like, where do I live? You know what I mean? So again, I would like to know what the actual issue is. So you guys can start asking now. Ashley, starting with Ashley. She's the first one. Does Destiny say he's arrived? Destiny has said multiple times to me that he knows who he is, that he's always on a journey, but he...
What the that saying you know who you are is very different than being open-minded. I know who I am. I know who I am. I have worked very hard on my personality, on like characteristics of myself. I've worked very hard on my reactions to things. I've worked very hard on a ton of stuff. I know who I am. I know myself very well. I know myself better than most people, and I'm willing to admit to my faults, and I know the things that I'm still working on and all of that. But I'm still working on things, right? I know that I have faults and I still work on them, but I know myself. I know myself better than anybody knows myself and better than most people know themselves. Destiny saying that he knows himself is not the same as saying that he's arrived or that he's, in his final form.
feels like he does know who he is and he wants to be taken seriously for the person he is right now. Oh, and here's something I will say really fast. Hold on. Wait, you might want to pause your questions. Hold on. Let me answer this.
Sneeko also wants to be taken seriously for the person he is right now. I promise you, I guarantee you, he wants to be taken seriously for the person he is now.
So let's say I'm a young man and my name is Sneeko and I'm on the internet and I'm trying to figure out what kind of a man I should be, right? And I see Fresh and Fit and they're millionaires and they're flashy and they got in Danger Taste of Bugattis and that's like really great, right? But then I look at Steven, who's this progressive with blue hair and he's got this open relationship and it's kind of similar to what Fresh and Fit do, right? He's rich, he dates younger women, he has an open relationship where there's like little to no commitment or honoring the marriage contract, or he breaks consent with Melina, obviously, because he cheats on her, which is a consent violation. So if I'm Sneeko and I'm watching this man do exactly what Fresh and Fit is doing, right? I'm watching this guy again. Then what is Steven really talking about when he says that Fresh and Fit give bad dating advice or that they're not good for dating advice? They're good enough for their bubble, just like Steven's advice is good enough for his bubble. But if I'm a young man named Sneeko and I'm looking at the world, well, what is Steven doing that's that different from Fresh and Fit? Like, what is he doing different, right? It's not too different, but it is obviously different. It's a different bubble. Fresh and Fit have a very specific reason they believe what they do. Steven does his things for different reasons. Now, Mr. Redacted would say Steven manipulates young women.
Yeah, human's gonna human. So true. So true, Coma. Thank you.
Because he's malicious and rude. And I would say Steven accidentally because he's traumatized or an asshole. There's only 3 options here. You're either a malicious narc like Mr. Redacted thinks he is, which I don't think so. You're an asshole, or you have trauma.
So, you know how she doesn't like that people will psychoanalyze her and give like some sort of diagnosis for the reason that she's acting a certain way? You know how she says that she really doesn't like it and she doesn't feel welcome in his sphere because they are saying that she acted a certain way because of her BPD, which is something that she actually admits to having, which is something that she's actually diagnosed with, in which she is, showing signs of that thing. But she's willing to say that Destiny acts a certain way because of trauma, because he has issues in his childhood, because he's unwilling to to admit that he's hiding things and holding things down and burying them. Like, she is doing the things that she is very upset with other people doing. She is literally doing them here, right now, right in front of us, right after complaining about it.
Because you cannot justify cheating, lying, consistent manipulation. And
she says it could be those other things. Wow, thank you, Sass. Wow, so enlightening. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you said that. Wow.
unless you are considering those three options, and all of them are very human, so I'm not here to cast permanent judgment. I'm just here to say it's very confusing to see a person who says he's progressive, but he doesn't live or walk the walk. Now,
fair enough. I will change my statement from thinking that Brittany was manic because of her BPD. It might have been BPD. It might have been schizophrenia. Or it might have been that her rape was triggering her, and that she lost her mind and went out and raped somebody afterwards. But I'm just saying that it could be one of those three things. I don't know. Okay.
I've heard this from people that in other bubbles, it is normal to take advice from people who do not walk the walk. Okay, that's fine. In my bubble, if you do not walk the walk, you cannot talk the talk. That is the rule. I do not want fitness advice from a morbidly obese person on how to have a six-pack. I do not want dating advice from a person who's a serial cheater.
This is dumb. This is dumb. There's a reason that there's a saying that says, "Those who can't do teach." It is a real thing where, from an outside observer, they are capable of seeing things from a different light. So if you're a football player and you've grown up doing all the same drills as everybody else, you've grown up doing all the same workouts as everybody else, and you've grown up doing all the same with all the same coaches as everybody else, somebody who never played football and was never really like good or athletic, these are people who end up being very good coaches because they're more like, they're able to look at these things from a more analytical perspective instead of saying, well, this is how things are done, so this is how we're going to do them. They're able to zoom out and see things from a different perspective. This is exactly why men should decide whether or not abortion should be legal. It's because women should not have a say on this. This is just a decision that men should make. We got the zoomed out focus. We're able to see it. Clear view. Women are too biased in this scenario. Okay, you can't have an opinion here. I'm just sorry. This is just the way it is. I'm just trying to make a point real quick, but this is just part of the way it is. Okay. But yeah, sorry. Went a little off topic there. So but yes, like those who can't do teach. It is a real thing. It's not just like a saying. It is something that people hold to pretty closely. Is that like, yeah, people who are incapable of doing a thing can make very good teachers. That doesn't mean that everybody who teaches shouldn't be somebody who did or shouldn't be somebody who can do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, like, yes, people who can't do teach. Like, this is a real thing. When I messed up my knee, I went from playing basketball to being a basketball coach. Because yes, I was just unable to do it now. That's part of it. But yeah, anyways, the point is that just saying, you don't do this, therefore you can't have a good perspective on this. You can't have more information. This is like when people say like, oh, you shouldn't talk about systemic racism. You need to allow black people to talk about that. Well, that's kind of dumb, because considering the fact that part of systemic racism is that black people are going to be less educated on average, this means that it's probably more likely that a white person would understand an academic term like systemic racism and understand the stats and all that other stuff. But forget all that, okay? Forget that point. The point is that what matters is who's going to argue it best and who's going to be able to get that information out there, and the fact that everybody should be advocating for everybody. Yeah, so you can have something, you can have a good input on something, regardless of whether or not you are engaged in that something. It's a very reductive and unnuanced way of looking at something to say, well, if you're not in the bubble, you can't talk about the bubble. Okay. And this is what I'm talking about, where I say she is not nuanced. She is just reductive. This is another very reductive take.
Who told me in multiple live shows we've had together that he's only in an open relationship because he cheats, which, by the way, is red flag 101 of open relationships done healthily. So again, all of that stuff is fine, right? All of that stuff is what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, all of that stuff is fine. But again, I need to be able to hold an opinion that from what I'm seeing, this is what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Okay. So let's go ahead and go to...
But is she saying people can't do that, or that she personally just puts more emphasis on individual experience? First off, she's not saying either one of those things. Okay. Secondly, the individual experience, I don't even know how that relates at all to what it is that she said. Thirdly, yes, the individual, thank you. Thirdly, the thing that she actually said was that if somebody is not in the bubble, she will not trust their take on the bubble, right? So she's saying, hey, if you're not an incel, don't give advice to incels. If you're not good at your relationship, you cannot give relationship advice. If you have trouble getting consent, you should not talk about consent. This is what she's saying. This is what she's talking about. If you're not a successful YouTuber, you can't give advice on how to be a successful YouTuber. Like, this is what she's saying. This is what she's talking about. It's dumb. It is a dumb take. Tom, did you know StarCraft 1 is free? It comes with Brood War Expansion 2. Am I getting paid for reading your comment? She just likes Sneaky Sneeko, though. Oh, I think you meant to say she. Both selling some nonsense, weird, bizarre lifestyle. True. True.
Kay says you lost me with the closed-mindedness, unless you're defining that by emotional availability. No, it's openness to change. I already told you. Sneeko is literally a student. He's a young man who's like in his, what is he, 24, 25?
Did she sleep with Sneeko and D? I don't know about. I have no idea if she's even met Sneeko before, but she definitely did not have sex with Destiny. And not Destiny. Wait, who is D then? Who the hell is D? I wonder what she views as change. You can be open-minded without changing. Isn't she gay? I think she has a boyfriend right now, a fiance even. I'm pretty sure she's getting ready to marry a guy.
Steven is a 34-year-old man who consistently tells young people they're dumb.
She's bi, meaning, like, you know, she likes guys. She just kissed a girl a couple of times.
That they haven't figured it out, that they don't know better, including his own wife. Steven has already said many times he feels like he's figured it out. He feels like he knows what he's doing. He knows he has a healthy life and everything's perfect. So that's fine. But that's why I have to judge Steven harshly versus Sneeko. Because Sneeko is open-minded to me just means you're open to more possibilities than the ones you've discovered. That's what I think open-mindedness is. Like, my parents aren't open-minded. There is no option where their reality will shift away from God, and they know it, and they say that. My parents will admit.
I said that weird. I mean, you can be open-minded, open to trying new things or thinking about new things, but it does not mean that in the end that you always take on new ideas, etc. Right, exactly. And I think that that's part of what these things are, is that, like, she's upset that Destiny doesn't agree with her, or that he tells her that she's wrong. And so she feels like that means he's not open-minded. Because when her description just doesn't make sense. To say, oh, he's not open-minded because he knows who he is, that's a dumb thing to say. That those are not related whatsoever. But yeah, I'm gonna let this play for a little bit because I'm getting 10 guide right now. So everybody take a second, hit those thumbs upsies. I appreciate you joining me. You get the best commentary here ever, and I will give it to you for free. All you got to do is hit that thumbs up. That's it. You're welcome.
admit, oh, they are not open-minded people. I think it's interesting, though, that every time I get on stream to talk with Steven and give my side of the story, it's you're the exception. You're
No,
different.
Todd,
You're the one
wrong
and the
one.
only. You're not like other people. That's not very open-minded. When I talk to Sneeko, he's like, okay, Brittany, I can see that. But listen. You're wrong because of this. Like, he can at least understand that people are living different lives. Now, from my perspective, we are living different lives. Generalization doesn't exist, and like common sense isn't a real thing to me.
Okay. Common sense is not a real thing. Common knowledge is a real thing. Generalizations are a real thing. And if you're not capable of talking about generalizations, you're not capable of talking about nuance. You cannot be nuanced if you do not understand the generalization first, right? I can't tell you about like why individuals end up being an incel if I do not understand the broad generalization of what an incel is. She is so reductive and so unnuanced, it hurts. As I understand the lore, Melina wanted an open poly relationship, in Destiny, being a Coomer, said good. Melina then got jealous because Destiny didn't have time for her, so they agreed to only be with their partners at the same time. Destiny cheated by crushing hard and hiding from one of his partners from Melina, who almost left him over that. Yes, and he almost left her for the other girl, from what I understand. But yeah, there was a lot of, yes. And yeah, the rule is generally like they have to tell one another if they're going to be with somebody else, and they only do that when one of them's going out of town, which is common. Both of them go out of town on a consistent basis, like once or twice a month. They travel, and so when one goes out of town, the other one stays home and invites somebody to stay, or when they go out of town, they'll be with somebody else, and the other person will invite somebody to stay. That's generally how they do it. He was going with girls without telling her, and not when she was with somebody else, and so yeah, that was cheating. Even though while they're not out of town and they're still together, he can literally like be sitting right next to her and sexting somebody else and sending dick pics and getting nudes and all that other stuff. Perfectly fine having intimate relationships in that way, just not. My chat keeps moving up. This is really frustrating. Yeah, just not in the... I gotta try something real quick. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta figure this out. This has been bugging me for weeks. I'm just gonna let this play and...
Because it's completely different for everyone. My siblings and I grew up with different types of common sense. There are things I know my brothers don't know that I think are common sense. Even though we were raised in the same environment, we don't know those things. So I, Brittany, don't actually believe in things like that. So again, if you guys want to understand how I think, you need to accept that I'm not running off whatever pre-script you guys are working off.
Oh, it was... I got it. It was the freaking... it was the contrast border.
Right? And you guys can disagree with my characterization, but does that really warrant a bridge burning? Does that warrant a friendship ending? That seems strange that he would end a friendship with a close friend he said was good and be more than open to talking to other people on the internet, right? So I have to assume something is going wrong here. You know what I mean? I don't think he's using his position on the internet to manipulate his orbiters. I think if you are a grown adult with a good head on your shoulders, your career shouldn't be dependent on Steven. I think Steven is doing the best he can with what he has to welcome orbiters into his world, but I am not an orbiter. And so I'm not dependent on Steven. One of the ironic things I saw on his Reddit were people saying like, wow, her career is over. She burned the bridge. I can't believe she gave up on Destiny. Her whole career is done now. And that basically isn't true because I already had a career before and after Destiny, obviously. But Mr. Girl, those are the comments he sees. Mr. Redacted, that's what he sees and goes, see, Steven's manipulative. Steven isn't dependent. I'm not dependent on Steven. I'm not dependent on him for income. And when you guys post like,
we don't, that's not what an orbiter is, just so she, like, Brittany, if you watch this, people call ABBA an orbiter as well. It has nothing to do with him being dependent on Destiny. It has to do with the fact that everybody meets on his show. So in order for them all to know each other and interact with one another, they all happen to revolve around him. Those conversations, those interactions, they're all in his Discord, on his live stream, and you all know each other because of him. That is his orbit. It has nothing to do with you being dependent on him.
That in the subreddit, that's why Mr. Redacted thinks Steven is doing something to his orbiters. He's not doing anything like that to his orbiters. He's being messy and dysfunctional, but he's being human. He's not manipulating. He's not sitting there going, meh, meh, meh. Now, is he strategic with how behind the scenes he handles online stuff? Yeah, I mean, we're YouTubers. We all do that, right? Maybe that's a form of manipulation. I think it's just playing 4D chess, but also being reasonable. But again, I don't know what is so upsetting about my opinions about the situation, right? But I can understand why people might be upset based off of their own values. Ooh, Impastor with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Why don't you judge them by their words and actions? Sneeko may say all the things, but he behaves in an entirely different manner. He even calls everyone bots and sheep all the time. Well, so I believe Sneeko's playing a character and he's on a journey as a young man. So I don't take anything he says seriously.
Oh. Now, when Sneeko does it, it's just a character, guys. That's it. Now, that is so convenient.
Like, do you get what I'm saying? So I can't judge Sneeko because I'm discounting him as judgeable. Because I don't think this is his final form. So I can judge as a content creator that I don't support his content in terms of like maybe the rhetoric he's saying, but he's also pulled back from a lot of that rhetoric. And I don't watch Sneeko like a content creator. I don't watch Rumble or Kick, or I don't go on those alternative websites. So I can't judge Sneeko. I have exempted him from being judged by me because I cannot take him seriously yet. Right? But if Andrew Tate wants to be taken seriously, then I'll judge him. If Steven wants to be taken seriously, I will judge. And I'm only judging the content creation part, right? Again, this is so important, right? Yes, Destiny has changed his position on things, but again, you guys maybe you guys don't know the difference. You know there's a difference, right, between how you live your life and what you say. I don't care what you say. I want to know how you live your life, right? So only if I'm taking you seriously. If I'm not taking you seriously, it doesn't matter. Okay? So I really need you to hold this distinction with me. I know it sounds confusing, but my little brother went through a Tate stage too. I don't take them seriously. They're just in this moment where they're throwing eggs at people and they just want to like, meh, and I'm angry and this is how I feel. And I want them to feel that way and then decide how they came to that conclusion. But if every person in Sneeko's life who's even slightly good ditches him or is afraid to be associated with him, then he's just going to get reinforced by the bubbles that have already captured his attention, which is the Tate bubble. So yeah, I'm not going to judge him, right? In that regard. Okay, I hope that answers.
Yeah, like every time she says this, she is judging him. All of her responses are to her judgments of these people. She is judging them. So this is all, again, this is just pure copium. Like, I don't know why she keeps saying stuff like this.
Answered your question. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going through. Oops, hold on, babies. I'm going through the chats and I just fucked it up and it scrolled all the way down. So hold on. Lakara says Destiny wasn't upset. Wait, Destiny was upset and got his feelings hurt because you compared him to Sneeko and said he's less open-minded than the person who's totally a hypocrite in his eyes. Yeah, get over it. That's what I'm saying. You're a grown-up. You're the grown-up. What are you so pissy about getting compared to a 24-year-old? You're the grown.
Wait, Sneeko's also a grown-up, okay? Quit infantilizing him. He's not a little kid. People keep acting like he's a little kid. Oh, Tom, he's young. He has time, right? He's got time. Just give him some space. Yes, he's got time, but he's also a freaking idiot in the meantime, okay? And you grow because people are honest with you and give you honest critique, and that is how you know that you're doing something wrong and how you start to find out and change. Like, it's not. But Sneeko is so open-minded. Yes, I know. My bad. True.
Own up. Leave the kids alone. Or learn to take young people seriously and actually start paying attention to what they say. But if you're going to already ignore Sneeko and write him off as a young person who's silly, then how could you be offended that you're I even compared the two. When I compared open-mindedness, he's young. He should be more open-minded than the old people. Isn't that pretty traditional? Right? So I don't believe it. If that's the problem, I cannot.
Then why would you compare the two? You dumb broad. Why would you compare the two? What are you talking about? You're the one who compared them, woman.
help you with that, right? That's just so weird. I get associated with the worst people ever. I hate Teal Swan so much. Her work is so silly to me, but I get associated with her all the time. Okay, I understand why people think that, even though I completely disagree. I'm a content creator. I'm gonna get associated with people I don't like, and that's a problem. Again, the things Steven has told me in public and private, the way he's described himself to me, I don't know how he doesn't think it's not great to somebody like me who values like honesty, authenticity, no lying, complete
Because it has nothing to do with it. The two have nothing to do with one another. Knowing who you are is not the same as saying I'm closed-minded. Oh, I don't change my mind about things. That the fact that she actually thinks that's what he's saying, when I know for a fact, hold on. I know for a fact. Let's see. Yeah, let's
Jesus.
I know.
Big heavy topics today, huh?
So, well, I about cheating. You were like, well, what if you found the perfect person, but they wanted to like fuck puppies? And I'm like, what the fuck, Destiny?
Okay, well,
like,
yeah, I'm just saying, we're always exploring all the options, Brittany, okay? Trying to look into the other bubbles to see
this audio is horrible.
What could possibly be going on over there, you know?
But it's outrageous because like here we are trying to have real conversations about dating and expectations, and then you use these fucking out of like left corner examples as if that's going to happen to the average person.
I can't. There's no transcript. What the hell?
Right?
No, but the issue is just like if I say something like that, then what'll happen is like these things will pile up, and when they start piling up, I'll get somebody in the future who's like, Destiny actually is dishonest about a lot of things that he talks about. And here's like 4 examples. And like if I've got to talk through every example, I was like, okay, well when I said that, I didn't mean that. Or like when I said that Melina could
Wow, that sound. Oh my goodness, that sounds so familiar.
fuck anybody. I didn't mean anybody, obviously, right? If I have to do it like 4 or 5 times, it starts to look like I don't mean anything that I'm saying, right? Or like somebody like you might come up to me like, you said that you were okay with cheating. It's like, well, no, hold on. Well, like, what was the context of that? So that's why.
Wow. Oh my goodness. What? Oh wow. That's crazy.
Plan. Why this particular path though? You could have done anything else. Why this one? Oh, you're moving away from the hedonism.
Yes, yeah, that.
So we're moving away from the hedonism and we're on it. So do you are you like hyper aware that like you're in a moment and your life is shifting and you're like, oh my God, I'm making a transition?
What? What? He transitions in his life? What? This is crazy. Oh my goodness. And he's not a heathen? What? That's nuts. What? How could she have known? How could she doesn't watch his content, guys? She doesn't watch his content. She couldn't have known any of this stuff.
Yeah, it happened a little bit ago, but yeah.
How does it feel to be in a transition? I have a prediction about your life, but I don't know if I should say it out loud.
Go ahead, do it. Why not? Now that you said that much, you kind of have to. Now you're committed to it.
I know. How are you doing emotionally?
Pretty good. Did something happen?
Well, wait, why are you asking me that? Did something happen?
Well, I don't know. When you ask a question like that, it makes you feel like.
Okay.
I'm very like sensitive, but I don't know if that would change my life for the better. Getting rid of that. I don't know if getting rid of weed would really change my life for the better if you're disciplined with its use.
Well, but you do it every single day, so how really funny is to take like Sharia law and like change like 6 words and present it to a Christian. Be like, how do you think this looks? Like, this would be the greatest thing ever. It's like, okay, bro, you're basically like a fucking fundy.
Okay, let's see.
Do you avoid that and kind of like carry on the other path and keep doing what you're doing? Or do you reconfigure or change some of your fundamental beliefs or views of the world in order to overcome that challenge? And ideally, I'm hoping that I'm always going to be the person that wants to rise and meet or exceed the threshold to beat whatever that challenge is. And then that's kind of what's happened over the past like couple months, I guess.
Oh my goodness, what? He's willing to change his mind to get over hurdles? Oh my goodness, this is crazy, guys. Oh, we just found out. We did. How could we have known? How could we have known? What a close-minded guy.
Transparency in a relationship, like, of course I'm going to judge that. But that's what I'm saying. If he was my close friend and he knew me, nothing I'm saying should be a surprise. I am very harsh on the close people in my life and what they do. If you cheat, I'm going to tell your wife. If you cheat, I'm going to tell your husband. If you cheat, I'm going to tell your boyfriend. If you cheat, I'm going to tell your partner. Okay? Now, don't put me in a situation, because I will tell them. I won't call them. I won't Google their names. But if I'm put in a room with them, I'm not going to sit there and pretend, just because you're my bestie, that you didn't do what you did. Okay? So that's my thing. It's a consent violation. Whether you like it or not, cheating is a lying consent violation. And we're not talking about I was drunk one night, I was manic, I was having a bet, and I accidentally touched a boob. We're talking about methodical cheating, right? Cheating is bad. If you've thought about it, you know your wife or husband aren't going to like it, and you do it anyways, that's bad. And that person should not be giving relationship advice, or rather, they should always have the right to give relationship advice, because I'm a pro-freedom person, but
I feel like Brittany Simon is a walking contradiction machine. She is. She is. She contradicts herself every couple minutes. It's without failure. She just keeps saying things. And I don't know if she actually has real beliefs. I think she just says whatever comes to mind in the moment, whatever will help her get out of whatever hole she dug herself in. She'll just say things to get out of it. Yes, like it's just, there's no meaning coming from this person. Oh, it's nuance. Oh, it's nuance. Thank you, Sass. Sorry. You are so correct. You're so sorry. So sorry. It's nuance. It was the nuance. That's what I was missing. It was the nuance. Yeah.
will never recommend to my audience to seek advice from a person who can't walk the walk. Period. I do not value people who cannot walk the walk. That's all there is to it. It's not that deep. And I think that's pretty based. If you don't agree, you live in a different reality from me, and that's fine. But that's, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Smokers, drinkers. I might consider a smoker with lung cancer.
So if Brittany is not currently in an open relationship, she should not be talking about open relationships, because she's not in that bubble. Okay? She can't do it. She can't do it. All right?
Telling me not to smoke because they walk the walk. I wouldn't, like, there are things that are facts. Like, okay, apparently in society, people just want the right information, but I want people who have the lived experience. So this is a bubble difference. Kat Black just made this most amazing video on this, where she was saying, like, the lived experience is always ignored because it's anecdotal. But for Brittany, that's all I care about, because statistics lie. People lie on statistics, but also statistics.
Also, if she isn't currently a man, she can't give any advice to men, right? Exactly. True. She can't talk to men. Also, if she's not me, because it's all about individuals. And so if she is not currently me, she cannot give me advice, because it's all about the individual. LOL at Tom, still assuming Brittany is consistent with her logical thought process. I am not. I literally just got done talking about how she is a walking contradiction machine, I think is the phrase that I just made up a minute ago to refer to this young lady here. I just made this phrase up, a walking contradiction machine. I like that phrase. Do you guys like that?
Or generalization where people like me fall through the cracks. So people like me, if you generalize people who have borderline, I'm not that description, generally speaking, right? So people like me will fall through the cracks if we keep generalizing individuals. So I don't want to do that. So again, I understand that you could have objective advice, like smoking leads to lung cancer or can lead to lung cancer. And I think no matter who says that, it's probably correct. But again, I don't want to hear it from people in general unless they have a lived experience and a story attached to it. Hey, Brittany, I've been smoking 30 years. I got lung cancer and I died at 55 when I could have been there for my children. That is much more impactful to me than someone just saying, hey, do you know, like, you shouldn't smoke, it causes cancer? Yeah, we know that, bros. We do know that.
But you can't tell somebody not to smoke if you are not a smoker. Okay? You can't do that because you don't know the individual might actually benefit from smoking. They might actually like smoking and it might benefit them. So you can't give broad general advice that you shouldn't smoke, especially if you're not a smoker.
But personal experience is usually what helps change minds. So for me, I'm looking for that personal experience to understand it. Okay, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, hold on. I have to look for all these super chats.
If you already quit smoking, it means that you don't understand what it's like to be a smoker anymore. If you're not currently doing BDSM in the moment, you cannot give advice on BDSM.
Mr. Girl wants me to unblock him. Never. I'm never unblocking Mr. Girl. Leave me alone. I do not consent.
Leave her
If I
alone.
blocked
She
you,
does
I
not
blocked you for a
consent.
reason.
No means no.
How do people look at Destiny and think that he has anything put together when his hair is that color and his beard looks that way? Half joking. Funny. Okay. That's not.
Do not approach a woman on stream. Do not approach a woman on stream. Back up. Go away. Do not approach a woman on stream.
Okay, so people are saying, how is Sneeko? He's in the red pill. How is he open-minded? I do not believe this is his final form. I think he's going through a phase, and we'll see if the phase lasts. If in 5 to 10 years he's still in this area, that's fine. I think people change, though, and I've seen Sneeko since he was a kid on YouTube, and I know he has the potentiality to think much deeper and more profoundly about these subjects. I just think he's stuck in a sphere right now, which reinforces a lot of the feelings he's been having. And it doesn't help that he's also in like a making money bubble. So again, when you're in a making money bubble, it doesn't really matter. Ethics and morals don't matter. Consistency doesn't matter. What matters is that you sell products. And I think that that is America, right? You can be mad at capitalism before you can be mad at Sneeko, right? Because the game of capitalism is sell a product, whether people like it or not, whether it's good for them or not, whether it helps them or not, like cigarettes and stuff. And make money and put a warning label on it. So if if Sneeko is primarily in the making money bubble, that's not my business. You know what I'm saying? But if he's in the ethics bubble, which he sort of grifts and I don't agree with, then that's one thing. But again, I can't take Sneeko seriously. He's in his mid-20s. He's too all over the place. He doesn't have a real reason why he thinks things. He just has his feelings, which I think are valid, but I don't think are enough for me to like actually want to contend with him one-on-one in a equal way. But Steven is a man who, again, claims he's the adult and claims he knows what he's doing and he wants to be taken seriously. So, again, if you can't walk the walk.
Was Tom muted or miming? Neither. Oof, there's so much I want to say, but I feel like if I start on that one, it's a never-ending train to nowhere. So I'm just gonna let that one go.
I don't think you should talk the talk, but I don't mean literally shouldn't. I think Sneeko should be back on YouTube. That's how pro and anti-censorship I am, or pro-freedom I am. I'm saying Steven can have his advice thing. He can do his thing, but it's surprising to me that people would take advice from someone who cannot walk the walk. That is what is surprising to me. You know what I mean? But that's fine. So again, I pride myself in walking the walk, right? Yeah. Also, there's some like arguments in the comments about whether Melina feels like she was cheated on. Guys, open relationships, you can get cheated on. And Melina and Destiny have already said on stream, it is cheating. They've already confided in me privately before it came out that it was cheating. We know it's cheating. It's not that deep. Okay. Let's go. My lips are weird. Okay. Joel says Destiny gives the appearance of being open-minded, but it's open-minded with conditions and qualifiers. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Is like I'm open to anything that could be true, no matter who tells it to me, but I am pretty closed-minded when it comes to certain things. So I know that about myself. I wonder if people would be okay with admitting that, right? I'm gonna get to your super chats. I'm coming. Actually, I'm gonna scroll down to them since they get priority, and everyone has to repeat questions if I haven't done it. Ira, thank you so much for the super chat. Will this be VOD later today? Yeah, I just unlist my live shows and I put them in a playlist on the front page. So let's make sure I didn't miss. Okay, I'm gonna go to the super chats. Thank you so much, Officer Ricky. Don't you think people that can't walk the walk can actually give you good advice? They literally can tell you the negative effects that come with the lifestyle. So Destiny advice might be helpful. Yeah, but I've never seen Steven in the year I've been watching him, or year plus. I've never actually seen him say, "I'm a shitty partner. I'm a bad this. You shouldn't do it like me." Literally.
I've literally heard him say these things. He has said these things. He says that he's bad at relationships, that he's bad at communication, that he's abusive to Melina, that he's cheated on her. Like, he's literally said all of this stuff. John, I don't know if you're still here. This is the Destiny lore master. Okay. I don't know if he has the clips of these things because we've got Brittany Simps in the chat who don't believe that they exist. So I don't know where to get the clips from, but I know that I've heard him say all of these things many times. But I don't have it all. I'm not saving everything that he says on my computer. So
look at me, I'm a bad person. Like, I've never seen him do that. So instead he gets there and says, no, I have a healthy relationship. I'm doing things healthily. My job is healthy. He literally told Abba in one of the conversations they had about hedonism with Melina that he's doing it right. So no, I don't think Steven is a person who is doing that. He
literally just look up Destiny caught mid rant on YouTube. Also, I did just pull up, for those of you who just got here, I just pulled up Destiny talking to her, telling her that he's willing to change his mind, that he has to be willing to morph in order to get over hurdles. There were a couple other things that people will interpret his words sometimes as he's okay with cheating when he's not. That would be out of context. Like, he's literally saying all of these things to her in a conversation, right? This is what he's saying to her in this conversation. So, yeah.
You're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason. You're used to dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes.
You want to air it out? You want to bring up what happened? Do you want to bring it up all?
The only reason I've had to lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was gonna... What does she mean when she can't physically mentally have sex? What she means she doesn't want to have sex. Or she wants to have really good sex, but she doesn't want to go out and look for it. That's fine. I don't care. If I have this argument with somebody, I'll actually lose my mind. Me and Melina used to fight over this shit so
He's talking about kidology right there, just so you guys know. He was talking about kidology right there.
much. The way that works for me and Melina is I'm not allowed to hook up with somebody unless she has somebody to hook up with. So there are times when I want to fuck a lot, and she's like, oh, I don't know, it's like really hard for me to find somebody. And it's like, what do you mean it's hard for you to find somebody? You just don't want to find somebody. And we would fight about this so much. She's like, well, no, it's not that I don't want to find somebody, it's just hard for me to find somebody. I was like, it's not. You can go to the beach, you can hop on Tinder, you can go to a coffee shop. Hi, love you.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
What happened?
We're watching Forsen. He's on an insane run right now.
Steve.
What? Hi. What? We're watching Forsen right now. What are you doing? Yeah. Huh? I love you.
Only a low-level.
You're on a sick run right now.
Some kind of Hogwarts.
Why are you so sus?
We're not acting
Why are you
stuff.
acting so weird?
We're just hanging out.
I don't know.
Hello, mortals. I am Zeus, also known as...
I know what you're talking about.
Yes, I am actually real, unlike Jesus.
Hello.
Anyways, I noticed you've been wanting a god seed, but I cannot provide you with one until you've done your part.
We're just watching women make insults on the internet.
100 people from the chat for me. Thank you.
What do you want to hang?
Wow, it's so pretty. So beautiful. Wow, golden melts.
Golden milk.
Golden
Such
melts.
a no.
Nice. Okay.
Why? Are you pushing them away? I know.
Bye, Melons.
Positive
Who's talking about
relationships.
anything?
This is why I believe increasingly.
What? No, I was talking about another Mel I knew.
You're not. What are you doing? You're talking shit.
We're just hanging out.
You're talking shit.
I'm not talking shit.
You are talking shit.
This woman is doing a similar thing to you, where she's like, oh, she's calling herself an incel because she can't, because she's saying she can't find good sex. So it's like,
I told you he was talking about her. Told you he was talking about her. It's freaking, she's nuts.
when we would argue, and I would say, Mel, you probably just don't want to fuck anybody right now. And you're like, no, I really do. I just don't have anybody. And I'm like, bro, you can find guys in 50 million different areas of life. How can
Are they any good? No.
doesn't you then cycle through them? Then go try some out.
The people that sending messages to me, would you ever? No, you wouldn't.
Mel, those are the worst messages you get. How many messages do you get?
I check my messages every day. You can go through them. It's not gonna be.
Really? How much money would you give me if I can find one attractive guy that you would have fun in your DMs?
How long ago would you have sent something?
Probably within. You can just tweet out right now, hey, looking for somebody in Miami that wants to hook up. Any takers?
Should I do it in my forum? Like list?
Sure, you could do that, and you literally get like 200 attractive men.
Nah. No, definitely not. Because they don't have time to be on Instagram. I don't think they do. I don't believe it.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
Just a bunch of people that has nothing else to do.
Okay.
And
Okay.
men are not gonna sit there online and look for hot women because they already have them. They just go outside. They're picked already.
They'll more than one woman. It's not like they've got one woman and they're only gonna one girl. If it's just guys wanting to fuck around.
Because usually if they're fucking one, aren't the girls doing that too? Have you seen what the guys look like in Miami?
Bro, half these guys will cheat anyway. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, sure. But why would I want to have someone this might be a dickhead.
Okay, that's fine.
Shut up. What if they're what if they're an infant of you? What if
Oh my God, how many of these people are actually?
men don't shower? Like,
Oh my.
I'm gonna skip ahead.
Like pretty girl brain. You have no idea what a normal human being's existence is like. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just telling you, you have no idea what you're saying. You just don't understand.
About what? What do I have to?
We're living in totally different realities.
Sure, but you know that. Wait, you have to say that we have definitely hooked up with people with people.
I don't. Nothing you say right now matters.
Wait,
Nothing
why?
because this conversation is retarded right now, and you're gonna trigger me.
What is? Okay, are you just trying to make me look bad?
No, you jumped into this conversation.
Because you're talking about me.
I was just giving an example that women say dumb things about not having people to hook up with.
Mention my name to it? Nice.
Because it's the same type of conversation we've had before. I know we all know what you mean. You mean what I said you mean, which is you don't have ultra high quality people that are coming to you with zero effort. That's what you mean. But women will sometimes say autistic shit like, oh, I don't have anybody that I can sleep with, which isn't true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine.
I have never said that before.
Okay.
I just said like I don't really feel like I want to hook up with someone that isn't putting an effort into anything, sexually or anything.
Okay.
Right? Like why would I want to do that? Just waste time. That's all I've said. You can't say that. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's anyone that ever wants to like me. I've never said that before.
Okay.
That's unfair for you to say.
Okay.
Right? Agree?
I feel like you phrased things that way before,
I have never
but
said that before.
okay.
Have I like show me a clip of where I ever said that on stream?
We don't talk about this on stream.
But why would I say it to you privately whenever like I talk to you stream about everything you do all the time? Yeah. So there's not you're just making shit up because you are judgmental and you just
Yeah,
that's what you do. You just get mad. You just like you get insult brain. Go off even though I've never said that before. So
Okay.
yeah. Really, find a clip of me saying that. Do it. Yeah. And also, for the record, you do hook up with people when I'm not good with someone. Yes.
Yeah, if I lie about it, yeah. Only when I'm cheating.
Yeah, but in the past, when you were not cheating, we would do things not at the same time. But then you would be cheating sometimes, and I'd be like, okay, now things are getting a lot more complicated.
Okay, well.
He's a cheater.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yep. And when you start cheating, then I get uncomfortable in the
Okay,
relationship.
nice.
So why would I ever be
True.
okay with anything if you're not even being
Absolutely
it's
true.
an open relationship, you can't even be honest.
Yeah, because I can't see someone unless you're seeing someone at the same time, and half the time you're like,
That's
oh, I don't feel like seeing
the
anybody for
rule.
4 months,
That's the
and you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't have anybody that wants to have sex with me right now. It's like, okay, you can hop on Tinder and find anybody. You know?
That's a rule that we made a lot, like years later after we started dating. But before
True.
that, you were cheating when we had an open relationship. You would just be like, not tell me shit, and then I would find out. Like,
Yeah, because I thought when we did an open relationship,
So Anna is one of the people that he's cheated on her with.
it means we can fuck whoever we want to fuck. Not I have to wait until Mel finds the perfect 10 out of 10 Giga Chad to roll into her life with zero effort by her, and I'm sitting here with like 20 women I could. And I'm gonna be like, sorry, hold on, my wife is my 10 out of 10, 23-year-old Swedish bombshell wife has nobody that wants to fuck her right now.
That's not true. You still, like when we started dating, this was not a requirement that we were doing. But
Mm-hmm.
still, you would like, we would basically have an open relationship, everything would be fine. Like we were like 2 months in, and then you would still lie about shit even though you didn't have to. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he's just naturally a f***ing liar.
True.
Probably
Based
because
and
he cheated.
lying pills.
Probably because you
Sometimes you just gotta be based.
Did Steven ever cheat on his past relationships? Yes, he did. So maybe he still has that sort of cheating brain that he has to lie about things because he's traumatized.
Holy Giga Chad.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Does it get more alpha than that? I cheat when I don't even have to. I heard from the Fresh and Fit guys that makes you more competitive, so I'm just trying to make you love me more.
He has a cheater brain. I think that's just a thing sometimes. You know, guys, sometimes people want to have an open relationship because they fuck around, but they can't stop lying about it. Even though they have an open relationship, they still f***ing lie. They can't talk about things they do. Yes. And how many people has he cheated on? Several.
I think just 2.
Probably most of your relationships.
Pretty sure just 2, but you know.
Really? Like your wife?
I didn't count my wife. Well, unless you count.
Huh?
Unless you count.
No, didn't the first wife.
No, she wanted an open relationship, and it got that was her
communicated?
fault.
Was
It was,
communicated?
yeah.
Really?
Then she went crazy.
Okay, sure. Well, how many people have you cheated?
Just you and Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to say you're kind of bad at communicating. Yep.
Do you want to do all the relationship stuff right now? If you want to, we can do that. I've not started. I brought up a mini thing about how silly it is that sometimes women say, oh, I don't have anybody to fuck right now. I think it's
And
silly.
then you bring up me as a f***ing example.
Because you say things like that.
I don't say anything like that.
Okay.
I just say that, like, why would I want to have someone that's just gonna make me a terrible time? It's not fun. It's a bad time. I gotta make sure it's a good time. Divorce stream. No, you're fine. This has been. Hey guys, this has been the past 4 years. It's alright. We're still here. You guys haven't seen it again. Yeah. Keep pushing. Mel W. Are you mad at me?
No. If you want to air relationship shit out, we can. But I'm gonna blow you the fuck up pretty soon. So I'm just letting you know, okay? You can keep listen. I will emotionally recover in 1 day, okay? It's gonna take you 2 months if you want to air everything out right now. That's what you want to do. Okay, well then.
How much would it cost to see a Melina reaction to this specific fidelity comment?
I didn't. I just said sometimes women say autistic shit. You just said the autistic shit that I said you say.
If you're gonna bring up and say we can only speak at the same time or whatever, it's not fucking annoying. If you're gonna say that, then I have to tell them why that is, right?
The reason why it is because you're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the
He's so embarrassing not even looking at her. I think he's playing the video game right now. Like he's playing against somebody live.
reason.
This is why I only date men.
Because you're used to being dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes.
You lied to me in the
No.
past.
The only reason I'm gonna lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was gonna have a mom babysitting
Do
me.
you want to air it out? Do you want want to bring up what happened?
Which time?
A lot of times. Do you want to bring it up all? I can see it.
Can I just play video games?
Well, you have to say that there are things that you've done that made me probably pretty insecure about the relationship, yeah?
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
don't think so?
There have been things that both of us have done.
Wait, you have to think about a little bit more now. What do you think has happened here?
A lot of things have happened.
Yes.
For not just me.
Okay. Well, there are things
Yeah.
that makes me not too secure in the relationship that you've done.
True. I understand that. You need that.
And I'm
You need
not
that
you. I don't know what
real
you're thinking about.
hyper obsessed guy. That guy who
Okay, so yeah, so they've talked about this. This came out a month ago. The Brittany. The Brittany stuff was 13 days ago. So about 2 weeks before she started talking about it, acting like Destiny and never admitted to it or anything, they had already, and I heard him talk about it in other conversations in other contexts. So it wasn't even that I heard it from.
He is not saying.
But yes, thank you to John. Thank you for telling us where the clip was.
Right? He's not saying I am doing a bad thing. He's getting away with being a hypocrite by.
I wonder if you can get Brittany to talk to you about this. I've tried to talk to her before, and her response was, "I'm sorry, but I'm very picky about the types of people that I talk to." What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? How am I supposed to take that? What the hell does that mean? Bro, yikes. Tom, whoa. Yes, I know. LMAO, yes, I know. Am I making things up, or was she diagnosed with bipolar and spent time in a psych ward? She's diagnosed with BPD, and I do believe she's been facilitated before, from what I remember. Tom, Brittany is talking to Wick this week. Okay. Wick is a lot larger than me. Like, his conversation with Mr. Girl was complete bullcrap. I think mine got about 10,000 views. His got 20,000 views. And he split it up into like 3 parts. So, and I'm including the live stream and the VOD after. So yeah. He's still much bigger than me. So I think she takes that into consideration, obviously. Oh, wait, who is this? Is that who I think it is? No, it's not. Okay. I thought this was, wait, that is him. Wait, what the hell? Did he start a new account? It literally is. Why does he only have 29 followers? Great topic for the Royale. Wait, this is really him. Oh my goodness. What the hell? Why does he have so little followers? Oh my goodness. Yes, it's really him. What the hell? He got banned, no? Oh, that's right. He did get banned. But saying that won't get her any new followers or donators. Shitting on him does. That's how cult initiations work.
saying, don't live life like I live it. But it's like, do you want to, okay, if a Catholic priest tells you raping children is wrong and you found out he raped a child, do you really want to hear it from him? Because I don't. So that's the thing that I feel. And now I've only been watching Destiny for like a year and some change, right? That's how long I've known him. So, and I don't mean a bad, okay, you guys are having a literal ultra, like, are you guys having like a funky, you guys are freaking out in the chat right now. Bad person is not evil person. Bad things, I think he's a good person who does.
I said in her chat, I added her and said in her chat, I'm like, Brittany, you keep like making up issues that didn't exist. The problem is that you're wrong. You are wrong on the facts. Okay, stop making it like I didn't say, but that's what I said. That was the DM. She keeps making it about, oh well, it's the bubbles, and oh it's the nuance, and oh it's the individual, and oh it's the miscommunication, and oh we're just talking about different things, and no, it's not. You are wrong on the facts, dude. You are wrong on the facts. You are saying things that are factually incorrect about him over and over and over. This is the stop coping. You are just wrong. It isn't all of this other subjective stuff. It can be that too, but that's not what people are pissed off about. People are pissed off that you are wrong on the facts. Drag her, Tom? Yeah, I think that's another reason she probably won't come on. Is the last like 3 times I've talked about her, I've been going off on her. So
does bad things. Is that good enough? Are you guys okay now? Are you done being triggered? You're so sensitive. You're so fucking sensitive. Listen to me. How I think is how I think, and this is my opinion. A grown man in his 30s burned the bridge with his best friend because she had an opinion of a clearly dysfunctional relationship.
She's spiraling and obsessing over Destiny, probably accidentally offending her one time. I don't think that that's true. That's an over exaggeration. It's taken her like 2 weeks just to respond to Destiny, okay? Destiny has talked about her like 10 times since all of this happened and done like, hours and hours of streaming and videos and all sorts of crap, right? She's talking about this for the very first time. So I don't think she's obsessed. And I think that one of the bigger problems is her nonchalant attitude towards their relationship, where Destiny thought that they were good friends. And she's like, oh, this is just a dude I talked to on the internet. Even though she did say that they were friends, like moments after she said that, like, oh, we were never friends. Like, I just talked to him on the internet. He doesn't even have my phone number. And then 2 minutes later, she's like, and that's the moment that we became friends. Wait, what?
You guys can be upset about this, but you cannot justify it to me. I want to see Destiny right now tell all the progressives how bad he is at being progressive. He does not hold progressive values. This is why women hate liberal men. This is what I heard from my girlfriends when I told them the story. They're like, it's always the liberal men. It's always the progressive men who are fuckboys. It's always the liberal.
Okay, however, she might be struggling with the drop off and trying to play it down. Sure, I mean, I would assume that she was struggling with this because, she didn't really stream much after all of this happened. She didn't say anything on Twitter. I think it's taken her a long time to respond to this because she was struggling with it, but I don't think she's obsessed with him. I think that that's an over-exaggeration.
Liberal men who go around and do these things. And I'm saying Steven is not the exception. He's just a part of the bubble. He's a part of the same narrative. So can you explain it to me? Can you justify it to me?
Destiny
Have I ever done
does
anything
claim
wrong
to
in
be
my
a
life?
progressive.
Absolutely. Every day. And I admit to it. I've made videos about how I've told the worst lies I've ever told.
Wow.
I've got on the internet, talked about my toxic relationships. I've talked about the dysfunction in my life. And I've also talked about how I've gotten out of it.
Wow, so enlightened, guys. So enlightened. She's actually willing to admit that she's wrong about things. Destiny is in his final form, okay? He is the person who he's always going to be. He knows it all. He says this all the time, that he knows everything and that he will never change. She admits that she makes mistakes and she grows from it, right? She changes bubbles sometimes even, all right?
You do not have to be dysfunctional. You do not have to lie to your partners. You do not have to cheat on your partners. You can be people with a set of values you actually follow no matter the temptation. I believe in you. Super chat. If an overweight person gave you good advice for losing weight, would you disregard his advice just because he's overweight? Yes, absolutely, 1000%. That seems strange. Exactly. In your bubble, it seems strange. In my bubble, it seems very strange to take advice from people who don't walk the walk. So that's why I say it's a miscommunication. Thank you so much for the super chat. Exactly. In my bubble, if I asked my parents, my brothers, my neighbors, the bubble I'm in right now, if I went to my neighbors and said, would you take advice? They'd be like, absolutely not.
You're not a heroin addict. You can't say you shouldn't do heroin. You got to be a heroin addict to be able to say that, guys. That in her bubble, you can't do that. You got to be a heroin addict in order to say you shouldn't do heroin.
This is very unique. This is different. It's just a different bubble. So no, in my bubble, I would not take advice from anyone, even if it was accurate, if they weren't walking the walk. because I don't need to. I have actual like papers I can read. I have actual research I can read. I don't have to watch a YouTuber who isn't walking the walk. I can find a YouTuber who's either giving me the objective research or using their life as an example of how things are able to happen, right? How things can be a success. So thank you so much for that super chat. That is exactly my point. Kevin, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Brittany, last year around this time, I had a terrible family situation going on, and at a low moment mentioned it in chat. The advice comment you gave me made my day in a way I won't forget. Can't thank you enough. Stay awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. I really hope it worked out, Kevin. So does that make sense, guys? Can we, like, that's where I think the conversation really needs to be, is how differently we think, right? Okay, so now that I'm done with super chats, I'm going to scroll all the way down to chat, and I'll start asking questions again.
Everybody take a second. Hit the thumbs upsies. Press that thumbs up button, please.
Okay, does anyone
And
actually have a
thank you.
question now? Because I'm back caught up with chat, and I don't see any new questions.
Destiny's fault for finding someone who's got a ranking system for people that ranges from Giga Chad Enlightened to might as well kill yourself and befriend them. True.
In the papers you read on weight loss, are you looking for the author to ensure they aren't overweight? No, because they wouldn't be using their lived experience as the example. They'd be using the documentation. I don't trust random YouTubers who look up Wikipedia articles. I don't trust people who take Twitter polls.
I don't trust people who look at Wikipedia articles. That is a red flag, guys. That is a red flag right there. Wow. Who would do such a thing? That's ridiculous. All right, I gotta go get some food real quick. I will be right back. I'll let this play.
I am very picky about where I get my information. If it's a lived experience and they tell me their story and they show that they did it, I can believe them. If they are citing papers and researching papers, then I'm trusting the science, not the person saying the science. Does that make sense? So I still wouldn't go to a random YouTuber and use their science. I'd go to somebody who has some sort of credential or a lived experience that allowed me to rely less on a credential. Does that make sense? That might sound strange, but yeah. TMM. I love TMM. Hi, TMM says, remember when Michael Brooks said, be ruthless with systems and kinds with individuals? I think too many people forget that advice. That's pretty great advice. That is pretty great advice. Sausage Lord with your super chat. Thank you off. Go off, Queen. Win, Brittany. L. Steven. As the great philosopher Sneeko said. Boys are so fun. I really appreciate boy energy sometimes. It's so funny. Okay. I skipped your super chat. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me scroll up. It's so sorry. They come really fast, and then I don't know where they went. Raiders Cat, member for 3 months. Thanks for sticking to your guns about Max and Lav. Fuck yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. Steven needs to stick to his guns. Don't talk to Lav. Don't talk to Mr. Redacted. They're not healthy. They're dysfunctional, but they're like bad. Like not bad, like evil, because I don't really believe in evil people, but like they're, I mean, I do believe in evil, but I don't know if I believe in evil people. Oh, okay, I see it. Thank you. Aren't you also being closed-minded like you claim Destiny is by dismissing Sneeko for his age? Dude is literally 24. He should know better. I think in some ways you could see it that way. I think of myself as being open-minded to the idea that he will change because this isn't his final form, but I am also taking him out of the running of being criticized. Now, if Sneeko came to me and said, Brittany, I'd actually like you to really consider me a full adult, and I'd like you to really challenge my ideas, I would do that with him. Absolutely. I just don't think it's appropriate because of the journey that I see him on. I just feel like it's really inappropriate to do that. And not because he's just 24, but because of what kind of 24-year-old he is. So like my friend brother was married in his 20s, making $160K with 4 kids and a wife. Okay? So that's a different kind of person living their 20s. Not everyone's living the same 20s. So Sneeko's living a 20s that I think is different. It's like Aiden Ross. Like, it was so sweet when Steven was trying to explain to Aiden and Sneeko, like, the difference between a pedophile and like a person who molests children. Like they just couldn't follow the convo, which shows me like how innocently naive they are. But also Steven he trolled them the whole time. He didn't really attempt to actually inform them. I love this information. These kinds of facts changed my whole perspective on existence and made me much more compassionate. And I think if we could really understand the difference between pedophiles and child molesters and people who were raised in environments where X, Y, and Z, if we could really understand the nuance of all of these things, I think it would be much more interesting, but not a mandatory thing. It's not mandatory. We as a society are not obligated to one another past a certain extent, right? So again, I'm not trying to say you can see me as closed-minded by ignoring Sneeko. I'm okay with that definition. It just doesn't match how I think of open-mindedness, but I think it's valid if that's how you think of it. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll back down. Scroll back down. Scroll. And if you want to join the voice chat on Discord, you guys can hop into the waiting room and I'll pull you into chat. You will get priority along with super chats over regular comments. Okay, imposter, again, thank you so much. Okay, but isn't that some kind of ad hominem thing? In my example, I specified it was good advice. Why would the weight of a person giving the advice make the advice good or not worth taking? Okay, so I think we're hearing different things. Is the person giving advice giving it from a scientific perspective, like a researcher perspective? Then their lifestyle choice doesn't matter. Are they giving it to me as a lived experience? Then it might matter. Brittany, again, I do not take advice from people who do not walk the walk, nor do I think people generally should, unless they're coming from a place of authority. Like, I'm a researcher. Here's the data. I don't follow it because I don't want to, because you're not obligated to stay or to be any particular way. But at the same time, if I'm trying to reach a goal, like I wouldn't want a personal trainer who wasn't in shape. Does that kind of make sense? So again, I'm not trying to ad hominem thing. I'm just trying to say from my perspective, this is definitely how I think of it. Brittany, I believe the issue is perspectives of your relationship between you and Destiny. When you make certain assumptions and statements about Destiny that he considers wrong. Okay. So people were really upset. Hold on, I don't know where your second part of your comment is. People were really upset I kept calling Sneeko my son. When I first went on Sneeko's stream, his whole stream was like, she sunned you, bro. Because I made it clear that I was older and I wasn't going to engage in his like flirtatious acts. And I wasn't going to treat him like he wasn't someone that was younger. So his chat was like, she sunned you. And that's when I started saying Sneeko is my son. Because the truth is like Sneeko is not my peer quite, because we're not in the same vicinity exactly. We don't collab enough. He's not like you know what I'm saying? He's a young person on a journey, and he has not asked me to take him seriously. But I think Steven would. I mean, does Steven not want to be? Let me give Steven the option, I guess. Does he want to be taken seriously? Because if he does, then I don't think he walks the walk, and his advice is meaningless. Because again, at least Fresh and Fit walk the same walk. They openly say they're gonna have a one open relationship. At least for their bubble, they do make the money. They do have the girls. Like with Steven's bubble, who is he appealing to? I don't know why you would feel comfortable looking up to somebody who can't walk the walk. You know what I'm saying? But that's fine. That's totally fine. Destiny does do that. He gives advice based off what works for most people. Oh, and he acknowledges that he chooses not to follow them himself. Okay, so here's the problem though. He doesn't do that. He doesn't speak to a general population. He speaks to a general bubble population. The advice Steven gives doesn't make sense to half the people in my lives. He gave lying advice. When I called into the show, I was really high. Him and Melina were reading Reddit stories, and there was a cheating story. The girl was at a club, and she said that she cheated. Her best friend knew. She came home, and she never told her boyfriend. And then like a few years later, he was going to propose. And the friend was like, it's eating at me. I have to tell him. And Destiny and Melina, well, Steven was like, gaslight that friend, like gaslight everybody. Like, do not admit to this. Steven promotes ideas about lying to your partners. As far as I've seen in the collaboration we did together, when I called into his show, that was the stance he was taking. That's not good advice. Is that good advice in your bubbles? Is it good advice to lie to your partners? Again, if that is your bubble, and I've met a lot of my callers who actually do agree with that, that's fine. But you can't ask me to be okay with advocating lying to your partners, right? So again, I don't care if Steven gives good advice sometimes. If he's not smart enough to take it, why am I listening to him? So he can get away being a little cookie jar kid who's like, I'm not going to eat it anymore, Mom, I promise. As he's sitting here doing it over and over again. Yeah, silly, undisciplined, weak. Cheaters are weak. Like, think about it, right? If you can change Destiny's opinion, if you can convince him, he has reached opinions after much thinking. He won't change just because you said. Yeah, I don't want him to change just because I said. And so here's the problem, guys. I am not here. I don't know what I just did. Message pinned, undo. I didn't mean to pin that. I'm so sorry. I'm being a boomer. I literally have no beef with Steven. I don't care. Steven wasn't a close friend to me. He can burn the bridge. I rarely collabed with him. He can burn the bridge. I don't know what he's thinking. I have no idea how he's this offended. You know what I mean? It's just strange. But he can think that way. So as a content creator, I think he is not I just don't agree with what he puts out there on the internet in regards to his ideas. I'm not sure his community is a safe space for the mentally ill, considering that, again, he kept saying I was splitting, that this is borderline, and blah, 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 when it was literally my PTSD. So again, I'm indifferent to what Steven wants to do, but he can't keep doing things and expecting people not to push back. But if he wants to claim that I'm just, being silly, then that's okay too. That's an opinion he can have, right? But yeah. Metallica says, so if somebody told your future mother and father-in-law about your alternative lifestyle, you'd be fine with that? I mean, they already know. Both my parents and my in-laws know about my alternative lifestyles. So I'm not really sure what you mean in that regard. Destiny is being upset at a friend makes sense, but the both of you are having different views on your relationship. That's the disconnect. I agree. I think there's a huge disconnect happening here. You know what I mean? And I can't, look, I'm not going to tell his secrets. I'm not going to tell anything he told me behind closed doors, but I feel like it doesn't match. And so that's where I'm confused. So he can talk about that in private with me and we can clear it up and then I can come back and say we cleared it up. But I can't talk to him on stream about it because I'm not going to tell his secrets. So again, I think that he is just not as, he doesn't have the values he thinks he does. Does that make sense? Now look, I could be,
I'm so glad I walked away for that part. She is so triggering. Okay. All right. Guys, this is the worst kind of person, okay? This really is the worst kind of freaking person. Do not be this person. This is the worst. This is double speak when you sit there saying, this is wrong. You shouldn't do this. But it's okay. That's fine. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. It's no problem. It's not, I'm not going to judge you, but it's wrong. It's so bad. You shouldn't do that. It's such a messed up thing to do. This is, you are saying two opposites at the same time. Or if you turn around and say, I can't that's bad, that's wrong, but I can't force you not to do it. Like, so I don't care. Nobody thinks you can force anybody to do anything. Nobody thinks that. That's a pointless statement to say something's wrong or bad and then turn around and say, but it's fine. You know, who cares? It's okay. Not a big deal. That sort of crap. This is double speak. You are an idiot. You sound like a nutcase. You are saying two opposite things. If it's bad, then it's not okay. It's not all right. It's not, it's not all chill. This is dumb. This is a dumb way of talking. I hate listening to people who talk like this. It's so frustrating.
I'm just like a little confused on what he thinks should happen here, what's appropriate. Because I just don't think it's that deep. You know what I mean? And also Dan made the assumption, he was so sweet. Dan was so nice to me in Miami. Dan's a really nice guy, holds values about relationships that I don't agree with, but I loved him and I love disagreeing with him. I love having dinner with him. They all did. In Miami, we all disagreed on how relationships should go. It was great. It was awesome. But Dan was saying on stream, like, you've talked to Brittany a lot, right? No, Dan, he hasn't. He has talked to me less than 6 hours of personal talk time. And then when I went to Miami, he didn't want any one-on-one time with me, which was great. But that's...
She's changing it. Yes, he has talked to her a lot. But then she says, he's talked to me less than 6 hours in personal one-on-one time. She's talking about off stream. That's very different. That is very, very different. That's obviously not what Dan would be asking about. Unless you're playing a character on stream. Unless you're a different person on stream than you are off of stream. You're still building a relationship when you're having a conversation on stream. Everybody hit those thumbs ups. Appreciate you joining us.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Steven understands what being a close friend means, but that's okay. Or if maybe he has different definitions, I just don't agree with the definitions. So we were having a one-sided friendship that, like, for me was casual, for him was serious. Destiny is mad you distorted his opinions. I don't know what to say to that. I tried my best. I quoted him in saying things. We're allowed to disagree. You know what I mean? Q2 said, didn't you say before you just didn't want to be drama farmed? At the time, which he did, by the way, his name is not in this title. His picture is not in this thumbnail. Nobody knows what this video is about. He posted 2 videos of me on the internet, made a little friendship collage of the bridge burning, made it look like I was the crazy person. Literally, his viewers literally said, Brittany, you've been his best friend for 2 years. Girls, I haven't even known this man a year and what? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say to you. There is a huge miscommunication happening on the internet, but I'm not trying to farm Destiny for drama. I'm trying to be clear about a content creator who's mischaracterizing me on the internet. And again, I did not use his picture in the thumbnail. My editor knows not to use any of his names in the thumbnail or in the title as clickbait. So again, when I was worried he was going to drama farm me, it was because Steven doesn't know how to have real relationships. He only knows how to make it content. If you're on the internet 15 hours a day, you do not touch grass. He doesn't even know how to have conversations about cheating with his wife in private. They have to come out on stream. Don't you see that, like, as a cry of help? Like, that's so interesting to me. Brittany, apparently you can't criticize or else his fans say you are shitting on him. Well, I think that the dilemma is, like, look, you can make videos about me. You can do all the things about me that you think I'm doing wrong. I love those videos. I love watching them. Even, okay, guys, there is such a misunderstanding of what I'm doing on the internet, but I'm just here to make content and observe people and enjoy my life. I want to read a lot of books. I want to meet a lot of people. I want to have a friend on the internet. Here's my deepest goal. I want to have a streaming buddy that I can disagree with but explore ideas with. And I can say, hey, what's it like being a homewrecker when you fucking cheat? And they're not going to get offended. Because if you're going to do it, you might as well own it. Sneeko at least owned that he cheated on the love of his life. He said it. I cheated on her, man. I cheated on her, man. Like, he'll say it. And you can see that he's like, oh. And he lost that girl. Now, Melina, of course, is allowed to consent to whatever relationship she wants. No judgment towards Melina. She's on a journey as well, and I support her decision to want to save or salvage that marriage or to end it. That's her business. But I think it's kind of sad that there's a running joke on the internet about whether or not they're going to get divorced. I think it's fucking sad that you're lying to your partners. I think it's sad that this is now what a normal relationship looks like, because to me, it's not normal. It's not common. It's not healthy. But it might be to you. In my bubbles, if you're the cheater, you're in fucking trouble. Right? Now, for people who are saying, like, give examples of Steven doing X, Y, and Z, I literally can't unless I tell his secrets. So no. Steven can consent to those things coming out in public, but I will not be the one to say them because, again, there's no one being directly maliciously hurt. They are just things that cause a lot of pain and hurt, but everyone knows they're happening, so there's no reason to give examples because all the victims in the scenario know what's happening. And it's not domestic abuse, it's not rape, it's not sexual coercion, it's not anything Mr. Redacted is saying. Mr. Redacted is projecting. That's all that is. He should be ignored, and no one should engage with him about his criticisms of Destiny unless he redacts everything he basically said except for the cheating scandal. Because that was the only thing that was kind of interesting. Everything else was bullshit. Okay, Steven was completely a gentleman to me in Miami. Though I did tell Melina that if he hit on me, I would end our friendship because I know he doesn't believe in the boundaries of marriage. Like, he doesn't mind playing with the boundaries of marriage. I told her, like, hey, tell your husband that if he hits on me, I'm gonna end our friendship because I take my marriage very seriously. And that was another thing. Why does he keep telling the internet that I'm marrying a guy moving to Europe after 3 months? Why does he keep saying that? That's not what's happening. That's what's so confusing. Like, that's what I want people to understand. Is like these are different things. Like,
is she gonna tell us what it actually is? I didn't even know they were already married. That's insane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to comments.
What?
Let's see.
She didn't say anything. She's like, why is he telling people this? I want people to understand that these are different things. Okay, go to comments. What's different things? What are the different things? They aren't different things. She just said. She just said.
Steven was completely a gentleman to me in Miami. Though I did tell Melina that if he hit on me, I would end our friendship because I know he doesn't believe in the boundaries of marriage. Like, he doesn't mind playing with the boundaries of marriage. I told her, like, hey, tell your husband that if he hits on me, I'm gonna end our friendship because I take my marriage very seriously.
I take my marriage very seriously.
And that was another thing. Why does he keep telling the internet that I'm marrying a guy moving to Europe after 3 months? Why does he keep saying that? That's not what's happening. That's what's so confusing. Like, that's what I want people to understand. Is like,
yeah. What do you want us to understand?
These are different things.
They're different things from what?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to comments.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Okay, did I get to all the super chats? Yes. Yeah, okay, so is that it? Did we get it? Ray says toxic marriage doesn't matter unless children are involved. And with D and Mel, there are no kids. I'm sorry. You're right. He's barely a father to Nathan, right? Nathan's just like doesn't exist. Like, that's what I'm saying. What are you guys talking about? Toxic relationships are fine as long as there's not kids involved. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's crazy. It's like Carlise. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. How do you even transition from dishonesty to honesty? Oh, like telling your parents about your alternative lifestyle. Even ever considered making a video about that journey? Yeah, I probably should. Here, let me write it down. Because I did. Now, I did tell my parents because my parents are the kind of parents that they're really conservative. They don't like the content I do online, obviously. And they wish that I was making Catholic content, right? So again, like you guys are so sensitive. I love it so much. It's just so sad. It's so sad. Grow the fuck up. Like, you want to be responsible and say you're an adult? Fucking be responsible. You want to read studies and reflect on them? Then look at it. A cheater who cheated once is most likely to cheat again. A serial cheater is less likely to break the habit. So every girl that marries Destiny after Melina, if they get divorced, just know that you're statistically going to get cheated on, which means you're going to be lied to, right? So it's not meant to be offensive. But exactly, okay? The only reason I brought up his parenting is because that comment literally said, there's no kids involved. Nathan is a child, is he not? Nathan is now watching his father be a serial cheater, and now he's probably gonna, treat women that way? Again, what are you guys on about? Does Steven have a child or not? Is he a father or not? Stop saying there are not children in that marriage. Melina is a stepmother. Like, I have no idea where your morals are right now. I have no idea.
Dude, you cannot both say that he's not a father to the child and that there's a child in the marriage. Which one is it? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. She contradicts herself every couple seconds. She cannot stop. She can't help herself. She is just flopping back and forth from one statement to another. What the hell, dude?
Idea where your ethics stand. It's so strange. But you know, you do you. Okay, so again, how did I explain to my parents? They were so upset. How did I explain to my parents about my...
When did she become so judgmental? She's always been very judgmental. She just always does the double speak where she judges people and then says, but that's fine. Do whatever you want. Live your life. Human's gonna human. Right after judging people. She always does this. Just a second ago, she was saying like, oh, Melina can do whatever she wants, but that's a toxic relationship. That's unhealthy. Like, it doesn't, normally I don't say like, hey, you know, do whatever you want, but that's unhealthy. No, if I say something's unhealthy, I'm saying like, you shouldn't do this thing. Nobody would ever say you should do unhealthy things, right? Like, she's so obnoxious, dude.
Alternative life. Because guys, it's hard. It's hard being honest with people. And you know what I'm saying? It's hard. Okay. How did I explain to my parents? Yeah, I don't think any of you have a case and you know it. Unless you stand on the case that you can be dysfunctional, then you and I are having different conversations. You cannot be dysfunctional and say you're healthy. So it's fine if he says he's dysfunctional, but I'm not sure that he can say he's healthy. Ooh, thank you so much for the super chats. Berserk Chip. Berserk. Earlier in the stream, you stopped yourself from saying irregardless to say regardless, and I just want you to know that is okay. You can say irregardless if you want. It's more fun. Thank you so much. I got in that stupid fucking habit. You know what I mean?
I think she's losing it, dude. I think she's losing it. There's probably a lot of chatters. Her chat's probably moving like very quickly. She keeps saying that people are like freaking out. They're too sensitive. She's ending all of her sentences with like, you know, and like, you know what I mean? But like, and she's not, there's nothing there. There's nothing for us to know what she means. There's nothing for us to understand. She'll say, but that's different, you know? What I want you to understand is like, you know, and then just move on. Like, what are we supposed to understand? What is different? What are you saying? It's not, this is incoherent babble, and she's just jumping back and forth from one position to another.
Okay. Second super chat from Robert. Thank you. The fact that Destiny sees most things from the lens of content and reacts to others like a react channel is what I was saying when he went off. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't want to discuss our friendship on the internet. My friendship with him is like, I'm confused. Do you want a real friendship where it's not about clout, or do you want to farm me for views? Because like, this is so strange. Do you think you're healthy? I think I am the healthiest I can be in this moment, but I am aiming to be healthier. I mean, I just got diagnosed with like, or I'm getting diagnosed with like possible fibromyalgia and autoimmune. So I mean, I'm literally not healthy. I have borderline and PTSD, which means I am mentally, I'm in like remission or unhealthiness back and forth. So my life is healthy. All my relationships are healthy. Everyone is on the same page. My partner's on the same page. My parents are on the same page. His parents are on the same page. Everybody agrees that life is as healthy as it can be, and we're all working on everything else. But I stay within my values and I don't go against them. And that for me is healthy. So I have values and I stick to them even when it's uncomfortable, right? So that's what's really important. But I don't know if someone with PTSD or autoimmune or anything else could ever be considered healthy. But I don't think that discounts you from being reasonable or healthy in the way that we might mean casually. Like you know what I mean? If a person who has cancer, are they healthy? It's like, no, yes. So that's how I think of it. Oh, great question from Isaac. Why did you call it Destiny Anti-Sex Work after the OF Con? Okay, so let me explain this because I think huge miscommunication as well. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Destiny is lukewarm pro-sex work. When I have conversations with Steven, so this could be the issue, is Steven might be a contrarian or a devil's advocate debater, but when he says, when he's talking to conservatives, it's like he's totally pro-sex work. When he's talking to me, it's like he's hesitant about OF impacting the public. So I am pro-sex work, period. Like sex work, period. Consenting adults, period. There is no conversation. I don't care how it impacts society. I don't care when it comes to legal rights. I don't care any of those things. So when Steven was talking to me, he made the argument that maybe OF isn't healthy. And when I tried to explain my perspective on sex work, which I think is a good one, I was considered the exception. Nah, that didn't happen. No way. Like, no way. Even when I talked about the fact that like some people see me as trans, no way, can't happen. It's like, that's fine, but that doesn't open dialogue. I can't speak. I can't share an experience. I can't have a conversation. So again, as a content creator to content creator, this is why content creators are literally behind closed doors or even on their streams. They'll be like, yeah, Destiny's not fun to talk to because he just, okay, buddy, yeah, okay, cool, okay. He doesn't engage. He only wants drama, which is why he lets Lav back in his life and why I bet he'll let Mr. Redacted into his life again. Because the ones of us who are trying to have, I think, more reasonable conversations without the yelling, that's
Later,
less interesting,
Abaddon.
right? So again, I'm fine with how he does his content. I don't care. His audience isn't primarily my audience. I primarily work with women, but I also love the men in my audience. I just want people to understand where I'm coming from. I just want them to understand where I'm coming from.
I just want drama. I don't really care one way or the other. So yeah.
Yeah.
Later, Chase.
Yeah. I like strongly. Yeah. I'm happy answering any question about my life on the internet. I don't answer questions for my private friends and family, but you know, I try to stay within my values. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I've worked really hard to amend them. When I was diagnosed with borderline, you know, I had to go to every person I hurt and apologize to them. That was a requirement of my therapy. Did it feel good? Yeah, after. But before, I was really upset. What do you mean I have to apologize? I'm sick. I've been sick since I was a kid, and these people made me sick. Why should I have to apologize? And like my therapist said, because even though it's something that happened to you, you did things while manic that you need to apologize for. And even though you're suffering, isn't it within your values to apologize when you hurt people? And I was like, yeah.
I support sex work, period. Is that a sweeping generalization I heard?
So I had to go apologize to people I hurt, whether I was sick or not, right? And then they understood that at least I made an effort to say, hey, I'm fucked up right now. I'm sorry. You know? Count says this sounds like you're mad that he doesn't agree with you. Look, my best friends don't agree with me. My Discord and I disagreed so heavily yesterday. We had a discussion on truth, and we were disagreeing on like what is truth. Like my friends and my family, like they don't have to agree with me. Half my friends are Catholic. Half my friends are anti-LGBT. Well, not my friends, but my family. You know, my friends are all pro-LGBT, but my family isn't. So I don't need people to agree with me, but I do need them to at least have a value system I can rely on. So I don't know what Steven's value system is. Like I can't rely on him to be consistent in that way. I genuinely didn't know he was going to burn the bridge. Don't you guys understand that?
Don't you guys understand? She needs people who are consistent. You guys, why don't you guys understand that? Consistency is really important to her. How can you guys not see this? It's about her values, guys. You got to understand it's her values. That's all that matters to her.
When I was on stream last time, I genuinely had no clue what was happening. I know Steven. He's blunt. He's always like aggressive. He's always calling people horrible names on Twitter. He would never burn the bridge over this. And then he did. And I just don't know why. Like, I just don't know why. You know what I mean? It's so weird. Like, it's just so strange. Yeah, so if you make content out of your life, you're a great example of how to have a dysfunctional, unhealthy relationship. I'm so sorry. I recommend getting out of it. Try couples counseling. There's therapy. There are options. But yeah, this is not how you should treat people. You shouldn't lie to people. You shouldn't deceive people. Well, let me rephrase. You shouldn't do this to your spouses, right? I'm not trying to be personal about it.
Yeah, that's a generalization, if I ever heard one.
I'm trying to be very matter of fact. According to Brittany's values, these are not good things. If you disagree, great. We should talk about why you're pro or tolerant cheating or pro lying to your partner. It would be a very interesting conversation. Summary says, if I tip 20, can I hop in next? So if you guys want to call into the show, you have to, I assume that's what you're talking about. You have to join the Discord. So you cannot, you can't do it through this, whatever this is, YouTube. You have to do it through Discord chat because that's how this boomer knows how to do things. Yeah, Mancho says maybe he was feeling some kind of pressure from the Mr. Girl article. I think so. I think he genuinely was probably really stressed about it and didn't really mean to take it out on me, but he did. And that's fine because that shows me what kind of character he has, right? And unless he was medically triggered, would Steven like to admit he was triggered? Because then I could give an exception. Because if he wasn't triggered and he was being rational, then he was being incredibly inappropriate. Pipmaster, thank you for the super chat. Are you still cool with ABBA? Also skipped my chat. Oh my gosh, scrolling up. I am cool with ABBA as far as I know. I'm cool with everybody in that vicinity. So as far as I know, I'm good with everyone but Steven. Minus Max and Lab, obviously. Because I blocked them months ago. It's funny. Yeah, anyways, okay. I don't see a super chat. Wait, you skipped? Also skipped my chat. Where is it, bro? Wait, I don't see it. I'm so sorry. I don't see this super chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring it up in my YouTube file. So again, I just want to say, I think Steven's a good person who does bad things, and I think that's pretty human. I'm a good person who's done bad things. I try not to do bad things now. I'm not always perfect at it, but I think I do pretty good because I stick within my values. So again, this is very important. This is a values conversation more than anything.
This freaking chick, dude. She's gonna drive me crazy. She really is. She is gonna drive me freaking mad, dude. This is a values conversation, guys. I'm all about values. I'm all about them. So it's about consistency. That's all I care about. I just want people to be consistent. That's me. That's who I am. Yeah, bubbles. Bubbles and consistency. That's me. That's what I'm all about.
And I don't think people know what that means. Okay, hold on. Where would that be? Monetization? Question mark? Question mark. Earn? Supers. Super chats. If you're mad he cheats, why didn't you DM him? Well, he knows I'm upset he cheated. I told him in private. What do you mean? He knows that. And I didn't talk about it on stream until his wife made it public. And then it allowed me to, as a content creator, comment on it. Do you know what I'm saying? But he knew in private that I disapproved. Obviously, I heavily disapprove. So he knows that. He knows I'm very upset with how it happened, the details. Like, I am not okay with anything. But he knows that. He does know that. That's why I'm saying he can't pretend he's shocked unless he didn't hear me when I criticized him in private. Like, that's what I'm saying. Okay,
Yeah, she's starting to sound freaking crazy, dude. She really is. Maybe she did know. Maybe I was wrong on the timeline there. So she says that she talked about it after Melina said it. Maybe that's true. She didn't mention this the first time she was on. She just started rambling about it. So maybe that's actually true. Tom, play the clip now.
but you know what you fucking did, and you know it was shitty, and you know you hurt people. And that's what I'm fucking pissed about. You want me to get on stream with a guy who's put a burden on me that I can't fucking share with anyone? So he can go around parading like I'm just some crazy borderline girl? Sure. Is he Max? No. Is he stupid? I don't think so. And I don't think he's an asshole, even though he is. I think he's traumatized.
I don't think he's an asshole, even though he is. This chick seriously cannot say a single thing without contradicting it seconds later. She seriously cannot do it. She is incapable of holding a position. She is truly incapable of holding a position. Like, it's too hard. It is too much for her to say something without backtracking seconds later or saying the exact opposite.
I'm sick of being responsible for all these men's feelings. Y'all. Are you a grown adult? Then fucking own your shit. If you're not, don't come cry to me, because I'm going to tell you you're a bitch like the rest of them. Next. But you know what you fucking did?
This chick is actually bonkers, dude. She is actually lost. She is lost. Here's Sass. Brit spitting her freaking insanity all over the place. This chick is nuts, dude. She is actually insane. It is amazing that she's able to, like, you know, make it out of bed every day and make it to her computer. I don't know how this happens. All right. Where did Destiny cover it? Did he cover it? You guys said you wanted to see some of his coverage, so did he cover it on YouTube or did he do it on like Kick or some bullcrap like that?
Who look up Wikipedia articles. I don't trust people who take Twitter polls.
So fucking...
I am very...
Oh my god, she's so triggered on the rape combo. Did you hear that? It's like a direct call out to me and Ayla.
Look it up Wikipedia.
That was so transparent. Holy shit. Oh my god. Jesus.
Picky about where I get my information. Documentation. I don't trust random YouTubers who look up Wikipedia.
Admit it, she's worse than Kidology. Yes, she is much worse than Kidology. Okay. She is much worse than Kidology. That's why I said earlier, I said not on personality, but on their beliefs, yes. And Kidology does the same thing where she like backtracks on what it is she's saying and flip-flops. But like, yeah, she's not as nutty as Brittany.
Wikipedia articles. I don't trust people who take Twitter polls. I am very picky about where I get my information. If it's a lived experience and they tell me their story and they show that they did it, I can believe them. If they are citing papers and researching papers, then I'm trusting the science, not the person saying the science. Does that make sense? So I still wouldn't go to a random YouTuber and use their science. I'd go to somebody who has some sort of credential or a lived experience that allowed me to rely less on a credential. Does that make sense? That might sound strange, but yeah. TMM, I love TMM. Hi, TMM says, remember when Michael Brooks said, be ruthless with systems and kinds with individuals? I think too many people forget that advice. That's pretty great advice. That is pretty great advice. Sausage Lord with your super chat. Thank you off. Go off, Queen. Win, Brittany. L. Steven. As the great philosopher Sneeko said. Boys are so fun. I really appreciate boy energy sometimes. It's so funny. Okay. I skipped your super chat. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me scroll up. It's so sorry. They come really fast and then I don't know where they went. Raiders Cat. Member for 3 months. Thanks for sticking to your guns about Max and Lav. Fuck yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. Steven needs to stick to his guns. Don't talk to Lav. Don't talk to Mr. Redacted. They're not healthy. They're dysfunctional, but they're like bad. Like not bad like evil, because I don't really believe in evil people, but like they're, you know, I mean I do believe in evil, but I don't know if I believe in evil people. Oh, okay, I see it. Thank you. Aren't you also being close-minded like you claim Destiny is by dismissing Sneeko for his age? Dude is literally 24. He should know better. I think in some ways you could see it that way. I think of myself as being open-minded to the idea that he will change because this isn't his final form, but I am also taking him out of the running of being criticized. Now, if Sneeko came to me and said, Brittany, I'd actually like you to really consider me a full adult, and I'd like you to really challenge my ideas, I would do that with him. Absolutely. I just don't think it's appropriate because of the journey that I see him on. I just feel like it's really inappropriate to do that.
This is so cringe, dude. It is so cringe. It is the cringest freaking crap. I'm not going to take him seriously because I see him as on a journey that is really just open to experiences and knowledge. And so I can't critique him on that because it's just the journey that he's on. Don't make me puke, woman. Also, more importantly, make sure you take a second and hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate you guys joining the show. Subscribe, hang out every day, hit the bell so you always know when we go live. We're here every day from 2 to the other times and all the time. Also, links to Discord and Twitter are in the description. Yep.
Because he's just 24, but because of what kind of 24-year-old he is. So like my friend brother was married in his 20s, making $160K with 4 kids and a wife. Okay? So that's a different kind of person living their 20s. Not everyone's living the same 20s. So Sneeko's living the 20s that I think is different. It's like Aiden Ross. Like,
oh, not everybody's living the same 20s, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad she said, this is what I'm talking about. She's like a freaking child. She says the simplest things that like everybody knows and nobody finds profound except for her and thinks it's profound and enlightening. Oh, not everybody lives the same 20s, guys. Not everybody's life is exactly the same. You know, different people have different opinions, okay? There are things called bubbles where different people have different values in those bubbles, okay? They talk about different things. They care about different things. It's like you are like 12 years old, dude. You just realized like what lunch tables are at the lunch room. Like what the hell?
Like it was so sweet when Steven was trying to explain to Aiden and Sneeko like the difference between a pedophile and like a person who molests children. Like they just couldn't follow the convo, which shows me like how innocently naive they are. But also Steven he trolled them the whole time. He didn't really attempt to actually
wait. I see Lou Ray on the stream here, but I don't see Lou in the chat. Oh, there they are. Okay. There we are. What up, Lou?
Inform them. I love this information. These kinds of facts changed my whole perspective on existence and made me much more compassionate. And I think if we could really understand the difference between pedophiles and child molesters and people who were raised in environments where X, Y, and Z, if we could really understand the nuance of all of these things, I think it would be much more interesting, but not a mandatory thing. It's not mandatory. We as a society are not obligated to one another past a certain extent, right? So again, I'm not trying to say you can see me as closed-minded by ignoring Sneeko. I'm okay with that definition. It just doesn't match how I think of open-mindedness, but I think it's valid if that's how you think of it. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll back down. Scroll back down. Scroll. And if you want to join the voice chat on Discord, you guys can hop into the waiting room and I'll pull you into chat. You will get priority along with super chats over regular comments. Okay, imposter, again, thank you so much. Okay, but isn't that some kind of ad hominem thing? In my example, I specified it was good advice. Why would the weight of a person giving the advice make the advice good or not worth taking? Okay, so I think we're hearing different things. Is the person giving advice giving it from a scientific perspective, like a researcher perspective? Then their lifestyle choice doesn't matter. Are they giving it to me as a lived experience? Then it might matter. Brittany, again, I do not take advice from people who do not walk the walk, nor do I think people generally should, unless they're coming from a place of authority. Like, I'm a researcher. Here's the data. I don't follow it because I don't want to, because you're not obligated to stay or to be any particular way. But at the same time, if I'm trying to reach a goal, like I wouldn't want a personal trainer who wasn't in shape. Does that kind of make sense? So again, I'm not trying to ad hominem thing. I'm just trying to say from my perspective, this is definitely how I think of it.
Moo Kitty is back. Did she get
I believe the issue
remonetized?
is perspective of your
Oh
relationship between
shit.
Destiny, when you make certain assumptions and statements about Destiny that he considers wrong. Okay, so people were really upset. Hold on, I don't know where your second part of your comment is. People were really upset I kept calling Sneeko my son. When I first went on Sneeko's stream, his whole stream was like, she sunned you, bro. Parents that they're really conservative. They don't like the content I do online, obviously. And they wish that I was making Catholic content, right? So again,
She's still playing a natively. Yeah, it's still kind of weird, but it's
okay,
at
so
least
again,
more understandable than what I thought it was before.
You guys are so sensitive. I love it so much. It's just so sad. It's so sad. Grow the fuck up. Like, you want to be responsible and say you're an adult? Fucking be responsible. You want to read studies and reflect on them?
Oh, sorry. I have it up at 1.25. Destiny might also have it sped up.
Then look at it. A cheater who cheated once is most likely to cheat again. A serial cheater is less likely to break the habit. So every girl that marries Destiny after Melina, if they get divorced, just know that you're statistically going to get cheated on, which means you're going to be lied to, right? So it's not meant to be offensive. But exactly, okay? The only reason I brought up his parenting is because that comment literally said, there's no kids involved. Nathan is a child, is he not? Nathan is now watching his father be a serial cheater, and now he's probably gonna treat women that way.
Jesus
Again,
Christ.
what are you
Okay,
guys
never
on
mind.
about?
It got
Does
way
Steven have a
weirder.
child
Never
or
mind.
not? Is he a father or not? Stop saying there are not children in that marriage. Melina is a stepmother. Like, I have no idea where your morals are right now. I have no idea where your ethics stand. It's so strange. But you do you. Okay, so again, how did I explain to my parents? They were so upset. How did I explain to my parents about my alternative life? Because guys, that at least that was pretty wild that you said Sneeko is more open-minded than Sneeko. No. I think you meant Destiny is more open-minded than Sneeko. No, I already clarified that earlier.
No, they meant Sneeko is more open-minded than Destiny.
Okay, so, yeah, are we good? Are we good?
Please, let's
be good. A man on the internet inappropriately assumed we were closer than we were and went off and blew up on social media because a YouTuber had an opinion about his open public.
Did I blow up on social media?
Is everyone good?
Or she just including my stream, I guess.
You talked about his kid. I talked about his parenting based off of what his own commenters are saying. If his commenters are going to say there's no kids in the relationship with Melina and Steven, so he can be dysfunctional, then they're basically ignoring the fact that he's a father and he can no longer own the fact that he's a dad. But he is a dad whose son knows he's a content creator, so his son's going to watch his dad be a serial cheater and probably mimic the behavior with other women. That's pretty fucking normal. Like, that's what I'm saying. Are you guys, hello, are we paying attention? Children mimic their parents. It's not that deep. Okay, waiting room is open if you guys want to call into Discord. I did not see any more super chats, so I'm gonna scroll all the way down to the chat, and you guys can, if you want the priority, you can super chat, but otherwise I'll just answer comments starting from here. This has nothing to do with the closeness of your relationship, but that's not based off the comments I'm getting. I just don't get it. Then I don't understand why anyone's upset. I did not say anything that was a lie, and I did not say anything that slandered him. So why are you upset? I have no idea why.
Why are we just watching this?
I know why
don't know.
he
Because
thinks
chat
he's
wants me to watch
upset,
it, that's why.
which is different. Yeah, so that's different. I gotta let my cat out. Hold on. Okay, I think that was a pretty successful. Consistently available and unavailable in different ways. He's expressed to me throughout our time together that he has very specific ways of doing friendships, as do I, and we are keeping a very, in my opinion, superficial relationship happening. But I think in his opinion, it might have been or felt a little deeper. There is a huge miscommunication happening here, and I think that that's what I mostly want to tackle here is that miscommunication. So to me, he's been a very nice person, completely appropriate in DMs, appropriate when we've been on stream together. Some people have even told me like, oh, I don't like the way he like yells at you or is upset when you're around or expresses himself that way. And I've just explained that is just how Destiny is. It's not personal. Steven does not have to change the way he talks when I'm on stream with him. Just like I don't want to change the way I talk when I'm on stream with him, right? I do kind of, his audience tends to get a little sensitive and triggered around the word bubble. So I've tried to make a conscious effort not to use it around them because it seems to upset them. But at the same time, it's really difficult.
It doesn't upset them. It's just a dumb word. It's just dumb. You are reducing things down to nothing. You are just being so insanely reductive that it's painful.
When I'm in my own bubble and I'm hopping to his bubble. So I understand that Destiny does not want to speak differently to me, nor am I asking him to. So I've really appreciated his like work in that regard. I think Steven is a good person.
Thanks, bud.
Who does toxic things, but that's okay because that's his life. Lots of us do toxic things. I've been in toxic relationships before. I'd like to think I'm toxic clean, but I have friends that are toxic. It's just, everyone's on their own journey, right? So I'm not saying Steven is abusive. Steven has never been abusive to me, right? But Steven and I aren't close enough for him to abuse me. One of my strongest beliefs is that the kind of abuse that can happen between friends only happens in particular ways. So Steven has not abused me or our friendship. Steven, on his last stream where I was streaming at the same time, surprisingly to me, a shock to me, was hurt, stressed, and under pressure, and blew up on me in a way that was incredibly inappropriate. But I understand with the Mr. Redacted article coming out why he might feel on edge. But I am not a Mr. Redacted, nor am I other characters on the internet. I am a Brittany. And Brittany is very specific. I am transparent and I am clear about what I'm doing here. I am here to work with individuals and to just enjoy making content. I am a content creator, right? So one of the misunderstandings that I think was occurring that really did bother me is that I very transparently and very honestly and without shame admitted that I was triggered via PTSD, my first initial call with Destiny about the rape stuff, right? I admitted that. I'm not ashamed to say I'm having a heart attack, nor am I ashamed to say that I'm medically triggered. My PTSD was out of whack that day, and I apologized and I made it clear. The dilemma is that Steven and his audience and the people around me decided to ignore my transparency and decide I was instead borderline triggered, that I was splitting, that I was miscalculating things, that it's my borderline that's causing me to be out of the norm. I already said it with my PTSD. I know myself well enough to know the differences between my triggers. I've been in remission or recovery for 3+ years on borderline. I'm considered high functioning, and my therapist was very impressed with the fact that I could hold down jobs, that most of my friends never knew I was sick, that my family members, even though they saw me being sick, saw me also hustling in life and thought there's no way she has a mental illness. But when I got diagnosed, everything became clear and I got better. So I'm 3 years into not being manic, not having suicidal ideations, not actually wanting to die. I've been 3 years clean of splitting and misunderstanding people, but I am human, so I might misunderstand people, right? So if I'm a person and
So when she mentions splitting, it actually makes everything within her content make sense all of a sudden. When she talks about like the most obvious things in the world but calls it nuanced, it makes so much sense all of a sudden if she has issues with splitting. That's it, like, yeah, it just like now, oh, okay, yeah, so you have trouble seeing everything as black and white, and now when once in a while you don't see things as black and white, now you think it's just so nuanced. It's so detailed. Oh, the individual, the nuance, the nuance though.
and I'm upset and I'm misunderstanding someone. Because I've now come out with my borderline, everyone's always going to blame Brittany's borderline for the misunderstanding. But I think there's a misunderstanding happening here. So how can I feel safe in a space where my close friend and his audience have decided my borderline is upset and not the PTSD associated with my rape that I clearly stated in the original video or the original call, right? Okay, so that's what's confusing there. It's confusing to have to interact with the internet or people and have them literally ignore you. So, okay, so there's that. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to interact with that group, and I'm not sure what's appropriate moving forward, but I think it is inappropriate to say that this is related to my borderline or that I'm splitting or that I want people to think the way I think. I don't want people to think the way I think. My work is predicated on proving that we do not share the same reality, that we are thinking different.
Does this feel like she's shielding herself from criticism by saying it's my mental illness? No, everything she said so far is pretty fair, I think. I don't think Destiny ever blamed her BPD for the situation. No, but some people have said that she's like splitting or, you know, borderline or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I don't know enough about borderline, honestly. And I don't know. I think everything she's done so far can be explained by being ultra triggered by that rape conversation. I don't know if she's like, yeah.
Friendly, that no one thinks the same. My work is predicated on the individual, that regardless of statistics and generalizations, individuals can surpass those expectations, and therefore I want to work with those individuals, right?
So much
when I
commentary.
now I haven't seen much of Steven's streams after. I did unsubscribe because now it feels really creepy to watch him as a content creator when I'm not, you know, seemingly like welcome in that space. So that seems kind of strange. The content's not quite. It doesn't make sense for me to watch it right now. But what I did see of him, what I did see of Melina and Kyla and stuff trying to explain it to him, is I saw a complete misunderstanding of what's happening of not only my work but the way I think about life and friendship. So as an example, I don't consider us close friends, but I know Destiny considered me one. And I think that's a really lovely gesture, but incredibly inappropriate. As in private, we've only talked less than 6 hours of time, right? I don't have much information about him personally.
I don't think any of this has to do with me considering her like a close friend. Just that she was like close enough that I didn't think she would like go nuclear on me. But I don't know if she's ever called me a close friend. I mean, she was a close-ish friend, but I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, like Brittany's coming to like me and Melina's weddings or something, you know. But
what up,
you know
Trib?
what he's told me?
Actually, we might have. I have no idea. I don't know. But I don't think how close we evaluate each other's friends has anything to do with any of this. But
the time when Steven and I talked personally, it was a chance for him to explore ideas about himself. It didn't really feel like a full exchange yet. It felt like we were still at the baby steps of being friends. So for me, I thought we were still on a journey of becoming friends, but it kind of feels like to him we were already close friends. But to me, that didn't make any sense. If you know me, I have a hierarchy of friendship. Inner circle, inner outer circle, everyone else. So inner outer circle is where Destiny could have landed. He was never an option to be a very close friend to me because I don't have room in my inner circle. I already have everyone in my life that I need to take care of, and I already negotiate with all my friends. I've made it clear online. I can't be your
she said you were a close friend 3 minutes ago.
You can be someone who tells me things if that's what you would like to do, but it's not the same thing as being a close, mutual, symbiotic friendship, right? So I think there's just like a really big misunderstanding here, which I'm not putting blame on anyone for, but I am saying is a problem because according to how I saw our friendship, it doesn't match how Destiny saw it. That's why I was always so confused when he would say, like, I'd give you my bank number. And I'm like, why? You don't even have my phone number. Like, Destiny doesn't have my phone number.
What? I never understood this. I know that this is normal for everybody else, and I don't understand why phone numbers are more personal than any other form of communication. Girls do this all the time. I've never understood it. But also, it wasn't that I'm giving my bank number. It's just that this is a person I relatively trust in my life. I don't know how
What? What did he say? Phone numbers are more personal than what?
I don't understand why phone numbers are more personal than any other form of communication. Girls do this
Than any other form of communication. Okay.
all the time. I've never understood it. But also, it wasn't that I'm giving my bank number. It's just that this is a person I relatively trust in my life. I don't know how she could have missed the point of that conversation so hard. But like, it's such a weird thing. But
You know what I'm saying? So I think there's like a
like she'll say like, you didn't have my phone number. Yeah, that's true. But like we hung out for like I think 2 or 3 days when you and Ab were here, like in person. Like you just like slapped me on my stream. I felt like we had a more personal relationship than just trading phone numbers. Like I'm pretty sure I could have asked her for her phone number and she probably would have given it to me. Like we've called and chatted before. It was just over Discord. Like it's such a weird. That's like such a retarded way to like set a boundary for a friendship. Like did we have a phone number? Like, I don't know. It's like so weird. But I don't know. Some people feel really strong about like numbers or whatever. Yeah.
real misunderstanding that we are closer than we are. For me, friendship is earned. For me, friendship is over a long time or a short time with an understanding of how close that can be. For me, it's like, I can imagine where he's coming from, but I can't quite relate to it. I have too many friends, right? So in my inner outer circle, I have like hundreds of friends. I've been a YouTuber for 12 years. I have so many contacts, so many YouTubers who know me, so many people. I have the Walmart clerk thinks she's my friend. My accountant thinks she's my friend. Like everyone thinks they're my friend. And they tell me things about their life and I sit there and I listen. And so I understand why that feels like there's a symbiotic relationship happening. But I'm pretty private and I don't share a lot. I share what I can, right? So I'm open to any questions in regarding anything that I've spoken about privately. So again, I'm not attacking Steven, but I think there's an incredibly inappropriate attachment thing he has to people who have come into his life and now they're like close friends.
Her using the word inappropriate there is inappropriate. Like, it's like creepy the way that she's trying to frame that by using the word inappropriate.
Is she trying to describe me as obsessed? Am I misreading what she's saying here? Or is that like the framing that she has on this, that I am like obsessed with her?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And so I just want to say for the record, from my perspective, he's a man that I've known for a year, that I've streamed with multiple times, but in our private lives, we spoke in less than 6 hours, and we do not have a close relationship, but I'm glad he feels safe, or did feel safe with me. I think his original judgment of me was right, that I am based, and I am reasonable, and I do know myself. But the problem is that I am also a content creator who makes work, and him and I became friends, but he's also content, right? So there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about how streamers make content about each other, and so I want to get into that as well. But that kind of coincides to how I think about like Sneeko and everything else. I've talked to Sneeko about the same amount, right? I've talked to him a few times in private, not a lot. Enough, though, to understand.
Wait, she's talking to him the same amount as me, and she sips so hard for him? Wait, what the fuck? I'm so confused. Well, the way that she talked about Sneeko, I thought they spoke like fucking every week on the phone or something. I'm so confused. Okay.
Some version of him that is different, maybe, than the online world sees. Same with Steven. There's a version of him that I've seen in private that I really like, that is not quite on the internet, and then some parts of him I've seen that I'm like not excited about, but that's okay, no big deal. So I'm a little confused on how Steven could have miscalculated our friendship so severely. I'm so confused on how he...
Yeah, it was their second conversation that she had him look at her OnlyFans pictures before she posted them. So she just started sending him naked pictures of herself before, without like telling him. They have different definitions of the word friend. Well, it sounds like she has a different definition than most people because she's using weird boundaries, like he said, where like it has to do like whether or not he has her phone number. When they've spent a lot of time with one another, they've shared intimate information, they've trusted one another. Like it sounds like she has a different definition of friend, but and then she talks about like, you know, there's other people who would call her a friend and she wouldn't call them friends. So yeah, it sounds like she just doesn't connect easily, or she just doesn't know what a friend is.
He could misunderstand my content so severely, except he did admit to me in stream that he doesn't watch my content. So I've been criticizing Steven's relationship and his work for about a year now, because he's a public figure and what is on the internet is what I've criticized, right? So I am a person who advocates for open relationships, polyamorous relationships. I really believe all relationships work for somebody. So I'm a big proponent of monogamy. I'm a big fan of open relationships, and I think there's a healthy way to do them. I don't think him and Melina have ever exhibited a healthy version of an open relationship, and I think they're doing it incorrectly for a healthy version. But you are allowed to be dysfunctional. And dysfunctional for me, for Brittany, my opinion, means constant and consistent miscommunication, belittling of partners, right? They both insult each other, cheating, active cheating, and no remorse. So there are a lot of components here in these relationships that are public that to me are obviously dysfunctional. But you are allowed to consent to a dysfunctional relationship. I've done it in the past. You think you're going to save them, you think they'll get better, you think they'll grow out of it, whatever your reasons, I think that's fair. So if he doesn't want his relationship to be criticized online, he's got to stop putting it out there, because that is the content creation catch-22 of us being content creators. Now, if he told me personally, do not talk about my relationships, that would have been one thing. But I have a live stream that Destiny and I were on, where I do remember him telling me, as long as it's on the internet, I can talk about it. So I genuinely didn't.
Okay. I'm done with this.
Gonna condemn him for being an immoral person, right? It's just, it gets super dumb and try hard, and it seems very transparent that what a lot of people are doing are simply trying to sort of milk views by being outraged, feigning outrage to milk views and get attention and win over anti-fans and stuff like that. It seems ridiculous. It's like, okay, yeah, Steven retaliated against another person again. Didn't see that coming. Psych, right? I don't know. You got to kind of set your bar and understand where people operate at, and then be like, okay, I expect a certain pattern of behavior based on these parameters, and stop pretending to be outraged. You could say someone did something wrong without making a show of it. Yeah, you could do that. Like the way that I did it was I just told him. At one point, I donated to him for something, and I said, hey, I really appreciate your insight on things and the way that you argue your positions, but holy shit, you're a toxic motherfucker, and I don't approve of that. That was a donation I sent him a long time ago. Like for one, like I for one am definitely using this as an example and a flashpoint by which broader questions of ethics in the gig economy and to decipher what laws should be made future. Yeah, I love springboarding off of these.
All right, I'm gonna go watch Mandalorian. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up, okay? I only have 43. It hurts my feelings. I need a lot more than 43, okay? Just be a pal. We got 48 people watching. I know most of you have not hit the thumbs up. It would be awesome. I will thank you if you just hit the thumbs up button. I will be your best friend. I'll be your best friend, okay? Just hit the thumbs up button, okay? Just do it. Quit holding out. Okay, I'm going to keep sleeping it off. Keep up, gods, and the commentary going, my boy. Appreciate it. You guys didn't send me all your money today. I'm not too happy about that part, but why is this not working? There we go. Dude, Chud Logic's going to be on Stitch and Adam. That's going to be dope. That's going to be sick. I'm excited. You guys excited? Who's excited for Chud? Wow, okay, never mind. Freddie said meh. All right, fine. Fine. Freddie hates Chud. Freddie hates Chud. That's it. That's the only thing to take from that answer. Freddie hates Chud's guts. Thinks he's the worst streamer ever. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Hope it goes well, but I do hate Chud for real, for real. Wow. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Confirmed Chud hater, yeah. Fake Chud fan. We'll try again tomorrow. Make sure you guys get your wallets ready. We'll try to get all your money then. He's British after all. True. True, true, true. You are not wrong when you say that he's British, actually. Unironically. All right. I'm going to sleep. I'll be back on tomorrow. Make sure you hit the sub button so you don't miss that show. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so sick. I think I might be talking to Destiny tomorrow, but I'm really not sure at this point. Like I said, a lot happened today. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. But I am talking to a couple other people. Some people had trouble or had some issues with my Mr. Girl interview. So I will be doing that. So yeah, till then, appreciate you. Love you. Sending you over to Zonia. Make sure you guys all get up to your keyboards. If you're just listening, get to your keyboard, get to your phone. We need you to yell Fool's Raid, all caps, Fool's Raid. Let them know. Make it look like there's a lot more of us than there actually is. Just spam it for the rest of the night. It'll seem like there's just a never-ending train of fools coming into the chat. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.